Heyo everyone. Welcome back to another video. Here is part 2 of Uzumaki Clan's Rebirth. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. I really wouldn't be able to make any of these videos without your immense support. As always, the full story is already out over on Patreon for you guys along with a couple other stories as well. Anyways, enjoy the video. Chapter 9. Jinchuriki Skirmish, Zombie Brothers. Konoha, unknown location. An aging man sat on a small cushioned chair inside a darkened room. He looked to be waiting for someone. He had many scars on his face and his right eye and right arm were covered in bandages, obscuring their form and making it look as though he were crippled. A cloaked figure appeared before him and he smiled a warm smile, or at least as warm as Danzo's smiles could get. Welcome back. He lost his smile and looked sternly at the rude operative. Report. Sir. The man sounded off, acknowledging the order. From what I have been able to gather, the visit to Kiri did not go well for us. We were unable to obtain the 9 tails Jinchuriki and no reparations were made against Water Country. The man reported, quietly noting the little to any change on his leader's visage. That is what I expected. Tsunade can't do anything right for this village, she is too soft and it's because of that boy. I suppose we will have to take matters into our own hands now. Danzo reached into his pocket and fished out a scroll. He placed it in front of himself. Take this scroll and alert Hyo to gather his squad, he has a new mission that is to begin immediately. I don't want any mistakes, Sai. The masked Onbu, now revealed to be Sai, nodded and along with the scroll, disappeared from sight. Danzo sighed and looked towards the door, silently contemplating the turn of events. Naruto Uzumaki, did you really think you could escape Konoha's leash that easily? Well, I suppose the roots will just have to drag you back in. Lightning Country, Nagara's outskirts, Nagara Dam. Over 15 Kinkaku bounty hunters hid in the mountain paths surrounding Nagara's chief dam and water processing facility where currently 2 Akatsuki members were seen walking. The cloaked men appeared to be walking in a random direction, but looks were always deceiving. Bolt 1 to Bolt 12, do you still have a visual on Yugito? A radio crackled to life, sending the request to one of the hidden shinobi. Bolt 12 here, I have Yugito in my sights, she is still inside the administrative building. Do you want me to pull her out? That is a negative, we are still waiting for our other guest to arrive. Keep an eye on her. Roger. Tamura sighed, wishing the stupid mask wasn't in his way so he could rub his forehead. Trailing both Yugito and Akatsuki was annoying business, he wished they could just knock Yugito out and take her back to Kumo, but it was not meant to be. Come on Naruto, where the hell are you? The message for him to arrive in Nagara had been sent a few days ago, and he hoped Naruto had the skills to move quickly. The Kinkaku captain had a sinking pit in his stomach, he felt like something was going to happen today, something bad. Bolt 15, has anyone arrived at the ports yet? Tamura whispered into his mask's radio, hoping that his operative had seen him. That is a negative, sir. Unless he is coming by foot, no one has entered this harbor. I'll keep you notified. Tamura held back a sigh and just nodded to himself. He looked left and right, the closest Kinkaku members were leaning over the mountain's edge, flexing their muscles in anger and anticipation. It seemed everyone wanted to take a shot at Akatsuki, even if they didn't have any problems with them to begin with. Probably since they are always smirking, cocky jackasses. Sir. This is Bolt 9, the Akatsuki are on the move. Tamura could tell that from where he was. What was the big deal? I know that Bolt 9, what's the rush? They always walk down the same street then go back into town. What's so? Tamura was interrupted when the man hissed back into his radio, his nerves getting the better of him. They are entering the administrative building. They must be headed for Yugito, sir. Tamura was about to order the man to calm down when his radio crackled again. Sir, this is Bolt 12, I have lost Yugito. 1 second she was standing in front of the window and the next she disappeared. Great, can anything else go wrong right now? Sir, the Akatsuki, they're killing everyone in the administrative building, they are slaughtering them. Shit, Tamura said aloud, the Akatsuki obviously don't like witnesses. All squads, converge on the surrounding buildings and evacuate as many civilians as you can, the administration building is a no-go. I repeat, the administrative office is off limits. Bolt 12, find me Yugito now, I don't care if you have to beat her senseless, get her back into town. Bolt 15, if you don't have good news for me, I'm gonna skin your ass. Roger that, sir. His men chorused their assent and moved at top speeds from their concealment points, moving to the few buildings around the dam and started to evacuate the confused workers. Bolt 15? Sir, I think I see him, he is running across the water, sir. I repeat, the swordsman has arrived. Tamura smirked, the guy made it right on time. Alright Naruto, I thought I was going to have to steal all your thunder. This time, looks like you're stealing mine. Now the fun begins. Nagara damn, 5 minutes ago. Hey Kakuzu, is today the day we get to catch the cat? Hidan asked his masked partner, eliciting a lazy glare from the man. I already told you this morning, will you shut up already? If you aren't careful, you might just get yourself killed this time. Hidan laughed at the man's accusation. How he wished someone could do that. Yeah Kakuzu, whatever you say. I got dibs on this one though, I want a fucking challenge and I hear that she is one feisty feline. Kakuzu sighed and looked him in the eyes. Your jokes suck Hidan, sometimes I just want to kill you. Hidan tried and failed to hold back his laugh and Kakuzu had to hold himself back from socking him in the face. Well, do you call dibs on the people inside this building as well? The ex-Taki ninja inquired, eliciting a groan and a mumbled no from the white-haired man as they stood in front of a giant office building. I guess I could spare a few, but you have to let me do my rituals. I hate your rituals, can't you just skip them? Kakuzu immediately regretted bothering to ask when the man turned to him with an insulted face. Skip it? Skip it? I can't skip my rituals, that is a blasphemy against God. I was just asking, calm down. Hidan scoffed and actually looked serious for a second. You ready? Kakuzu looked at him with another glare and held up his arm, already hardening it with his special technique. Idiot, what the hell kind of question is that? And with that, he punched through the glass door and walked inside before proceeding to burn through the startled workers with his fire jutsu. Hidan scoffed again and actually opened the door instead of breaking it, throwing his scythe at a fleeing worker. Jackass, always has to have a flashy entrance. Nagara, Harbor District. Naruto ran across the water, passing by boats with startled and amazed passengers because of his ability to walk on water. He didn't even spare them a glance though, he was looking for something that would stand out in particular. He jumped up and landed on the solid concrete wharf, looking at his surroundings and trying to find someone that looked like they were here for him. Let's see, there are a few Kumo shinobi guarding the gate, but they don't appear to be interested, or involved. I also don't see any wiry civilian informants, those guys are easy to spot in a crowd, so that just leaves. Uzumaki-san? Naruto turned around with a kunai held against a katana with one of the Kinkaku shinobi holding it. Naruto stowed away his weapon as the other man did, trying to not make a scene amongst so many civilians. There really isn't much time to explain, sir. Tamura has already moved to commence operations and I have to get you to their location. If you have a radio, change your frequency to 389.5, that is our squad communication link. Naruto nodded and began to fumble with his communicator while following the golden masked man out of town towards a mountain path flanked by a river. So what exactly is the situation, Anbu-san? The man afforded a glance to his right and looked back forward. From what I can tell over the radio, we lost track of Yugito who we were supposed to be tracking. We think that she is their target and recently it sounded like they were finally making their move to attack her, other than that I have no idea. I have been at the docks waiting for you to arrive. Naruto grunted in acknowledgement and smirked in satisfaction when he started to hear voices emanating from his earpiece, although the words spoken didn't cheer him up. Sir, buildings 2 and 3 have been evacuated, moving to the last one. Roger that, can someone give me an update on the administrative building? Bolt 5 here, can't see shit from where I am. The windows are covered in blood, it's pretty quiet though sir, I think it might be over. Bolt 12, did you find the blonde yet? Naruto was intrigued by this, was he the blonde? Roger sir, I found her. The bad news is she is inside that building, more specifically in its lower levels where the sewers run. Best I can tell is that she is being followed by the 2 Akatsuki but they are still moving, we have some time. Keep in touch, prepare yourselves boys. As soon as our guest from Kiri arrives, we will be moving into those tunnels and flushing out the Akatsuki bastards. Maybe Yugito will even reward you poor lonely bastards with a kiss, Kami knows most of you need one. Yes sir. Naruto smirked, that must have been Tamura, he could always liven up a crowd. Naruto turned to his guide to ask how much longer. When will we get there? I would prefer to save the girl than wrap her in a body bag. The Kinkaku ninja chuckled at that. I think most of us have been doubting Akatsuki's abilities, if they were coming after Yugito, they must not know her that well. She is one of the most powerful shinobi of our village, and put that together with the Baijuu inside of her and you've got one hell of a combination. No matter how powerful those guys are, they don't stand a chance against her. Naruto wanted to scoff at that but kept quiet, no need to bring about more hostilities. If only you knew just what we were dealing with, Yugito is the one who doesn't stand a chance. If I don't get there quickly, she might just get captured after all. Nagara Dam, Administration Building, Sewers. Have to keep moving, have to get to the ambush point. Yugito ni, Jounin of Kumagakure and Jinchuriki of the two-tailed cat was running through the sewers, luring her prey right into a trap. She detested the fact that so many died getting the Akatsuki inside, but she would make the killers pay. She heard a low whine coming from behind her and picked up the pace, trying to reach the end of the narrow passage. Feeling the light shining on her face from the room she was running into, Yugito jumped inside just as she felt the danger reach her. The blonde watched as a scythe sailed harmlessly below her flying body and she landed safely on the water, facing the passage. That was a nice move. She heard one of her pursuers comment. My attacks are the slowest in Akatsuki, so I'm not surprised I wasn't able to hit you. She watched two men appear in the doorway, the two that she had been observing for the past few weeks in Nagara. The one talking was a white-haired man with a slick smirk and a cable he was holding to control his scythe. The other had strange eyes and a taki headband, his face was covered by a mask and he looked very bored or annoyed. So you really are Akatsuki? Yugito commented, confirming her growing suspicions. You are the only one left here, all alone. The scythe man said, not bothering to confirm or deny the obvious answer. That glare shows you're tough too. This might actually be a challenge, Kakuzu. This is the two-tails Jinchuriki, if you're not careful, you will probably die. Hidan smiled at his partner for that. Thank you for your concern, but I doubt this bitch could kill me. Yugito growled. No matter how much I wish she could. Hidan added as an afterthought. Alright, let's do this, Kakuzu said after a few moments of tense silence. Hidan took out a Jashin icon and closed his eyes in prayer. Just let me finish praying, Kakuzu sighed, his anger rising again. Will you quit it? We have a job to do. Hidan opened his eyes and met his glare. Hey, I don't like it either, but the rules are clear. Yugito was somewhat intrigued by the strange god that the man apparently believed in but raised no questions. They were enemies after all. Seeing the men distracted, she felt it was time to reveal the reason she ran to this spot. You probably think you have me cornered now, but you are wrong. Yugito formed the serpent hand sign and focused her chakra. Hidan and Kakuzu's eyes widened a bit when they heard the familiar sizzle of an explosive tag and looked at the door to see one explode and then another. Soon all the doors had collapsed in on themselves, leaving the three trapped inside the sewer room. I purposely lured you here. Now that I know you are Akatsuki, I cannot allow you to leave here and continue your deeds. The Akatsuki had their own little conversation, ignoring the girl. Looks like she got us good, Kakuzu, we're trapped. Hidan faked distress, his partner showing no real signs of emotion. It's not a problem, in fact, this works out even better. She's trapped in here with us, that means no escape in case she tries to turn tail and run. Hidan started laughing after that, much to Yugito and Kakuzu's ire. Ha! You actually made a joke, Kaku. Hidan was interrupted when he was backhanded by his partner, his fist shaking in anger. Would you shut up, we have a job to do. Hidan just rubbed his lip and shrugged. Damn it, Kakuzu, why the hell did you have to hit me with your damn jutsu too? That hurt like a bitch. I swear on my name, Yugito ni of Kumagakure, that I will end you here and now. Hidan turned back to his target after that, his humorous attitude gone. You'll kill me? Hidan asked incredulously, pointing his finger at her. You know I really hate when people shout out battle cries like that, it makes me angry. And when I get pissed, the blood rushes to my head. And when blood rushes to my head, Hidan was interrupted by Kakuzu, who was at the end of his rope. Shut up, Hidan, you talk too much. Hidan looked at the green-eyed man and shrugged. Sorry. He looked back at Yugito. But when blood rushes to my head, I start forgetting about our objective and just start killing anything and everything. If you don't calm down, Hidan, I will do it for you. Our orders are absolute. Akatsuki's mission really goes against everything I believe in, I mean leaving someone half dead is blasphemy. Can we just talk this out instead? Yugito's eyes widened in surprise. Talk it out? She asked aloud, curious. What is with these guys? How's about you just let us capture you? Hidan suggested, but soon realized it wasn't the right thing to say when the woman changed from calm to pure anger. She slammed her hands into the water, her chakra overflowing and changing into a deep flaming blue color. Her hair braid snapped from the sudden pressure and her hair flew up into the air above her, her face in an unbridled fit of rage. Don't mess with me. Yugito began her transformation into the two tails, the blue chakra quickly taking a lumbering shape of a cat over the two men. Yugito's body completely disappeared and she allowed the cat's consciousness to take over somewhat, however she kept most of the control. In her new body, she howled a final battle cry over the two surprised Akatsuki. Whoa, what is up with her? She just let the beast inside take over her, she looks just like it. Kakuzu wasn't given time to respond as a large paw came slamming down on him, forcing him to harden his skin and absorb the impact. Hidan gaped at the large paw beside him, surprised at the beast's pure strength. He wasn't given much time to admire though as the Baijuu looked at him with an open mouth and a fireball forming within. Shit. Hidan quickly sidestepped out of the way, just barely avoiding the blast that was meant for him. The fireball impacted the wall and exploded outwards with a large amount of energy. Outside, the ground surrounding the building began to shake and everyone looked to see the administrative building explode from a large source of pressure. Hidan avoided falling debris from the wrecked building above, hiding behind a piece of rubble big enough to hide his entire figure. He caught his breath and peered around a corner, trying to find the enemy and his partner. Damn cats, I thought they hated hot stuff. He spotted the cat, it was glaring right at him with its pupilless yellow eyes. So this is the two-tailed cat everyone calls the living ghost? It has me right in its trap, I'm like a rat in a maze, hee that's kinda funny. Hidan chuckled before moving to avoid a swipe that decimated his cover, preparing his scythe when he saw Kakuzu up and moving. This is gonna be fun. Nagara damn, outside perimeter. What the hell was that explosion? Naruto asked upon arriving at the blockade the Kinkaku had set up to ward away any civilians. Tamura stood with at least a dozen other hunters, all snapping on equipment or doing final checks before entering battle. Seeing as he wasn't getting an answer, Naruto stalked up and grabbed Tamura by the collar, eliciting many katana to be drawn against him, to which he ignored. What the hell was that? Naruto asked again, sounding out each word like the men were idiots. He could tell that they were all angry and annoyed by his presence, hell even Tamura didn't seem all that enthusiastic. He didn't care though, he had to find and destroy the Akatsuki before they could get their hands on another Jinchuriki. That was Yugito's power in combination with her tailed beast. We believe the fighting has already started and we are preparing to set up a perimeter and allow her to fight it out with them. Naruto scoffed. So you aren't going to help her? She is one of your own, damn it. The Kinkaku shifted, some crossing their arms while others shook their heads. Hey, if you want to get yourself killed by entering the ring with her, that's your call. We normal shinobi would be dead from friendly fire in the first 5 minutes, we will make sure that if she does lose, they won't get away with her. Alright, I'm going in to help her. Watch my back, alright? He started running towards the fireworks but was stopped by a firm hand on his shoulder from Tamura. Naruto growled, this was taking too long. I really would suggest you stay here, you can't keep up with them no matter your skill. Naruto shrugged off his hand and took off his hunter mask, allowing them to see his face. I am a Jinchuriki like her, so I damn well better be able to keep up. I'm not allowing them to take her and I'm sure as hell not going to let you or your men stop me, got it? Tamura and the others had silently gasped at the knowledge of him being a Jinchuriki, but quickly got on the same page with him. Alright, just thought I would give you a fair warning. Try to play nice, we enjoy our dams here in Kumo. Naruto smirked, opting to keep his mask off for this battle. I'll try, but no promises. And with that Naruto was off, running straight for the battleground that allowed Yugito's hulking form to be seen. Alright men, set up a 2-mile perimeter, no one gets in or out. The Kinkaku saluted their captain and disappeared, leaving Tamura with his own front row seat to what could be the most interesting battle of the millennium. Nagara Dam, Administration Building, ground level. Rao-ah. The large cat swiped its paw at Hidan again while preparing another fireball to be launched at Kakuzu. Come on pussy cat, you'll have to do better than that. Hidan taunted, weaving in and out of her claws and swipes. Get serious Hidan, quit acting tough. Kakuzu went through 3 hand seals quickly while standing on the river outside, slamming his foot into the water. Water release, water wall. A large wall of water shot up in front of him and warded off the fireball, but just barely. Kakuzu was squinting from the sheer concentration it required to maintain the wall from the blast. The two tails fire affinity was truly a powerful thing. The Akatsuki's plan was to wait until Yugito had exhausted herself of tailed beast chakra and then move in for the kill with Hidan's special technique, but staying alive was no easy feat with this Jinchuriki. That was why they were picked though, after all, they were nicknamed the Zombie Brothers by Kisame once. No matter what, it just didn't seem possible for the two to die. Lightning release, false darkness. Using his multiple hearts, Kakuzu was able to use any affinity he wanted, something which silently pleased him to no end. A yellow outlined mask sprouted from his back and hung over his shoulder, its mouth opening and gathering an almost purely white ball of chakra. The two tails looked intrigued but cautious, holding its position while Hidan watched the battle unfold, unable to get close to the Jinchuriki and get her blood while she was transformed. The lightning cut across the field and would have slammed into the beast had it not been for its quick thinking. The Baiju moved itself behind a relatively large size of rubble and that caused the lightning strike the piece. The attack moved through the concrete quickly but gave just enough time for the two tails to break into a run towards Hidan. Shit, I'm gonna be pissed if I have to sew his body back together again. Before Kakuzu could move to help his partner, he felt a tingly warning sensation in the back of his head and turned to see a three-pronged kunai headed straight for his face. Shifting his body to avoid it, his eyes widened when a yellow flash appeared in front of him and a strong punch sent him sailing across the water. Slowly getting up, he was met with the sight of a blonde-haired teenager with a large sword on his back and piercing blue eyes glaring at him. Somewhat intrigued, Kakuzu searched his data banks for the kid and could recognize no one that he knew of that had a death wish or grudge against him. Looking more closely, past the body armor and ninja weapons, he took in notice that the boy had 3 whisker scars on either cheek. Sifting through his knowledge again, he came to the stunning conclusion. You are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, aren't you? Naruto circled the man ominously, flexing his fingers in anticipation. Maybe, but that doesn't matter, right? I mean, you are only here for the two tails. Kakuzu watched the boy and silently his anger grew, not enjoying being mocked by this brat. That's right, we have no quarrel with you. Why don't you just leave and come back once we are done? Naruto scoffed at that, although from his tone, he could tell the man didn't really mean the sentiment either. Fat chance, eventually, I will be the next one on the menu. Best to help out a fellow Jinchuriki now and kill a couple goons in the process. Kakuzu growled, a goon? I am not a goon. Kakuzu started running head-on towards Naruto, who was amazed by his sheer speed, closing their considerable distance in less than a heartbeat. Naruto barely dodged a punch that went sailing over his lowered shoulder, silently taking notice that his enemy's skin had changed to a darker color. Seeing an opening, Naruto sent a kick to the man's midsection but felt himself being grabbed and thrown across the water, bringing himself to a halt a few dozen feet away. As soon as he landed, he looked up to see Kakuzu with his fist reared back, preparing to punch him. Naruto quickly countered by throwing his hand up and catching the fist with a palm, shaking with exertion to hold back the Taki ninja's attack. Kakuzu growled and hardened his head, launching a devastating headbutt that immediately broke Naruto's nose and broke his hold over Kakuzu's fist. Without any further waiting, Kakuzu slammed his hardened fist into Naruto's stomach and winded him, leaving him powerless against a few strong punches before he defended himself. Waiting for an opening, Naruto felt Kyuubi's power surge through him and he gripped the man's leg from his prone position. Kakuzu, not expecting the retaliation, felt himself being dragged down and sent straight into a punch that launched him into the air. Naruto quickly picked himself up and went through over 40 hand seals before finishing while Kakuzu was zooming towards the ground. Water release, water dragon bullet. A large water dragon appeared from the water in front of Naruto and launched itself towards the immobilized Kakuzu. Naruto smirked as the dragon rammed head-on into the ninja and took him into its gaping maw, swallowing him whole. I got him. Naruto's elation quickly deflated when the dragon disappeared and left a huffing and dripping wet, but otherwise fine Kakuzu on the ground. Naruto again noticed that all the man's visible skin had turned to a blackened color and was curious by this. Kakuzu explained to him. Earth Grudge Fear, it is the name of this technique you see here, but it does so much more. It is an earth technique, so I was able to beat your water dragon by hardening my body with earth chakra, shielding it from your attack. Naruto's eyes widened. This guy had earth nature too? But I saw him use a water technique before I entered battle. He has 2 affinities? Dual element, intelligent hard work. Naruto watched 2 masks appear over the man's revealed shoulders and both gathered up chakra for something. Not wanting to wait around for the answer, Naruto went through a few hand signs just as Kakuzu released the blast, a water wall appearing in front of him. Naruto soon realized that the combination wind-fire technique was too much for one element and quickly moved away from behind the wall before it collapsed. How many elements does this guy own? Kakuzu silently chuckled at the bespectacled look on the teen's face. He must have realized that he had more than just a couple elements now. 2 can play at this game. He wants a battle of affinities? I'll give him one. Naruto took off in the opposite direction, pumping his legs with chakra to enhance his speed. He ran straight for land, absently taking solace in the fact that Yugito was still in her two tails form fighting the other Akatsuki. He frowned though at seeing her able to do little actual damage to him. She obviously was not prepared to take these men down. Good thing I got their message. Why are you running? I thought you wanted to kill me? Kakuzu mocked in his monotone gravely voice. Oh, I do, just wait a second. Naruto called over his shoulder but stopped when he felt he had gone far enough onto land. He turned around to face Kakuzu who was charging him. Naruto quickly gathered up chakra in his mouth with the dog hand sign. Lava release, lava bullet. Naruto shot out dozens of small globs of lava at a surprised Kakuzu who stopped his charge and backflipped away, observing the new attack. Lava? Using his famed intelligence, Kakuzu searched his knowledge data banks for anyone who could properly use lava release so freely. Two possibilities. Either I am mistaken and this is the four-tailed monkey Jinchuriki, which he most obviously isn't, or this boy is an Uzumaki. I am 91 years old and I still remember the old days where Uzugakure was an extremely powerful nation out in the Isles of Kiri. Since the 5-year siege over 30 years ago, Uzugakure and the Uzumaki have fallen into despair and entanglement in Kiri's net of influence. Why is there still a pureblood alive, and what the hell is he doing with a tailed beast inside of him? Doesn't matter, I guess. This boy must have a pretty big bounty. I might have to break the rules, just this once. While Kakuzu racked his brain with knowledge, Naruto was going through hand seals. He ended with the dog hand sign and stomped his foot onto the ground. The shaking ground awoke Kakuzu and alerted him to something wrong. He was just barely able to dodge the hot lava that took the place of the ground, instead choosing to stand on a piece of rubble. I won't be able to stay on this thing for long, the lava is melting it. Sorting through his options, Kakuzu went through a few hand signs and lowered his hood so his mouth was uncovered. Water release, violent water wave. A large amount of water shot out of the Akatsuki's mouth and hit the boiling lava, slowly cooling it into a solid ash. Naruto scowled and went through more hand signs, intent on keeping the lava field in play for as long as possible. Lava release, fire pillar landscape destruction. Naruto sent his nature chakra into the ground and, combining with the natural magma underground, shot the supercharged heat upwards and through the soil. The battlefield was now a death trap for both combatants. Even Naruto could not survive such heat from the natural artificial lava mix. The lava and fire spirals were now appearing in random spots, somewhat guided by Naruto's will, and they would unexpectedly launch out of the ground attempting to hit Kakuzu with the intense heat. Not bad, kid, you are making this fun. Kakuzu noted, enjoying the challenge he had not felt for a long time. Not since the day I attempted to assassinate the first Hokage have I fought someone with such control over advanced nature chakra, very challenging indeed. Shadow clone technique. Naruto made 24 clones, all with their broadswords out and ready to fight against the Taki ninja. Kakuzu smirked, the battle was getting to the good part, he completely forgot about Hidan and the two tails. Looks like it's time to get serious. Nagara dam, rubble, ground level. Hidan felt the tremors in the ground and quickly glanced in the direction he last saw Kakuzu fighting the intruder. His eyes widened when he saw what looked to be lava shooting out of the ground in the battle zone, often obscuring the scythe user's vision. Looks like Kakuzu's got his hands full over there, wonder who. Hidan couldn't finish his train of thought as he dodged another swipe but was unable to prevent himself from being hit with one of the two tails the cat had. Its fiery qualities led the man to get not only crushed into the ground but burned as well. He once again thanked Jashin for his immortality and promised 100 more souls put to slaughter in his name. Damn it. Why won't you just run out of chakra already, you stupid bitch? The Baijuu appeared to become even more angry after this and charged Hidan, who was yelling out apologies after that. Mwah! With one last blast, the two tails launched the largest fireball yet at Hidan, forcing him to be blasted away from the sheer size of the shock wave. Yugito appeared in the fiery center of the beast, the blue fire slowly receding back into her body as she fell victim to exhaustion. Damn it, I haven't even killed one yet. Looks like I'll have to use my normal chakra. Hidan picked himself up off the ground, snapping a few broken or misplaced bones back into place from his jumbled landing. He looked back at the woman and smirked when he saw the beast's chakra had receded, leaving her vulnerable to his attacks. Ha ha. Now it's time to play. Hidan charged forward, intent on slicing the Jinchuriki with his three-bladed scythe. Yugito pulled out a kunai and began to parry and counter against his attacks, just barely avoiding his attacks each time. Hidan was smirking like a madman, knowing it was only a matter of time before she slipped up and gave him a taste of blood. You can't hold out forever, kitty cat, why don't you just give up? Yugito was getting pissed. She didn't like to lose, especially to men. Fuck you. She backflipped away and got enough distance before her next jutsu. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. A large surge of electricity flowed from Yugito's clasped hands and shot towards a surprised Hidan who was just barely able to dodge it. Damn it, that would have hurt like a bitch. Poor Hidan was not given any time to rest though because, as he was in mid-air from his sidestep was hit by Yugito's arm. The worst part was that Yugito had enhanced her strength with her tailed beast chakra, a blue chakra cloak covering her body. Hidan felt his chest collapse and give way to her amazingly powerful attack. He looked down at her to see her smirking face. Lariat. The Akatsuki was sent flying into a piece of rubble and felt the pain intensify further, eliciting a hurt groan from him. Yugito looked at him with her cat-like eyes and relished in the tailed beast's chakra coursing through her. Not as strong as Killer Bee or Raikage Sama's but still powerful enough to take you down. Yugito took comfort in his pain groans but looked over shoulder when she heard an especially loud explosion close by. She silently cursed herself for losing touch with her surroundings so much, she hadn't noticed the other enemy's odd absence until now. How can someone else be here? Better yet, who can stand toe-to-toe with one of these guys other than me? Curious and feeling like her job was done with Hidan, Yugito took off running towards the large battle that was threatening to spill over the artificial dam. Hidan felt his chest close up and a small scar left to commemorate the wound and he grunted in pain while he pulled himself up. Wiping his lip of the blood that had garnered there, he stalked towards the battle that now occupied his partner and their target. Fucking bitch, that actually hurt. Nagara Dam, ground level. Lava release, lava dragon bullet. Naruto held a dog hand sign as he ran towards Kakuzu who was in turn holding up a hand sign while he ran towards Naruto with the river/lake behind him. Water release, great waterfall technique. A large amount of water shifted and sailed into the air from the nearby water source, hanging over Kakuzu's head and impacted the lava dragon head on. While the dragon was cooled, the rock was still there and Naruto timed his attack perfectly. Kakuzu and Naruto reached punching range and the Akatsuki didn't wait to send a punch straight to Naruto's face, one of which Naruto deftly dodged before he brought up a leg and kicked the man. Kakuzu smirked and held the leg but widened his eyes when a shadow clone flashed to Naruto's left and kicked Kakuzu in the stomach, sending him hurtling back in air. A piece of cooled lava debris fell in front of Naruto's face and he yelled out his next technique, surprising Kakuzu with the sheer speed and timing of it. Earth release, rock blizzard. Naruto gripped the large piece of debris and threw it in front of himself before shattering it into dozens of smaller sharpened pieces from a single punch. These pieces, instead of falling due to gravity, launched themselves towards the still in motion Kakuzu and it appeared as though he would be pierced. Naruto frowned when his attack failed as he had expected it to. The man had hardened his skin and cancelled out Naruto's earth technique with his own. Damn, what's it take to beat this guy? I wonder if Hidan is done with the two tails yet. I don't hear any fighting. Kakuzu absently mumbled loud enough for Naruto to hear as well. While he didn't take his eyes off his opponent, Naruto was also curious as to how his fellow Jinchuriki was faring. Oh, he is done all right. Naruto and Kakuzu looked up to a piece of rubble to see Yugito with her blue chakra cloak still enveloping her, her sharpened canines visible in the smirk she gave Kakuzu. So, Hidan was finally beaten? I must say I'm a bit surprised, but I suppose he had to be incapacitated eventually. Kakuzu shrugged his partner's death off, slightly unnerving the other two. You don't care that he is dead at all? Naruto asked, to which Kakuzu answered with a lazy stare at the blonde Jinchuriki and a slow shake of the head. I'm only here because of my own ambitions, I could care less about Hidan's well-being. Although, leader won't be pleased when he has to give me another partner, no one has lasted as long as Hidan did. Oh well. Well, you won't have to worry about that. Yugito jumped down to stand next to Naruto, sending chakra to her feet allowing her to remain on the lava. Since we will kill you before that happens. Naruto was a bit surprised, he didn't expect her to trust him so quickly. I am wondering though, Yugito whispered to Naruto. Who are you? Naruto smiled. I am Naruto Uzumaki, a hunter swordsman from the village hidden in the mist. I also happen to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I was asked to come here and help you fight off Akatsuki. Yugito gasped at the point where he revealed his Jinchuriki status and she glared at him. What the hell are you doing here? I don't care who asked you to come and help, these men are after the Baijuu inside of us. If you are captured, who knows what will happen? Naruto shook his head, confusing the other blonde. I know what will happen, and whether you believe it or not, I am just as experienced as you Yugito-san. I am a jounin of my village and I have already killed 2 Akatsuki on my own, so I can easily keep up with you. Besides, 11 tails are better than 2, right? Yugito stared at Naruto incredulously until she slowly started to smile. She held out her hand in a quick friend shake. Well then, Naruto Uzumaki, I accept your help. Now let's finish this guy off. Yugito was interrupted by the unexpected arrival from Hidan, who was cursing up a storm. Hey bitch. Our battle isn't over yet. Kakuzu, who the hell is this? Why the hell didn't you kill him and come and help me, you fucking asshole? Kakuzu just lazily stared at Hidan before shrugging. I figured you were dead, but I see you are still alive. Humph. Hidan just stared wide-eyed and had a gaping mouth directed towards Kakuzu. That is all you have to say after I almost die for real? You son of a bitch. I hate you, Naruto and Yugito just watched the exchange with mild interest. Naruto almost wanted to laugh at the two's exchange but decided against it. Shut up, Hidan. Let's just finish these two and then you can bitch all you want. Hidan just glared at him a little more before folding his arms across his chest in a standoff style, looking away in another direction like a pouting child. Fine, but I call dibs on the girly. You'll have both of us. Hidan and Kakuzu turned back to the Jinchuriki pair and noticed both had a tail and animal ears from their chakra cloaks, Yugito's blue and Naruto's red/orange. Both had yelled the statement at the same time as they charged the two Akatsuki, intent on ending them with the help of their Baiju's power. Chapter 10. Battle intensifies, plot thickens. Nagara Dam, ground level. You die now. Naruto growled out as he charged Kakuzu, intent on killing the multi-hearted man. Kakuzu was intrigued by the Jinchuriki's power but went through a sequence of hand seals and two masks appeared over his shoulders again. Naruto's slitted eyes widened before he was blasted by Kakuzu's windfire technique. Got you, hee hee. Kakuzu bragged but felt something approaching behind him and turned to see a chakra fist grasping for him. He jumped away but saw another arm come around grab him, easily gripping his entire waist and pulling him towards Naruto. The Kyuubi's container had one arm pulled back and a purple Rasengan had been formed. Kakuzu was speeding straight towards him without any way to avoid it. Take this. Nine Tails Rasengan. Naruto put the Rasengan in front of the oncoming fist and watched in satisfaction as it hit Kakuzu's heart and sent him exploding backward straight towards a piece of rubble. Kakuzu. Hidan tried to run towards him but was once again stopped by Yugito, a wall of fire blocking his path to his partner. Damn, you little bitch. Hidan charged Yugito but she easily avoided, her speed greatly increased with the cat's chakra flowing through her. Two Tails Fireball. Hidan looked to see her gathering up a mass of chakra in her mouth and began to charge, hoping to get her before she completed it. Oh shit. Hidan was enveloped in blue flames and Yugito smirked in satisfaction. Her elation sunk when she saw the dust clear and Hidan was trying to futilely put out the blue flames on his coat, his face in panic. Damn. If leader finds out I need another cloak, ah shit. Why won't he just die? Thought you had me, didn't you? That's the first time in a while someone made me lose a heart, I must congratulate you. Naruto was now on the defensive as Kakuzu swung at him with his fists, he was now back on his feet. Ruah. Naruto grew a second tail and Kakuzu felt a slight stinging sensation on his skin, courtesy from the demon chakra seeping out. Naruto threw himself at Kakuzu who was barely able to dodge each attack, every one a little more aggressive than the last. Naruto threw a punch and had it caught by Kakuzu. Smirking, he threw a solidified punch at Naruto's cheek. He didn't even flinch. Boil, release, acidic breathe. Naruto coughed out a small mist from his mouth and it hit Kakuzu's revealed face, causing him to scream in agony and move his hands to his face. With the current advantage, Naruto took out his broadsword and funneled fire chakra into it, making the sharpened edges glow and flicker with the flames now dancing on them. Swinging it in a wide horizontal arc, Naruto hit Kakuzu's shoulder but was stopped when the almost blinded man grabbed the sword with his bare hands and pushed against it. Damn you, Jinchuriki. Naruto smirked and reared back his available fist, sending Kakuzu sprawling across the ground onto the water. Chasing after him, the blonde made two Rasengans in either hand and charged the kneeling man who was trying to get some air. Double Rasengan. Kakuzu smirked. Naruto felt himself caught and looked to see his ankles had been latched onto by Kakuzu's hands. Naruto looked at the Taki ninja and saw half his arms underwater, the spindly cords connecting the hands to the rest of the arm. Uh-oh. Looks like you fell into my trap. Naruto watched in horror as Kakuzu's masks appeared again, the fire and wind gathering up energy again. The blast enveloped Naruto, his feet being released only right before the blast hit. Kakuzu scratched the back of his head, watching the newly made steam evaporate into the air after the strong attack. Oops, I killed a Jinchuriki. Leader Kakuzu was interrupted when he heard something approaching from behind and saw two windmill shuriken approaching him. Do you really think that will work? Kakuzu reached out to catch both, but his eyes widened when another shuriken appeared in their shadows. Shadow shuriken technique? Take this. Naruto appeared in a burst of smoke and shoved a Rasengan into Kakuzu's stomach, sending him lurching back after the attack. Quickly going through more hand signs, Naruto charged forward and held two hands up in front of the prone Kakuzu. A water prison appeared around him, preventing him from moving while Naruto still had a free hand. A water prison, eh? Interesting. Kakuzu went silent and Naruto wondered what he was planning. You don't have much time to plan, I'm going to drown you. Naruto went through a small bunch of one-handed seals and slammed his hand onto the water. Lava release, underwater magma trap. Kakuzu's eyes widened when he looked down to see a faint glowing light. It was a small volcano being formed underneath the water. Naruto smirked but turned to see the entire water prison was murky with mud. He could no longer see the prisoner. Dropping the prison, Naruto backed away and saw the mud form into Kakuzu, who was not very happy. I may have lost my water affinity, but I can still take this kid down. Fire release, Grand Fireball. Naruto shot off a fireball only to see the wounded Kakuzu go through the same hand seals, bringing a hand up to his mouth. Fire release, Grand Fireball. The two fireballs collided and the two were launched into a vicious tug of war with each other, pushing chakra into their attack. Naruto broke his attack first and moved to the side, launching a kunai at Kakuzu. The Taki ninja's eyes widened when he recognized the weapon from before. He teleports with that thing, he prefers to hit my right side, so. Naruto teleported but was met with a firm kick to the face that sent him sprawling on the water, surprising him. How the hell did he knew I was going to flash at that spot? You are too easy to read, kid, maybe you should work up a strategy before you use that jutsu again. Kakuzu mocked him before releasing one of his masks from his body. It was the lightning mask that Naruto had not seen for some time. Shadow clone technique. Naruto created 20 clones and launched them at Kakuzu, engaging him in a one-sided sword battle. Kakuzu gripped the long sword of the first clone and pulled on it easily with his earth-enhanced strength, punching the clone and making it disappear. Good, buy me some time. The blonde launched himself towards the lightning mask, intent on destroying it first. The mask turned to face him and launched a large spike of lightning towards his figure, making him dodge. A shadow clone appeared behind the large beast and it turned around on the water to squash it, leaving Naruto free to move. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. A concentrated flow of white-hot fire launched from Naruto's mouth, hitting the strangely shaped body of the mask. It screamed silently in agony before Naruto's clone sent a Rasengan right into its face, destroying the mask for good. 2 masks down, 3 to go. Naruto turned around from the melting black chakra to a punch in the face. Kakuzu towered over him and he had a look of unbridled rage on his face. This little bastard, he's taken 2 of my hearts, I will just have to take his. I don't know why I never took one your clansmen's hearts back when they were around, but now I have a chance to rectify that mistake. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard that and felt himself pinned and sinking underwater, small threads attaching to the armor directly over his heart. You can't escape from me, either you drown or you die from being without a heart. I get what I want either way. Naruto let loose a muffled gasp for air and watched the bubbles float to the surface, the light fading away from him. He felt a heat beneath him and turned his head to see his volcano still intact. It was his finishing move for this fight. Hey Fox. I need some of your chakra so I can get this guy off of me. Fine, damn needy humans. You better kill him this time, playing around with our prey is so boring. Yeah. Naruto felt Kyuubi's chakra surge through him and he broke the iron hold over one of his arms and started to repeatedly punch Kakuzu's hardened face. He felt his knuckles break and reform over and over again, but the Akatsuki would not budge. Lava release, Lava Bullet. Naruto shot off a point-blank bullet of lava right into Kakuzu's face, the combination element defeating the Taki ninja's hardened skin. Desperate to try and get the lava off before it cooled, Kakuzu released Naruto again and ended up regretting it. Now being free to move, Naruto laid a kick over Kakuzu's back and sent him hurtling down towards the active volcano. Seeing that he was being herded towards certain doom, Kakuzu flipped himself over and attempted to swim upwards but was caught by Naruto. I want to kill you, remember? You die here and now, go rot in the center of the earth. Kakuzu could do nothing as he was punched repeatedly in the stomach, edging him farther towards the slowly closing volcano. With a final kick to the stomach, Kakuzu was sent right into the burning lava that was still remaining, thanks to Naruto's chakra. Setting foot on the edge of the lava substance, Naruto went through a few hand signs before slamming both hands onto the earth part of the volcano. Earth release, devouring Earth's subduction. Nothing was heard as the volcano silently sunk underneath the ground, closing like a Venus flytrap around the burning Kakuzu. Naruto returned to the shore for much needed air and to escape the underwater prison. Upon reaching the mangled ruins of the battlefield, Naruto collapsed onto the ground and felt himself blacking out. The last thing he remembered seeing was a flash of gold and nothingness. "Sir, I think the swordsman is out cold." The Kinkaku squad had moved to assist when Naruto had been dragged underwater but now found themselves tending to a victorious blonde. "Is he injured?" Tamura asked. The medic shook his head. "Nothing that won't heal on its own, but the man was cut off by a large explosion and the bounty hunters turned to see Yugito get shot straight through a piece of rubble. She landed amongst a pile of rocks and did not get up." Hidan stalked towards her with a giant smirk on his face, the scythe hanging limply over his shoulder as he walked towards her. "Did you really think you could win? I bet Kakuzu has already gotten the other one and is just waiting for me to finish up. Fucking asshole." Yugito tried to stand but felt all her strength leave her. She had nothing left to fight the enemy with. "Damn it, I'm sorry Kumo." Just as she was about to accept her fate and capture at the hands of Akatsuki, over 15 Kinkaku hunters' body flickered around her, their katana held in a defensive posture. "Kinkaku? What the hell are they? Wait, they must be the chakra signatures Nibi felt before the attack started." "Akatsuki. You will not take a single step further. You have attacked one of our ninja and you will pay for that crime with death." Hidan grew a tick on his forehead. "I hate people that make stupid fucking battle cries like that." Yugito tried to wave them off, to run away, but she was too weak. Tamura looked over his shoulder and shook his head towards the young woman who was struggling to maintain consciousness. "It's all right Yugito-sama, we have everything under control. We will keep both you and Naruto safe, I promise." Yugito's eyes widened a bit at the thought of Naruto and wondered if he was all right. Yugito's half-lidded eyes wandered until they landed on an unconscious Naruto on the ground nearby. A small smile graced her lips. She settled into an unconscious state herself soon after, relieved from her responsibilities and giving Tamura a rein. "Thank Kami." Tamura, without taking his eyes off the smirking Hidan, gave a few hand signals pointing out Yugito and Naruto. Two of his Kinkaku squad members stiffened a bit and disappeared into blurs. The unconscious forms of Yugito and Naruto had gone missing as well. Hidan scowled. Them running was going to make his job a lot harder. "Oi! Kakuzu, go kill those guys and get the damn Jinchuriki ! Kakuzu?" Tamura smirked behind his mask. "Your friend is dead, he was killed by the other Jinchuriki. It's just you, us and a whole lot of ground to cover until you reach Kumo. We won't allow you to make it very far of course." Hidan's eyes widened. Kakuzu was dead? Son of a bitch, bastard would leave me all the work in the end. Probably laughing in his fucking grave, fucking asshole. "What makes you so sure you can kill me when your precious Jinchuriki couldn't?" Tamura frowned. There had to be some way to kill him, right? "Let's find out, shall we?" Tamura and his men launched themselves at the cloaked man. Kumo Mountain Range, 2 miles from Nagara Dam. "How far do you think we should go with these two?" One of the masked hunters asked his partner, adjusting the human package he held behind his back. His partner shrugged. "I doubt the captain would want us to just stop moving with them. We will rendezvous in Kumo." Naruto and Yugito were still unconscious, their arms limply hanging off the ninja's shoulders. The battle had been very exhausting for both of them. Fighting off Akatsuki was no easy feat. Kirigakure, Mizukage Suite. Mei sat in her office, finishing up her paperwork for the day. She neatly stacked her papers in the proper tray and got up from her chair, opting to look out across the village as she enjoyed to do. Her thoughts drifted from her everyday stress and problems back to her fiancé, Naruto. "Naruto, are you alright? Have you won?" To lose Naruto would be a stab to the heart for Mei, and she truly hated sending him out of the village. She would rather tie him up and leave him at home every day she left. "He is a ninja of Kiri now, I can't coddle him. He is powerful as well, probably stronger than I am, and yet I still worry." Of course it was perfectly natural for her to worry given her love and care for him, but it took its toll on her every day he was gone. Mei turned around and went over to her desk to get something. She took out a scroll that she had been writing in every once in a while. It was an idea list for where to have the wedding, she had planned to discuss it with Naruto after she had all the ideas she could think of. Locations for the wedding: Kiri Overlook, hill above Kirigakure. Terumi Uzumaki Estate. Uzugakure Ruins. She wrote in the last one after much thought and indecision. Naruto and Mei had yet to visit their homeland since his arrival, too busy with their duties as ninja to find time. It would be the perfect place actually, Mei mused, Uzumaki being married in Uzugakure. Mei was already thinking of the traditions and customs that they could partake in as true-blood Uzumaki. The marriage ceremonies were marvelous with an old-time feel to them. She could already see Naruto and herself in traditional Uzu clothing walking across the whirlpool vortexes on the eastern coast of Whirlpool. She sighed in happiness. Mizukage-sama? Mei gasped, looking at the door to see Ao with his chosen squad members standing there with curious faces. She had commissioned him for a mission outside the village and lost track of the briefing time. Sorry Ao, just reminiscing about my wedding. Shall we begin? Ao smiled at that. To see the Mizukage happy would bring a smile to any person's face. Yes ma'am. Nagara damn. Ha! Is that all you've got? Hidan was swinging his scythe at any Kinkaku shinobi that would get too close, a murderous smirk on his face. The two sides had been fighting for the past half hour and no end was in sight, but Hidan had easily wounded over half of them. Hiya! Ha ha ha! One unlucky ninja was unable to parry all three blades and was sliced in half by Hidan, who laughed at the dead man's expense. Tamura gritted his teeth and prepared his signature jutsu, tired of this Akatsuki. Lightning release, bolter shot. Hidan's eyebrow quirked at the technique and could only watch in fascination as Tamura pointed his finger at him and squinted his eyes. The white-haired man felt pain in his chest area and looked to see a relatively small hole right over his heart, the lightning shot going straight through the organ. Tamura's eyes widened when, instead of falling over dead, Hidan poked his finger through the hole and laughed a crazed chuckle. Ha 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 ha. That tickled, the pain felt so perfect. Tamura and his men were shocked. What the hell was this guy? Charge him again. Hit him from all sides. The shinobi let out a battle cry and charged the smirking Hidan. Tamura launched his katana at Hidan's weapon arm, hoping to at least distract him. Hidan countered the captain's attack with his scythe while he used his other arm to grab his metallic spike and blocked another katana. One of Tamura's subordinates launched his attack on Hidan's vulnerable front side but was beaten down with a perfectly timed kick to the chin, sending him down for the count. Hya! Two golden masks surged their katana with lightning energy and sent them straight through Hidan's abdomen. They looked up to see Hidan looking at them with an annoyed scowl and a fake yawn as if their attack was nothing. Ow! That kind of hurt you little bastards. Hidan flexed his arm muscles and Tamura tensed up. Jump away, now. Not a second too soon, the four ninja jumped away before Hidan freed himself and sliced the air in front of him. Sighing, Tamura relaxed his muscles and took up a leisure concentrated stance in front of the Akatsuki, his breathing leveling out and chakra coursing across his skin. Raikage-sama, please forgive me. Lightning release, lightning armor release. A thick screen of electricity sparked and took shape over Tamura's body, surprising his men and earning the intrigue of the scythe man. Oh, what's T? Hidan was unable to finish when Tamura disappeared and reappeared right in front of him, elbowing him hard in the stomach. The attack sent him flying and brought him crashing into a piece of rubble, but this did not stop the Kinkaku's onslaught. Each punch and kick brought the force of 1,000 more with a lightning enhancement, quickly bringing Hidan's curiosity to an annoyed anger. Ah! Get off of me! Tamura was straddling Hidan, laying punch after punch into his face with no real effect. Hidan was finally able to hook his leg under Tamura and with a strained grunt pushed him off and swung his scythe, cutting right through the Kumo-nin's armor and making it look like confetti. Ah! The captain fell into a heap against a pile of rubble, clutching his bleeding chest and watched his executioner walk towards him. I'm gonna make this slow. Hidan brought up his scythe with two hands and was about to bring it down when one of the Kinkaku shinobi jumped on his back and pierced his neck with a kunai. Hidan started to gurgle on his own blood but fought to shake off the man who was grasping onto what was left of his cloak. Another Kumo-nin rammed into Hidan's stomach and tried to make the bigger man fall onto his back, but Hidan held strong and began to beat the man's back with his fist. The final squad member rushed in and elbowed Hidan right in the face, bringing the Akatsuki down with a heap onto the ground. The man on his back rolled away to safety. Tamura was now up with his katana in his hands, now holding his weapon in an executioner fashion above his head with both hands. Hidan looked up at him with a look that no one had seen him make in a long time, absolute fear. Why won't you just die? With every ounce of strength he had left, Tamura brought his weapon down onto the man's neck and severed Hidan's head from his body, bringing an end to the fight. Huffing from sheer exhaustion, he moved to see to his men but stopped when he heard a growl from behind him. Slowly turning around, his eyes threatened to leave his head when he saw Hidan's head still talking and glaring at him. "Oi! You bring my body over here right now and put me back together so I can kick your fucking ass." Pure anger and adrenaline the only thing fueling his body, Tamura ran towards Hidan's terrified head and punted it right into the lake. Tamura looked over the edge of the water and watched the head sink down into the murky liquid. The thought would surely haunt him for some time after. He dusted off imaginary dirt on his gloved hands and gave a tired smirk to his men. "Well, all in a day's work, boys." And with that, the Kinkaku captain rightfully collapsed, brought down by the fight that had defeated the Jinchuriki as well. He fell into sleep content with the knowledge that they had won and Akatsuki had lost. 2 days later, Kumagakure, hospital. Naruto opened his eyes to see white, just white. At first panicking because he thought he was dead, he decided to look left and found a sleeping Yugito in a hospital bed of her own. Naruto reasoned that they had been taken to a relatively large city in Lightning Country and patched up, but where exactly they were and what the situation with Akatsuki were the big questions on his mind. Stretching his muscles, he felt that he had the strength to get up and slowly pulled himself out of bed. He wobbled slightly and noticed his clothing was neatly folded on a nearby chair but started to chuckle when he saw a small trench where someone dragged his sword across the floor. It was leaning against the wall next to his clothes. Hee, too bad for the floor. Quickly pulling on his clothing and weapons, Naruto prepared to head out of the room and head for Kiri but was stopped by a hand gripping his arm. He turned his head to see a pleading Yugito in her revealing hospital gown. She tightened her grip on his sleeve, obviously not wanting to leave so soon. "I never got the chance to thank you. You didn't think you were going to get away so easily now, did you?" Yugito said, smirking, and Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his head nervously. "Sorry, I didn't mean to leave so suddenly like this, but I need to head back home. I've already taken too much of Kumo's care and time, I don't want to impose." Yugito scoffed at that. Kumo would regard him as a hero, not as a weakling. "Nonsense, there is nothing wrong with you being here. And why do you have to leave so soon?" Naruto glanced at her and saw what she was obviously hinting at with her half-lidded eyes and slight shake of her hips. He chuckled nervously again with a blush, hoping to not get beaten for this by her or Mei. "Well, you see." Naruto pushed his pointer fingers together nervously. "I'm engaged." Yugito's eyes widened. "Engaged? Wha?" Naruto just nodded dumbly. If he had never met Mei and instead come to Kumo, maybe he would have been with Yugito instead. "No one can replace my whirlpool goddess, not even Yugito." "Well, putting that aside." Yugito tried to move away from the subject, obviously disappointed that Naruto was taken. "I've been racking my brain for a way to thank you for rescuing me and I came up with a great idea." Naruto was interested in this. What could it be? "Yes, what is it, Yugito-san?" Naruto asked after her drawn-out pause. Yugito smiled. "Training. I'm sure I can show you a few non-Kumo techniques and even a few skills that can only be used by us Jinchuriki." Naruto's mouth was open in surprise. She would be willing to teach him? "I can't, I mean." Yugito just quieted him with a finger over his mouth. She even giggled when he began to blush. "Such a shame he's taken. I would have loved to get a date. I mean, you can see the muscles bulging out of his armor, they're so big." "Meow. Let me just get dressed and we can get started, it shouldn't take too long." Naruto was still in a daze and Yugito smirked, already starting to rid herself of the uncomfortable gown. "Naruto?" The teen turned to her and she giggled. "Do you plan on staying in the room and watching me take off my clothes?" Naruto's mouth was agape in surprise before he started to stutter out apologies while he ushered himself out of the room. "Yes, very cute indeed." Kirigakure, 1 week later. Naruto flashed to the front door of the Terumi Uzumaki estate, feeling tired after a week's worth of training in Kumo. While he enjoyed his stay in the city hidden in the clouds, he wanted to return home every second he was there. Naruto crept into the house, silently waving off to the ceremonial Onbu guards at the door who nodded in response. It was in the late evening and if Naruto knew Mei, she was taking her nightly shower right now. Moving slowly up the stairs and giddy with anticipation of his beautiful fiancée's body, Naruto was just barely able to walk right. Seeing the lights on in the bathroom, Naruto moved to his old room and stowed away his armor and weapons, leaving him only in his underclothes. He opened the door and felt himself assaulted with the humid mist generated from the steamy shower. Mei's shampoo and natural fragrance surrounded him as he took off his clothes. Mei was humming a small tune her mom had taught her when she was young, an old Uzumaki folk song for peace and rejoice. She often enjoyed singing or humming tunes when she was alone or stressed. It helped her keep calm. She needed it especially now. Naruto had not returned and it had been almost 2 weeks. Even though she received a message from Kumo a few days ago detailing that Naruto was safe and victorious, Mei was still not very pleased with not having her future husband home. She ceased moving her hands through her ankle-length hair when she felt strong arms wrap around her, jolting her senses. She cursed herself for not noticing the person's presence before but calmed immediately when she heard Naruto's voice speak softly to her ear. "I'm home, Mei-heim." She smiled, overjoyed that he came back to her unharmed. Mei turned around in his arms and kissed him passionately, not wanting to let go of the blonde. Naruto responded in kind and kissed back with equal ferocity. He had missed his princess while he was away for so long. Breaking the kiss, they looked into each other's eyes and knew words were not needed to express the happiness of their reunion. "Naruto-koi, I'm so happy you're back." Naruto nodded and tightened his hold on her smaller frame. Mei smirked when she felt Naruto's hand move to her rear, and when he began to nibble on her neck she started to giggle. "Someone missed me, Mei allowed herself to be pushed against the shower wall and craned her neck so as to reveal more of her skin that Naruto seemed to have an appetite for. Author's note: there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. The lovers just stayed in the middle of the shower holding each other for some time before they got out and dressed themselves for bed. Upon arriving in the bedroom, Naruto led Mei to sit on the bed and held both of her hands, causing her to become curious as to what he was doing. "Naruto-koi?" Naruto smiled, trying to reassure her there was nothing wrong. "Mei-heim, we haven't had much time to spend together lately, have we?" Mei frowned, slowly shaking her head negatively. The two had little time for each other with their duties. It was a source of much unhappiness for both. "I want tomorrow to be just about us, alright Mei? How about you and I just go out and be together all day, not worrying about our duties for once?" Mei looked at him with surprise and thoughtfulness, not expecting this from Naruto. Well, a Mizukage taking off would look horrible on the record. Naruto frowned while Mei started to smile. "But I think I can make an exception for my fiancé for one day. It's a date." Naruto looked at her with a happy smile and kissed her softly, glad she agreed. They laid themselves down on the bed and snuggled up with one another, happy that they were now back in each other's arms and that they would finally have some time for each other. Amiga Kur. Pain, we have received word that Hidan and Kakuzu have failed. The two tails remains as did the one tail. A blue-haired woman alerted a bright orange-haired man that stood looking out across an industrialized city. The pierced man sighed and looked back at the equally pierced woman. Little emotion other than stoic annoyance could be found from his features. This unknown enemy hunting us is a formidable one indeed. However, Pain turned around to look at the city again. It is strange that someone would risk their lives in such a manner to save Jinchuriki, who are known to be total social outcasts for what they carry in them. So it leaves only one possibility as to the culprit. Konan's eyes widened for only a second in recognition. "You mean?" Pain turned to her and stared into her amber eyes with his ring-purple ones. "Yes, a fellow Jinchuriki is hunting us and I would like to find out which one so I can stop him. Myself if need be." Konan's eyes widened again. "He would take care of the enemy?" "I will alert Zetsu immediately." Pain. Unnamed Kiri Isle. Hyo stood with his small squad of fellow route members. They had made a base camp on one of the smaller islands off the coast of Kiri for their mission. He reviewed the plan one more time in his head, having already destroyed the mission scroll given to him by Sai. "Naruto Uzumaki, we will stop your little vacation to Kiri. You insolent little whelp, actually thinking you could just leave Konoha? The Nine Tails belongs to us." Chapter 11. Date, plans and a trap is set. Terumi Uzumaki Estate. Naruto opened his eyes, the window bringing the early morning sun rays right into his retina, forcing him to bury himself in his pillows. In this case, Naruto happened to snuggle further into Mei's large breasts, who was still asleep. She moaned in appreciation and quietly moaned his name. Smiling, Naruto kissed up her chest and landed on her lips, to which he kissed all around them until finally launching his tongue into her open mouth. "I'm being especially daring this morning. I suppose I'm still excited about our date today." Mei opened her eyes and awoke to Naruto jamming his tongue down her throat. It surprised and enticed her. Sending her tongue after his, her arms wrapped around his neck and they shared a passionate morning kiss. Breaking it, the two looked into each other's eyes. Both were practically sparkling. "Good morning, Naruto-koi." She smiled at him, to which he returned with one of his own. "Morning, Mei. Are you ready for our date today?" She nodded, excited about the plan for today. "I think I'll get him to discuss our wedding and other things today." she thought with a blush. We better get ready, we can't stay in bed all day, can we? Naruto suggested, to which Mei moaned, hugging her blonde pillow tightly around his waist. Aw. But can't we stay in bed a little longer, Naruto? Naruto just smiled and shook his head, doing his best to ignore the fake tears and puppy dog eyes she was giving him. I'm afraid not, Mei, there is a lot to do today. Mei sighed and slowly released him from her embrace, climbing out of bed completely naked. She smirked as Naruto ogled her while she put on her underwear, purposely putting them on slowly for him. You are such a pervert, Naruto. She told him with her hands on her hips, trying her best to look angry when she really wasn't. His perverted qualities served to excite Mei much more than they annoyed her. Hey, when you have a beautiful fiancé, these things tend to happen, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders with an innocent look. Mei giggled. Well, I have a handsome fiancé, but I don't, ogle. Mei fully turned around from dressing herself to see Naruto was still naked. His piece was erect after watching her put on her clothing. Naruto smirked. You don't what, Mei? I didn't quite catch that. Shaking her head to escape from fantasies, Mei just scoffed and turned to walk out of the room. Get dressed, mister, we have a date and much to discuss. The way she emphasized much made him very interested in what she wanted to speak about, so he quickly pulled on his black undershirt and pants before deciding to go with the simple Kiri-jounen vest. It was a dark gray vest that had 2 large breast pockets either side. Small shoulder plates jutted out from where his shoulders were. The collar on the vest was also very high, and Naruto always complained that it made him uncomfortable, but the quartermaster would hear none of it. It'll protect you from decapitation, kid. I probably saved your life by giving you this vest. Blah blah. If a ninja is strong enough, he shouldn't get into the position where he could be decapitated. He adjusted his forehead protector, checking it in the mirror and making sure it fit snugly on his forehead. The final piece were 2 black, fingerless gloves with metal protectors on the back. Mei always told him for a guy he spent way too much time on appearance, but Naruto always enjoyed getting dressed into his ninja gear. It made him feel legit. Naruto. Do you need me to help me with your makeup? I think I would be better suited for it. Naruto groaned at Mei's mocking. He wouldn't hear the end of it if the guards told anyone about this. It's called being mature, Mei, maybe you should try it sometime. It got eerily quiet after that, and Naruto was a little afraid to leave the room. Moving over to the sliding door, he cautiously opened the door a bit to peek out and saw no one in front of the door. Sighing in relief, Naruto opened the door and turned left, only to be stopped by an irate Mei. She was tapping her foot on the floor angrily. Mei, hi, me? His answer was a fist to the face. An Uzumaki was all for fun and pranks, but their stubbornness and anger were very infamous too. Mei towered over his unconscious body with a big smirk. She began to drag him by his feet downstairs to the living room. The Uzumaki may have been a patriarchal clan, but the Uzumaki women were always known for keeping their men in check. Poor Narukoi, he's the head of the clan and yet he gets dominated by his fiancée, hee. Kirigakure. Naruto and Mei walked out of the estate with looped arms, their hands interlocked with one another. Naruto was sweating bullets after the tense morning encounter, and Mei just had a big happy smile on her face, a little too happy. Walking through town to their chosen destination, Naruto and Mei made small talk about the nature and history of Kiri itself. Mei was always happy to give detail on its past with the blonde. Upon arriving at the village's park, the couple moved off to the grassy field and away from the more populated areas of the park. It was another sunny day in Kiri and they wanted to soak up the warm rays. They also didn't want anyone to disturb them while they were together. Naruto pulled out the cloth he had been carrying in his pocket and laid it out on the ground. They had decided to have a nice picnic today and just talk. Mei sat down on the cloth and took off the bag she was carrying on her shoulder. She had opted to attempt to fix their food today. Naruto had reluctantly agreed after she had set her mind to becoming the best housewife for him. He really didn't mind all the cooking he had to do, but she insisted. Taking out her own meal first, Mei observed the simple meal of fish and rice, the fish itself being another of the rare species found near Uzu country. Naruto's mouth was watering now. He couldn't wait to see what Mei tried to make him. Here, Naruto. She quickly thrust out his meal with her head bowed low, anxious and embarrassed at what his reaction to her cooking attempt would be. Naruto looked at the meal and smiled. It was ramen. No one, not even Mei, could make bad ramen in Naruto's book, so he took the noodles with his favorite pork meat and had a cautious bite. Mei looked on with wide eyes as he had moved the noodles and meat to his mouth, anxious for his reaction. So, how is it, Naruto-koi? Naruto chomped on the noodles and savored the flavor before swallowing, putting down his dish and looking at Mei with a serious face. She seemed to shrink under his gaze. It was good. You are definitely getting better, Mei. I can't wait to have more of your home cooking. Mei just got teary-eyed and looked down at the ground. Naruto was afraid he had said something wrong. He reached out with his arm but was literally blown back when Mei suddenly shot back up and pumped her fist into the air in victory. Yes. I'm doing better. One day I'll get to cook for Naruto Koi and our children, woohoo! Naruto outright blushed at the sound of children, but Mei seemed totally oblivious. After she had calmed down and they resumed eating, Naruto decided to raise the discussion on the future of their relationship. Hey Mei, you mentioned kids a little while ago. Have you already decided that you want children, with me? Mei looked at him incredulously, as if she couldn't believe he didn't think that already. Of course I'm going to end up having your children, Naruto Koi. I know you want to bring back our clan, and both of us being purebloods means that our children will be guaranteed to carry the Uzumaki Kage Genkai. I am prepared and know my place as your wife and future matriarch of the clan. Naruto frowned. He didn't expect her to think of the pregnancy as all business. Sure, he wanted to bring the Uzumaki back, but only if Mei herself wanted to as well. He would never force her to have children with him, he just couldn't. He grabbed a hold of both of her hands and saw her look at him curiously. Mei, I don't want you to think that us having children is just to carry on the line or anything. I want to bring the clan back, but I also want to be able to love and care for my children along with my wife, you. You don't seriously think that's the only reason to have children, right? Mei looked surprised for a moment but then smiled, squeezing his hands with her own slender ones. Of course Naruto, I just wanted to let you know that I am prepared to have many children with you. I'm not even doing it for the clan really, I'm doing it because I love you and I wanted to have your children. I've wanted kids for quite some time now. I never thought for a second though that I would meet you and we would bring the clan back together. I love you and I will love our children with equal passion. There is nothing more that I want than to be a mother married to you with our little Uzumaki running through the house. It would be like a dream come true. Naruto had tears in his eyes after hearing that. He had no idea she wanted to have children so bad. She wanted his children. He brought her into a tight embrace she was quite happy to receive, returning it back to him. Mei, I'm so happy that I have found you. I love you so much. She gently stroked his hair as he cried into her shoulder, glad they were able to talk about their future together. I love you too, Naruto Koi. After calming down from their emotional embrace, the two decided to lie down on their backs and watch the clouds. So Naruto, where would you like to have our wedding? Mei turned to face him as he looked at her, their hands intertwined as they lay there. Naruto looked like he was thinking, but then he just started smiling. It doesn't matter where we get married, Mei, just as long as you're happy. Mei smiled. It was the answer she had expected from Naruto. I was deciding that we could maybe go to Uzugakure? Naruto's eyes widened. Uzugakure? Why go there, Meiheim? She sighed. Why not, Narukoi? We are Uzumaki and we should marry in Uzugakure, don't you think? We could follow all the old traditions and customs, we can wear our Uzu uniforms, walk the whirlpool fields, or even take a dive to see the reefs off the coast. Uzugakure is such a wonderful place, Narukoi. The way you describe it, I just want to go and live there, Naruto joked, while in reality he really did want to live there. I agree, maybe someday we can. They looked at each other, just smiling at their dreams of grandeur. Mei, can you tell me about the history of Uzu? I know you've told me some already, but you really have left out most of the recent events. Mei looked a bit downtrodden before perking up for Naruto's sake. He deserved to know the history. Alright Naruto, where would you like me to begin? Naruto thought about it for a second. How about the time when my mother was born, around 35 years ago? Mei looked up at the sky, trying to bring up her limited knowledge on the Uzumaki past. Well, 35 years ago, tensions between Kiri and Uzu spilled over into a war between the two nations. The boundary disputes and the lack of cohesion between the bordering countries led them to have great anger towards one another. Really, the Uzumaki were so different from the mainland that we really did need our own island country. We were our own culture, but Kiri would not listen to reason. Naruto frowned, wondering if Uzu was really worth a war between the two countries. While Kiri had numbers on their side, no one in their right mind underestimated our clan with the Kage Genkai. The Uzumaki were a small clan of purebloods surrounded by dozens of branch families that filled our population and were the real working class. The relationship between the branches and the head family were strained at best. At times, all the branch could be considered were glorified slaves, used only to work and serve the head family, and in desperation, reproduction. When the Uzumaki went to war, so did the branch families. Naruto continued to listen, enraptured by the history. Wait Mei, if the branch weren't true Uzumaki, that meant they didn't have the bloodline, right? Mei nodded. But how were they able to help us win if they didn't have a bloodline to help them? Well, Naruto, we both know that bloodlines only enhance ninja, they do not make the shinobi. While it is true the branches rarely had anyone with the bloodline, they were skilled shinobi and weapon users. Their primary weapons were a bit old-fashioned for the current times, often consisting of long spears and shields or even short swords. The Uzumaki went to war with our usual pride and confidence, some even boasting that Kiri would fall within 3 days, just in time for hurricane season. Thinking back, they were fools. It was the one time that Uzumaki pride got in the way of our better judgment, but that quality wasn't our downfall, stubbornness was. Stubbornness? Naruto questioned, to which Mei just nodded. Yes, Naruto, the war at first went well for the Uzumaki. Kiri was first met on our home turf. They had been preparing an invasion fleet with not only shinobi but the daimyo soldiers as well. We met them on eastern coast of Uzu country. The whirlpools were always harsh to sea vessels, even the Uzumaki, but we always knew just the right way to ride the storm. Kiri was not so lucky. Their ships appeared to sail through clear skies and safe seas the entire voyage, while in reality the entire fleet was under an illusion by some of our best genjutsu masters. By the time they realized that they were in a trap, half their fleet had been sunk and the rest was under attack by the Uzumaki. They never stood a chance. For all intents and purposes, the war should have been over right there, but then, he came. Naruto was on the edge of his seat now. Who was he? Who came? Mei. She shook in silent anger for a few moments before whispering his name. Madara Uchiha. Naruto was shocked. Madara Uchiha was the one who stopped the Uzumaki? What? But how? Why? Mei calmed herself and took a deep breath. Soon after the war started, Madara had apparently entered Kiri after drifting throughout the world after being rejected from his clan during the time of the first Hokage. Upon arriving in Water Country, he took advantage of the fact that Kiri had prepared for war and left the capital defenseless. Gathering a few loyal followers, he launched an attack and killed the second Mizukage. After the coup, he proclaimed himself the third Mizukage and immediately led what was left of the army and hit the Uzumaki vanguard. She slammed her fists together to give off the effect of the two armies attacking one another. Naruto could only imagine the battle in his mind. Our clan leader dueled Madara in close combat, Kekkei Genkai versus Kekkei Genkai. In the end, our leader was struck down, but it was not enough to demoralize Uzumaki. You can take down our commander, but all we'll do is get angry, and that makes us stubborn. The battle continued until that bastard tried his newest dojutsu ability, the ability to transport people or objects to another time and space. Naruto saw where she was heading with this. The thought alone scared him. He teleported the entire army? Mei just nodded solemnly. Yes, I don't know how he did it or if that really is how he did it, but what happened is in history. Madara Uchiha defeated the vanguard and laid siege to Uzugakure for 5 years. 5 years? Naruto was amazed by the amount. Yes, that is where our stubbornness led to our downfall. In reality, we really had no other choice. Madara did not offer an armistice or chance to surrender. We had to fight. The siege brought about the creation of what could very well be the most powerful jutsu ever created by the Uzumaki clan. The ability or knowledge of how to create it has been lost over the years since. The greatest jutsu, ever? What was it called? Mei smiled a bit, pride of their clan getting the better of her. Great Uzumaki Vortex. It is sometimes referred to as the Great Funnel Cloud or the Landlocked Whirlpool. It is described as a giant vortex or tornado that envelops an area of land. This technique was erected around the entire island of Uzu and stretched high into the sky, higher than any ninja could ever hope to reach. We are unsure of the exact use of the jutsu other than the strong wind that it is presumed to be made of. It was surely a difficult obstacle to get around from the Kiri perspective. The jutsu was extremely tiring for those using it, however, and I believe it was rumored that the entire Uzumaki clan save the branch families had to work together to maintain it. How they were able to do it is unknown, but the siege was a bloody affair for both sides. Eventually though, the Uzumaki could no longer hold off the innumerable Kiri forces and they were defeated. They both frowned at that. Even though it had already happened, they were still sad to hear it. We were forced to make reparations that we could never truly pay or become part of Kiri. Our surviving clansmen were faced with the unthinkable: give up our independence officially or become the economic slaves of the prosperous Kiri. Either way, we lose. Naruto finished for her, his fist shaking in anger. That we did. Our elders eventually settled for becoming part of Kiri. That was the end of Uzugakure as an independent country and the end of the Uzumaki clan. Enticed by both the weakness of the head clan and the past atrocities committed by the Uzumaki, the branches left immediately for a better life that was being offered in Kiri. The Uzumaki did their best to remain on their home soil, but eventually everyone realized it was a lost cause and our clan fragmented, drifting apart into what it is now. Your mother went to Konoha as a bright young teenager, I suppose. She must have been one of the last to leave the home country pending her age. I on the other hand was taken by my father, who was from the head family, and we left with mother's branch who came to Kiri. Since that day, we rarely spoke of the past that I have little memory of and called ourselves Terumi, my mother's branch name. I was blessed and cursed when I was given the gene for our bloodline, but now that I have met you, I know that it truly was the best blessing I could have received. Naruto smiled and leaned in to kiss Mei, who happily met him halfway. The Uzumaki clan may no longer be, but these two were definitely prepared to bring it back. Kirigakure, streets. The couple walked along with each other towards the estate, the day coming near to a close. The passers-by would look and clap for the two. The relationship was known everywhere because of either shinobi's status. A more daring girls would whistle for Naruto, and Mei looked about ready to launch a lava bullet in each of their faces. Now, Mayheim. They don't mean Mei interrupted him, a twisted smile on her face. Naruto, shut up before I kill you. Naruto just ducked his head down. Yes, Mayheim. Mei smirked. Good boy. She patted him on the head for good measure before turning her attention back to where the girls were, only to find a staggering Ao come towards them on the street. He was mangled and bloodied, his uniform was torn to shreds and his face was mangled, but it was still Ao. Ao. Ao senpai. Both shinobi ran up to him right before he collapsed onto the ground, deftly caught by Naruto, who laid him gently onto the ground. The man attempted to salute the Mizukage but ended up coughing more blood onto himself, almost choking him. What happened to you, Ao? The man attempted to form words but only gurgled up more fluids. Naruto and Mei both knew he didn't have long. Mei, I'll take him to the hospital. You should head to the Mizukage suite and coordinate the ninja corp. We have to find his unit and who did this to him. Mei nodded and watched as Naruto disappeared in a vortex of water before she herself left the scene as well. Kirigakure, hospital, recovery room. At the moment, Naruto sat next to a bed where the occupant was hooked up to way too many machines for the young blonde to count. He was unsure whether the older man would make it or not, but he wasn't ready to give up on him yet. As soon as Mei called for him, Naruto would go find who did this and make them pay. Who would do this? Ao is one of the best ninja from Kiri and he isn't even a swordsman. Whoever they were though, they seemed to really want to get his Byakugan away from him. Perhaps it was. Naruto was awoken from his thoughts by a low gurgle and saw Ao trying to get up. He was quickly stopped by Naruto. Ao senpai, you can't move yet. You're hurt very badly and you need rest. Don't worry about those guys who did this to you. We'll get them. I promise. Ao didn't seem satisfied. He kept grasping for something and made motions in the air with his hands, confusing Naruto. What is it? Do you want to write something? Ao attempted to smile and nodded. Naruto got up and found a piece of paper and pencil nearby, handing them to the man. While his ability to write with his wounds was subpar, he was able to scribble some writing onto the parchment and shakily gave it back to Naruto. The swordsman took it and read the 2 words scrawled onto the message. His hands began to shake from the myriad of emotions running through him. The paper fell to the ground and in a flash Naruto had left the hospital, heading straight for home to get his equipment ready. Ao fell back into his pillow and felt a rush of sedatives push him into a deep slumber. The note lay untouched on the ground. The 2 words were an act of treason, they were an act of war, they had Naruto on a warpath. Konoha, route. Kirigakure, Mizukage suite. The suite was in a flurry of activity. Mei summoned squad after squad of shinobi, all receiving their orders and disappearing right before the next group came in. The village was to be searched and the surrounding islands scoured for traces of Ao's team and the possible perpetrators of the crime. Kiri was taking no chances. These people have killed some of my own, I will hunt them down like dogs. Naruto appeared in front of an angry and anxious Mei. She looked ready to lash out at anything that crossed paths with her the wrong way. He had on his armor and mask, the broadsword fitted tightly to his back and his equipment all stowaway in his pouches and scrolls. I know who did this, I'm going to go confront the source now, Mizukage-sama. Mei gave her attention to Naruto, her eyes gleaming with anger and anticipation. Who did this, Naruto? Naruto growled. Root, he hissed out the name like it was poison, Mei also visibly recoiling at it. You mean Konoha? Konoha is involved? Naruto shook his head negatively. I highly doubt Ba-chan even knows about this. Danzo operates in the dark with his operations. If there is anyone to blame, it is him and him alone, and I'm going to go bring him to justice. Mei stared into Naruto's veiled eyes, her leadership skills taking over. No, it's too risky. He is on his home turf in Fire Country, attack him and all of Konoha will be breathing down your neck. We will eliminate his lackeys first then proceed with diplomatic. Naruto slammed his fist down onto the desk, cracking its wooden frame. Those monsters killed a whole squad and left Ao-senpai permanently crippled. I'm going to kill those bastards. Danzo won't stop no matter what we do, and Konoha and Tsunade are powerless to stop him even if they wanted to. Mei glared at her fiancé. He was not making this any easier on her. I understand that, but there is nothing we can do, Naruto. Naruto scoffed and walked towards the door, fed up with the politics and niceties of being a kage. I'm going, you'll thank me soon enough. Before Mei could utter another word, Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash. Her arm was outstretched towards the door, desperately trying to pull him back to her. She lowered the arm after a few long moments, her face tilted towards the floor. Salty tears fell down her cheeks as she broke down. Her fiancé truly had sent himself into the lion's den and he may not be able to escape this time around. Naruto. Konoha Forest, 5 miles north from Konoha. Naruto appeared at a marked tree, his Hiraishin seal on it flashed for a moment before disappearing again, leaving Naruto alone in a dark forest. Alright Fox, it's time we use your sensing abilities to help me find them. What makes you think they are anywhere near here? Shouldn't they be back around Kiri? No, once Root gets the job done they always return right back to their master, Danzo. They act like dogs trying to appease their owner by following orders, pitiful. It doesn't matter anymore though, as soon as I find them, there will be no more Root or Danzo. Whatever, just start heading to Konoha while I try and pinpoint their location. Naruto got his bearings and broke out into a run, heading straight for his old hometown. A few minutes later, Naruto heard a grunt in the back of his mind and heard Kyubi point out the direction in which he had to go. Moving out at speeds most would have found impossible, Naruto caught sight of 4 robed figures moving quickly through the underbrush. They were fast approaching Konoha. He spied them and saw the telltale Onbu masks and white robes of the Black Ops in Konoha. They were covered in blood head to toe. Sir, the mission was a success? One of the subordinates asked the leading figure. Yes it was, leader told us to kill the hunter squad and leave one alive, for what reason though I don't know. Naruto growled, so they left Ao alive on purpose. We will just have to trust leader-sama. Another one of them added. They all silently agreed with the man. Upon arriving near the gates, the 4 got off the main road and went to what seemed to be just more bushes and grass. The leader held up a hand sign and the image of the grass disappeared to be replaced with a small manhole, large enough for only one person to fit at one time. Naruto watched them all enter the base, taking note of the location for future use. Once the last one had gone underground, Naruto quickly dropped from his hiding spot and moved to the manhole. He uncovered it and slapped his bare hand on the ground next to the exit. A small seal appeared and it gave a quick exit to Naruto should he need one. Entering the base, Naruto had officially infiltrated the hornet's nest. Konoha, underground caverns, root base. Naruto stalked the halls, keeping out of sight and trying his best to stick to the shadows. Fortunately, the only thing lighting the place were some strategically placed torches and candles, allowing Naruto to easily slide along the sides of the walls under the cover of darkness once he shut off the lights. Coming across the first door he found, he read the sign over it and smiled. Living quarters, Block A. Naruto psyched himself before opening the door. He snuck in and saw evenly spaced bunk beds with all the operatives either sleeping or missing entirely. Creating a few dozen shadow clones, Naruto got to work annihilating the root forces, one member at a time. He moved from room to room. He was the shadow on the wall that no one thought to look to, the one man out of place. By the time any root members could realize what was going on, they were dead on their feet. The lucky ones were killed while they slept. Simple slits to the throat were all they received. Upon arriving at 2 double doors labeled Mess Hall, Naruto stood with his clones and kicked the door down, arriving to a sparsely inhabited gymnasium-sized room. The only people there other than him were none other than Hyo and his squad. They all looked towards him with what was surely surprise under their masks. Kiri? What the hell are they? One of them began to question Naruto's arrival before a kunai was launched and a flash appeared. His squad members were horrified as they saw his head hit the floor. Naruto stood with his broadsword out, facing the root soldiers with a rage that few had ever seen him have. He was going to kill every single one of them no matter what it took. You, die now, root scum. Naruto and his clones charged, quickly overwhelming Hyo and his squad. The Konoha shinobi fought bravely but were eventually cut down by the sheer amount of enemies attacking them. Hyo was the last one remaining. He was bloody and beaten, His tanto broken in two and his mask broken in half, and he watched Naruto make his way towards him, ready to execute the root operative. Danzo-sama, help! Naruto continued to make his way towards the panicking man before he saw the door open directly in front of him. Hyo's back was to it. The Anbu turned around and saw his leader, Danzo, standing in the doorway glaring at Naruto. Yes. Danzo-sama will defeat him. Good job, Hyo, you have fulfilled your duty. Hyo's eyes widened when he heard those words and turned around only to see a sword come around towards his neck. Naruto decapitated the man, leaving nothing but shock on the betrayed man's face. Hyo's last thoughts were on his leader, the man he had put all his life and loyalty into. Danzo-sama, you betrayed us all. Hello, Ninetales. Naruto growled, taking a step closer to the older man. Danzo held his ground, clearly unfazed by the threatening demeanor that Naruto was showing. Danzo, you will pay for what you have done. Danzo smiled, he actually almost felt like laughing. I have done nothing wrong, everything that has been done has been for the betterment of Konoha. If you would have remained in your place like you should have, you would have played a part in that as well. Naruto scoffed, no way would he serve him. I would never have followed your orders, Danzo. Danzo just shook his head, disappointed at the boy. You say that, but what if I could make it so you didn't have a choice? Naruto's eyes widened, what did he mean? No time to find out, I have to get him before he tries something. Naruto charged towards Danzo, closing the distance between them in seconds. Suddenly, the blonde stopped running, his entire body was shaking and his pupils became dilated. What is this? A genjutsu, I can't move my body. Now then, bow nine tails. Naruto's body slowly moved to a kneeling position, a Sharingan briefly flashed in each of Naruto's pupils before disappearing. He had fallen under Danzo's mind control, Shisui's Sharingan ability. I am at your service, Danzo-sama. Danzo smirked, the boy had fallen right into his trap. He had lured Naruto here, knowing that he would be driven by revenge to come and stop him. The boy's judgment became clouded and Danzo acted on it. Slowly pulling out one of his kunai, Danzo stalked towards Naruto slowly. He wanted to savor this moment for the rest of his life. That's a good boy, now hold still, you little runt. If Konoha cannot control the Nine Tails completely, then I will make sure no one can have its power. Chapter 12. Genjutsu broken, Jinchuriki have perks. Konoha, underground caverns, root base. Danzo stalked towards Naruto's kneeling form, his victorious smirk could grow no wider than it was now. Naruto was helpless to just watch the older man approach with the small dagger, intending to end his life. Crap, this is bad. I can still think but I can't influence my body's reactions. I have to think of a way out and quick. Remember our training in Kumo Naruto. Just like Killer Bee and Yugito taught you, a Jinchuriki is impervious to genjutsu of any kind as long as the tailed beast and container are in sync. Naruto wanted to slap his forehead in stupidity, how could he forget that lesson? Alright Kyuubi, disrupt my chakra. I have to move now. Kyuubi grunted in acknowledgement and quickly undid the bonds that held Naruto's conscience down. The boy had his body back. The blonde pretended to still be under his control until the last second. Danzo now stood directly in front of him poised to strike. Goodbye Nine Tails. Danzo plunged his dagger towards Naruto's unmoving neck, but his eye widened when the boy grabbed his wrist and with his immense strength twisted, breaking that wrist easily. Jumping away from Naruto and nursing his broken hand, the older man's elation had changed to seething anger. He glared at Naruto, who was glaring right back at him. His broadsword was now in his hands again. Damn old bones, can't even handle a damn brat's strength, it has to be on par with Tsunade's. I may have to retreat. He was unable to continue when he noticed Naruto throw something at him. Sifting through his knowledge, his eyes widened again at the outcome. The Yondaime's kunai? A flash appeared in front of Danzo and he was sliced in half, a clean horizontal cut right across his abdomen. Naruto watched as the body fell to the ground and Danzo uttered his last breath, the last words from the monster of Konoha. Not bad, for a demon. Naruto saw his eye close and turned around to leave, finished with this place. Naruto's eyes widened when he felt a presence behind him and looked to see, Danzo? He was standing there in front of the Kiri ninja, looking very annoyed at the outcome of that event. Well, I had hoped to avoid confrontation but it appears I have no choice. Naruto growled. Damn right you don't have a choice, I'm going to make you pay. Danzo frowned, glaring at Naruto. You continue to say that, yet I don't see any results. I am curious however as to how you were able to escape my genjutsu. It is a very powerful illusion of the Uchiha. All you need to know is that a Jinchuriki is never affected by a genjutsu, no matter how powerful it is. Now enough talk, it's time to finish this. Danzo smiled, slowly undoing his bandages around his eye first before moving on to his arm. I have been saving these for just the occasion. I am ready to finally use the powers that I have garnered for myself. It is time I force you to fight for this village, whether you wish to or not. Naruto watched as the man undid his bindings and revealed a Sharingan eye and an arm covered by a gauntlet. Ha, and here I always thought you were a cripple. How long have you been holding this secret? Danzo scoffed. Long enough. I have been saving these abilities for when I thought I would need them against you. Please do not disappoint me, runt. We'll see who you are calling a runt when this is over, Danzo chuckled, flexing his arms and slowly revealing the covered arm. When this is over, you will be calling me Danzo-sama. Naruto snarled and charged the man. Danzo began going through hand signs with both of his arms. Naruto's eyes widened in wonder when he saw Danzo's other arm. It was covered in Sharingans. What the hell did he do to himself? I count 10 Sharingan total, 9 eyes are open and 1 is closed. Possibly he already used it for a technique we didn't catch. It might have been what had saved him from that blade attack. Possibly. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Naruto saw him open his mouth and shoot a number of small blasts straight at him, leaving him little room to dodge. Thinking quickly, Naruto stopped running and held up his large sword in front of himself. It almost completely covered the entire front of his body. Hiding won't do you any good. Naruto felt the bullets impact the sword but smiled as he watched the bullets disappear and a surge of chakra flow through his system. His sword's containment seals had done it again. Who needs a fancy sword like the others when Naruto knows sealing, right? Interesting seal. Danzo analyzed the defensive move, silently impressed with Naruto's sealing ability. You haven't seen anything yet. Naruto went through a set of hand signs before slamming his palm onto the ground and pulling upwards. As if he was holding a magnet to metal, a rock column closely followed the moving hand out of the ground and it stayed in front of Naruto. Earth release, rock blizzard. With a violent kick, Naruto sent dozens of large pieces of sharpened rocks at Danzo, who deftly dodged them with his speed. Moving quickly, the Kiri swordsman launched himself at Danzo and thrust his sword at him again and again. Each time it was dodged by Danzo. Come on boy, is that really all you have? Naruto growled and shot a lava bullet at Danzo, who moved to avoid it only to be met with a pained feeling in his shoulder. Looking towards his left arm, Danzo realized his folly too late to stop Naruto's sword from piercing through his body again, leaving him without an arm. Naruto smirked in victory but stopped smiling when he saw the Danzo in front of him disappear. He turned around to see Danzo going through more hand signs. Wind release, vacuum wave. Naruto moved to put up his sword but was stopped when Danzo pulled back his arm and then the blonde saw it. A wire had wrapped itself around his sword. Giving a strong tug, Danzo took the sword right out of the swordsman's hand. It fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Having nothing to protect him against the wind, Naruto moved to one of the supporting pillars in the middle of the dining hall and hid behind one. The wind blade slashed right through them, making the roof dangerously shake from the weakening strength of the structure. Naruto luckily was able to duck from the blades, already having predicted the cover wouldn't last. Spying his sword on the ground, Naruto took out 2 of his father's kunai and charged for it. Danzo was running towards him, trying to intercept. Meeting Naruto before he could grab the sword, Danzo went to reach for it but was burned when he attempted to grab it. The attack momentarily stunned him. A moment was all Naruto needed. In a second, Naruto had effortlessly kicked his sword into the air and threw his 2 kunai into either of Danzo's shoulders, causing the man to cry out in agony. His sword quickly fell due to gravity and Naruto grabbed it immediately before slicing off Danzo's left arm. A full minute had gone by in the fight so far. Damn, Izanagi will no longer work. Naruto waited for another apparition to take Danzo's place, but when he saw nothing appearing he smiled. Danzo was not happy. He was lightly panting and angered over the result of losing an arm to Naruto. Well, that worked out. This isn't over yet, Ninetales. Danzo's remaining arm began to sprout a growth. It slowly took the form of a tree. From that tree, hundreds of sharpened spikes launched at Naruto, who was forced to use a technique to get away from them all. Lava release, lava wall. Naruto stomped his foot onto the ground and a large wall of molten rock appeared in front of him, blocking the enemy attack's path. The spikes plunged straight into the lava and were set on fire. The tree slowly melted away. Lava, eh? I always knew I should have kidnapped him the day he was born from that wretched woman. Unfortunately for both combatants, the lava wall also affected the structural support and destroyed a few more pillars keeping the room up. There were only a few structural pillars remaining and they were between the two combatants. One of them happened to be growing a chakra tail while the other glared. It's time to finish this. Naruto's voice deepened and his features became more announced on his face, allowing Danzo to envision the true demon inside of him. I will destroy you if I must, Nine Tails. I'd like to see you try. Naruto held out a hand and brought his sword to him. It flew through the air and was grabbed by the palm of his hand. Chakra flow, you can do many things with it. Naruto explained and Danzo scowled. I don't need a damn lesson on it, I'm more experienced than you will ever be. Naruto just shrugged and charged towards the man who in turn charged him. Both hurtled straight for the other. Danzo took out one of his kunai and blew a gust of wind on it. A low whine or gust could be heard emanating from it. The two brought their weapons together in the middle of the room. A loud clack could be heard as the two tried to snuff out the other in their sword battle. Naruto smirked as he began to push Danzo back. The wind chakra being absorbed by the sword made the root commander's attack useless. Danzo scowled again. He backed away and went through hand signs while Naruto held up his hand and began to form chakra. Wind release, vacuum serial wave. Massive Rasengan. Naruto threw himself towards Danzo with the immense Rasengan in front of him, the wind blades disrupting but not stopping the large, blue sphere. Danzo bit his tongue in annoyance and dodged the attack just barely. A part of his robe was ripped away from the blast. Unfortunately, the attack was the final blow for the underground base and the roof began to fall on top of them, leaving them little time to think of a plan. Naruto began to go through hand signs and a shadow clone popped into existence before the clone began to go through hand signs as well. The combo was a first for Naruto, he had just thought up the idea from his past fighting. Lava release, lava wall. Water release, great waterfall technique. As the circular dome came into being around the two, the water immediately cooled the volatile lava into a solidified ash that was nigh unbreakable. Danzo angrily and if he would admit to it, jealously watched the Uzumaki Keke Genkai in action and angered he could not do the same to save himself. Dodging the collapsing roof pieces, Danzo used his wind techniques to destroy the larger pieces and slowly began to jump towards the moonlight that shone through the cracks in the surface. Konoha, Hokage office. Tsunade sat in her office, working late to finish up the stupid paperwork she was forced to do as Hokage. I wish Naruto hadn't have left, I could have given him this job. Tsunade stopped writing for a moment and went into thought. She looked up at the ceiling. Naruto had yet to come for his monthly visit and Tsunade was getting increasingly antsy for him to come back home, if only for a little while. Sakura and the others were also very excited after receiving the news that he would be coming to visit soon. Everyone had their hopes up. Her thoughts were interrupted when Shizune came bursting in through the door with a number of jounin, including Kakashi. Hokage-sama, a large area of ground right outside of Konoha has just collapsed onto itself. There have also been scattered reports of two shinobi fighting each other there. Tsunade's eyes widened. Fighting? She turned serious immediately, her Hokage leadership ability coming into play. Let's go then, we have to stop it before it reaches Konoha. Yes ma'am. Konoha, forest. Danzo. Nine Tails. The two combatants had escaped from the underground confines and now stood on the cracked and broken surface of the earth nearby, charging at one another. Naruto now had two tails and Danzo's arm was furiously growing more and more spikes and tree growth, the Sharingan eyes flaring and spinning. Sending out multiple chakra arms, Naruto pinned Danzo in place while he formed a Rasengan in his palm. The color was a deep vermilion. Nine Tails Rasengan. Danzo smirked even as he was being crushed to death. You won't win that easily, boy. Naruto watched in satisfaction as Danzo was obliterated by a combination of his chakra hands squeezing the man and his Rasengan ripping into his chest cavity. Blood spattered everywhere. Naruto felt much of it land on his face, to which he slowly licked it with his tongue, the bloodlust feeling so good. Ha! A petty cretin like you could never kill me with that horrible replication of the Yondaime's jutsu. Naruto's eyes widened as he turned around into a fist. He was knocked back onto the ground and was stopped by a seal that spread across his body, freezing his muscles and stopping his counterattack. Danzo was upon him. Going through the appropriate hand signs, Danzo gathered air into his mouth and looked down at the shocked Naruto. He was desperately trying to free himself of the seal. It would never work. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. At point-blank range, it is impossible for even the Kyuubi to heal this. Danzo, stop. Before he had time to react, a punch had been sent right into his cheek from the side, effectively stopping his jutsu from continuing. Looking to the source of the intrusion, he found none other than the Hokage of Konoha, Tsunade was panting slightly and was flushed with anger. What the hell are you? Danzo was interrupted when a primal roar came from something to his right. It also drew Tsunade's attention there as well. Naruto was releasing a large amount of chakra and slowly getting up from his prone position, the seals slowly receding from his body. The Konoha ninja's eyes widened. My god, how is this boy able to release so much of the Kyuubi's power? He should be going insane with bloodlust. Naruto, is that really you? Ruo. Breaking the seal, Naruto turned his demonic eyes towards a slightly unnerved Danzo and flashed from their view only to appear right in front of the hobbled man. Die. Naruto clawed the man repeatedly, blood shot out of his chest from the deep gashes Naruto was creating. Tsunade was horrified. What had led Naruto to do something so sinister? Naruto, stop. Tsunade started to run towards him with tears in her eyes. The other Jounin had arrived and were visibly repulsed by the Kyuubi container's presence. Kakashi overlooked the battlefield and shook his head grimly as he watched Tsunade run towards Naruto. That's dangerous, what the hell are you doing? Stopping from his onslaught on Danzo for a moment, Naruto got up from the man and turned around to see Tsunade running towards him, her fear evident from her face. Naruto frowned. Even though his anger had been greatly enhanced by Kyuubi's chakra flowing through him, he could still control himself while in this form. In fact, thanks to my own training and Killer Bee's advice, I can now transform into the 8th tail state before I lose control by going any farther. Naruto quickly reverted his transformation back to his normal self and was tackled by Tsunade just as the last of the red/orange chakra dissipated. Naruto. What are you doing here? Please don't, transform again. Naruto was shocked as Tsunade childishly punched his chest with her fists, sobbing for him to never transform again. Smiling softly, he placed his arms around his Ba-chan and hugged her tightly to his chest. It's alright Ba-chan, Naruto was cut off when a wet crunching sound was heard. Tsunade looked up into Naruto's widened eyes. Naruto? Tsunade tried to get a response from the now unmoving boy, but her eyes widened in fear when she saw blood seep out of his open mouth, his face of surprise. Die, 9 tails. And with that, Danzo fell backwards onto the hard ground, his kunai still lodged in the back of Naruto's chest cavity. His breathing labored. He knew that he would not have much more time. Naruto, no. Tsunade began to sob as Naruto's weight fell onto her, his eyes gently closing as he embraced the overwhelming urge to sleep. Shizune immediately appeared and they both went to work while Naruto was lying on the ground, blood pouring out of his back. We need to stabilize him, his lung and kidney have been punctured. Shizune warned. Tsunade's illuminated hands moved up and down Naruto's body, trying to sift through where to heal first. The treatment isn't working, that bastard. Tsunade looked up from Naruto to where Danzo was, but her eyes widened when there was no body. Kakashi. Find Danzo, don't let him escape. Kakashi's eyes were actually tearing up. He couldn't believe that Danzo would go so low as to hit Naruto while his back was turned. I can't lose Naruto, he is my last hope of redemption. Yes ma'am. The silver-haired man disappeared. He was on a manhunt for the murderer of one of the most important people in the ninja world. Come on Naruto, wake up. Wake up. Wake up for Ba-chan. Tsunade was crying desperately, actually praying that Kyuubi would help her godson come back to life. We're losing him Tsunade-sama. The two medics working to save Naruto's life did not notice the appearance of the majority of the rookie 12, all coming to see the big commotion. Sakura pushed her way through the circle of Jounin to see what the commotion was. The panic in her teacher's voice terrified her. Finally getting through to where Tsunade and Shizune were, Sakura's eyes widened and tears were already forming. Naruto lay motionless in a pool of blood, his blood. Oh my god. Naruto. Tsunade looked up to see her pink-haired apprentice looking at the blonde with sheer terror in her eyes. The medic glared at her. Get a grip Sakura and help us, because if you don't, he may really die. Awaking from her stupor, Sakura knelt down next to her teacher and began to heal Naruto's large wound but found it not working. We already tried Sakura. Danzo laced his kunai with poison. It is preventing our medical jutsu from repairing his cells. We can't even stop the bleeding. Sakura's eyes widened again. How were they supposed to save him? Rain began to fall as everyone began to realize the vibe that Naruto really was dying. It soaked all the shinobi there, but no one gave it a second thought. All too entranced by the boy the three most powerful medics Konoha had ever seen were desperately trying to save. Even those shinobi with grudges against Kyuubi were at a loss when it came to feeling any anger towards Naruto. This showed that he was no different, that he could be struck down just as easily as any of them could be. Damn it. Don't you go, Naruto. Don't leave. Sakura began to pound her fist into Naruto's chest as his heart stopped beating, her desperation evident in her rescue attempt. The hero was dying and no one could stop it. Konoha Hospital, 1 week later. Naruto awoke to a lot of white. Feeling deja vu all over again from his last hospital visit, Naruto calmed himself and tried looking left this time again. He saw nothing but more of his room and a white door that lead out to the hallway. Looking in front, he saw many get well cards and balloons on a table waiting for him to look at. He absently wondered how long he had been here. Lastly, he turned to his right only to be assaulted by a fist to his face. It sent him flying back into his hospital pillow and he thought that he could see stars. About time you looked in this direction. Naruto recognized that voice, but it couldn't be her. She was still in Kiri, right? Mei hi, me? He croaked out, sounding out her name in genuine disbelief it was her. Inclining his head slowly to look in the right direction, he was met with the narrowed eyes of one Uzumaki Mei, and she really was angry. Her lips were pursed shut, her eyes were glaring murder, she was standing with her hands on her hips, and there was little of the usual shine that she would radiate when he was near. Naruto gulped, he knew that he had done something bad and now he was going to pay for it. I'm not the type of woman to cry when her fiancé is injured, nor the type to sob when she was disobeyed by her most loyal ninja just for the sake of revenge. But Mei lost her anger and looked down, her bangs not allowing him to see her face. You made me into that type of woman with this stunt. Naruto's eyes widened when Mei tackled him in bed, her arms wrapped around his neck and her lips over his. The kiss was a hungry one, but it was also to reassure Mei that he was still there, alive and unharmed. I'm such an idiot. I'm so sorry, Mei. I should have just listened to you, but Mei moved away a bit from his face and had a small, rueful smile on her face. You were an Uzumaki, I should have expected something like that from you. Just, don't do it again. Her eyes darkened and her voice had taken an ominous tone, one that made Naruto truly afraid. Do you understand, Koibito? Yes, Mayheim. She brightened up again and smiled, kissing his cheek and sitting down in a nearby chair. He grabbed her hand and stroked it, glad that she had forgiven him. So, how long have I been out? Mei looked at him, she was frowning from actual amount of time. 1 week, I arrived after the first day. I had set out soon after you had left with no bodyguards, they only would have slowed me down. Naruto was able to afford a smile at that, one that made Mei smile too. Wow, what a woman. Mei blushed, looking away from him to try and hide it. It's what any good fiancé would do, right? Naruto chuckled, squeezing her hand to reassure her everything was fine. I know that I would do it in a heartbeat for you. Mei smirked. And you mean that literally too, don't you? They both laughed at that and settled for just talking with one another the rest of his recovery. It was nice to be reunited once again. Konoha, deep forest. Danzo was huffing from pain and exertion, his men were carrying him to their destination. Danzo smiled at the thought that his soldiers still remained, save Hyo's squad. He had cast a complex illusion over the base before Naruto had arrived, making him see that he was killing his men when really he was passing through empty rooms. Jinchuriki may not be affected by direct attacks by genjutsu, however they can still be affected by their surroundings being under an illusion. Sir? How much longer until we reach our destination? The large group of root shinobi had been running almost non-stop from Konoha since Danzo's close victory over Naruto. He had immediately gotten away with his men and ordered them to set off for Amigakure. Not much longer, boys, I have been there, once. We have much to discuss with them. Otogakure, underground base. Sasuke, how is your individual training going? Well, I hope? A pale man with snake eyes questioned his apprentice, a blue-haired teen with a sword hooked to his belt and the Uchiha symbol on his clothing. Sasuke turned to look at Orochimaru, his tone of voice or looks not changing from their level of neutral. It's going fine. It won't be much longer until you get yours, Orochimaru. Oh? That's good, I can't wait to test the fruits of our labor. The man hissed out, pleased with his vessel's response and progress over the past 3 years. Humph. Whatever. Orochimaru watched the haughty clansman walk towards his room, totally ignoring Orochimaru's wish to continue the admittedly one-sided conversation. Little brat, it may be sooner than you think. Perhaps your friends could try and rescue you again? I would love to see how that Uzumaki has progressed since our last meeting. The snake man licked his lips, already imagining the delectable battle it would be. Chapter 13. Tour of the past, old memories and friends come forth. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade walked the halls of the medical building in Konoha, where the sick could be healed and doctors could be found. She was on her way to check up on Naruto, who had apparently just woken up according to what the nurses told her. She had been afraid he would never wake up from the practical coma he had been in for the past week, with the deadly poison that had run through him. Anything was possible. Approaching the correct wing of the hospital, Tsunade spied Sakura in her nurse uniform and waved her over, a smile present on the younger girl's face. "Tsunade-sama, did you hear that Naruto woke up?" Tsunade nodded her head, confirming it. "Yes, in fact I was just about to go visit him right now. Would you like to come along?" Sakura glanced at the other nurses before nodding and heading off with Tsunade. Getting closer to the blonde's room, Tsunade and Sakura took notice of strange noises coming from its direction. Looking at one another, they both gave a confused look before walking up to the door. Tsunade set her hand on the doorknob and listened in on the door. "Now Naruto-koi, I think it's about time we finish this. Somebody might find us." She heard what sounded to be a woman's voice inside the room, her eyes widened. "Mei? Ah. I'm almost there, keep going Meiheim. You're the best healer I could have asked for." Hearing Naruto moan out that sentence made her angry. She could tell Sakura was getting angry too. "I'm your fiancé. That's my job, right?" Tsunade was at her wit's end and bust down the door, coming across two naked people on the bed. Mei was looking at the door with surprise evident on her face but also hint of annoyance tugging at her lips, while Naruto looked like a deer caught between headlights. He knew he was done for. Sakura came charging into the room and assessed the situation, or more towards just staring at the two in mid-intercourse and Naruto's large piece. She blushed scarlet while she just stared at it in a trance. Oh my. Is that really Naruto's? It's so big. How can she handle that thing? How would I handle that thing? Hello. Mei awkwardly waved at the two, not bothering to cover herself or show any signs of embarrassment. Mei was a very honest woman and not embarrassed by having herself revealed. Naruto on the other hand was futilely trying to cover himself up with a blanket, panicking over the dangerous situation. "I can," explained Ba-chan. Tsunade formed a fist with her hand, stalking towards the two Uzumaki. "Oh, I bet you can. Why don't you tell me?" Mei raised her voice over Tsunade's, getting both of them out of the hot water. "We were just busy restoring the clan. We want a lot of little Uzumaki running around the house. And the sooner we get them, the sooner someone gets grandchildren, right Naruto?" Naruto looked up at Mei, who had been straddling him during their fun time, and smiled, nodding slowly. "Nice save, Mei." Tsunade's eyes widened and she blushed a bit at the thought of being a grandma, slowly edging away from the two. Sakura had finally passed out from blood loss and lay there in a pool of red, going completely unnoticed. "Well then, continue with what you were doing. Don't let me stop you." Tsunade smiled big and grabbed Sakura's limp arm before dragging her out with her. As soon as they both had left, the couple looked at one another and wiped the sweat off their brows. "That," Naruto started, "was a close one." Mei finished before resuming her activity of riding Naruto's member. Konoha. Naruto and Mei stood right outside the hospital, fully dressed and done with their playtime. Mei looked at Naruto and Naruto looked at Mei, both smiled. "Commence operation, vacation from Kiri," Naruto playfully said, making Mei giggle. "Now you can show me around your old town, Naruto. I would love to meet all your friends too." Naruto had a lackluster smile after that. His home village was really not somewhere he wanted to stay for long. "How about we go to the Hokage office first, then we can go check out the training grounds for the rookies." Mei nodded and settled for holding Naruto's hand as he guided throughout the city. He pointed out all the landmarks he could to the entranced Mei while walking. She was very curious as to what Konoha was like compared to Kiri. Naruto was glad that no one recognized him any longer. To have any grudges or conflicts come up because of his past with the villagers would not go well with Mei alongside him. Finally arriving at the Hokage Tower, the two shinobi shunshined to her room and saw her briefing a combined force of Team 8 and 10, their sensei turning towards the new presence immediately. "Ah, look who we have here," Tsunade remarked, causing the rest of the younger shinobi to look behind them to the two Kiri ninja. Naruto stood looking impassively at his old friends with his hands folded across his chest. Mei had a hand on her hip and she was leaning on one leg, trying to assess the people who were her and Naruto's age group. Asuma's cigarette fell out of his mouth after he recognized Naruto, and Kurenai's eyes widened, furtively glancing in Hinata's direction. Shino immediately made the distinction of Naruto and nodded slightly but was intrigued as to who the woman was. Kiba stared with wide eyes at both Naruto and his fiancée, a beautiful woman that he wanted to be with like a dog in heat. Ino, Shikamaru and Choji all shared their own surprised faces at the two. Shikamaru whispered something about troublesome blondes. Hinata on the other hand was outright blushing at seeing Naruto again, especially after him growing so much in the past 3 years, but she was a bit jealous to see him arrive with a woman. Naruto, is that you? Kiba asked incredulously, earning a nod from the blonde. Naruto now noticed that the majority of them, all but Hinata, were eyeing his gray Kiri Jounin vest and his forehead protector with the Kiri symbol, obviously needing confirmation he had really changed sides. Hinata just continued to stare at his face, unable to form words at the sight before her. So, you really are a Kiri shinobi? Shino asked rhetorically, to which Naruto nodded anyway. Interesting. Whoa, Naruto, is that your weapon? Choji pointed out the large greatsword on his back and Naruto nodded again, earning more surprised gasps from the Chunin and Jounin. Kiba walked up to Naruto and leaned in close to Naruto's ear, careful to keep his voice low. Hey Naruto, who is she? Naruto watched Kiba hike a thumb towards Mei, who was watching their private conversation with silent intrigue and amusement. Naruto smirked, he was going to ruin Kiba's 0 chances really quick. That's my fiancée, idiot. Everyone's eyes widened and Kiba stumbled backwards, just stuttering while pointing his finger back and forth between the two. Mei smiled, moving over to Naruto and looping her arm with his and holding his hand, showing everyone their relationship.
Why you're engaged?
To her? Kiba all but yelled out, and Naruto and Mei smiled and nodded. Kiba proceeded to faint in complete disbelief. Akamaru knelt down to assist his partner while the others just gave their congratulations. Nice job Naruto. So troublesome, you always have to make a scene, don't you Naruto? Interesting. Wow, I can't believe Naruto got with an older woman, nice. Not bad Naruto. What's her name? Mei stepped forward a bit, taking a small bow to the shinobi gathered. My name is Mei Uzumaki and I am the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure. Everyone was surprised to hear that Naruto was marrying an Uzumaki in Kage. It is good to meet you, Mizukage-sama. All the Konoha shinobi bowed slightly to her in respect. She waved her hand lazily, not keen on the whole respect thing from the Konoha shinobi. Don't mention it, we just came by so Naruto could show me all his old friends. I must say, you are all very interesting. Everyone began to have small talk with each other while Hinata just smiled sadly. Her Naruto had been taken away from her. I was too late. She felt pain, tears come to her eyes and looked down to hide them when she felt a reassuring hand on her shoulder from Kurenai, who just gave the girl a rueful smile. I'm sorry Hinata. Wiping her eyes clear, Hinata smiled at her sensei. It's fine Kurenai-sensei, he looks happy. In the end, that's all I really want to see, his wonderful smile. I will not forget what he taught me and I will strive to continue being stronger, even if he will not be by my side. Kurenai smiled at her little rookie. Hinata, you have grown so much. She glanced at Naruto. And he is the reason behind it all, even if he probably doesn't know. Alright. I think you all have your assignments and I think Mei is getting a bit smothered. You may all see Naruto later before he leaves to go back to Kiri. Tsunade ordered the ninja to clear out, to which they did reluctantly, leaving 4 ninja in the room now. Kakashi had just arrived through the window. Ah Naruto, you're up I see. Kakashi greeted Naruto with a wave. He turned towards Mei. Mizukage-sama. He inclined his head in an informal bow and received a simple wave of indifference. Yes, I was thinking that Mei and myself could get some sparring in before we head home. She can't be gone for too long since she is the Mizukage after all. Tsunade nodded, understanding their situation. Alright, I'm sure you remember where the training grounds are Naruto. Go enjoy yourselves and tell me when you're leaving. I'd like to at least say goodbye. Naruto nodded and grabbed Mei's hand before departing, leaving Kakashi and Tsunade alone. Tsunade swiveled her chair to face the copy ninja and could already tell that his mission was a failure. Kakashi could see what he thought to be disappointment and looked away, shamed that he was unable to find Danzo. I'm sorry Hokage-sama, but I was unable to find any trace of Danzo. My hounds think he was headed for Amigakure, but I'm not positive. I want to trust them, but the question is why he would want to go to Amigakure. Tsunade finished, remembering rumors of the civil unrest and turmoil in the industrial country. She didn't understand what Danzo wished to gain from going there. Do you have any idea, Hokage? Kakashi asked, hoping the older woman would have more knowledge of it than he. Tsunade got up out of her chair and went to the window, looking out at the village with her hands clasped behind her back. Her eyes were squinted in quiet concentration until they relaxed suddenly, her arms fell limp to her sides. Not a clue. Konoha training grounds. And this is my old stomping grounds, training ground 7. That was my old team, team 7. Naruto had brought Mei to the place where he first became a Genin and his team was made official. Naruto took in a breath of fresh air and looked at his surroundings. He noticed that not much at all had changed in the 3 years he had been away. Mei was looking around in wonder and curiosity, glad to finally see Naruto's past and what made him into what was brought before her 3 years ago. Squeezing her hand, Naruto led Mei over to the 3 wooden stumps that served as his punishment for failing the test. Right here is where my sensei tied me up for failure to get the bells that were part of our Genin test. I had to go without lunch. It was really horrible. Mei giggled and patted Naruto on the head, kissing his cheek. Aw. My poor little baby, was Kakashi really that mean? Naruto looked at the stump with reverence, receiving an onset of memories of the day. Yeah, he really showed us the distinction of teacher and student, the level we were at and the level we could one day reach. At the time, I really didn't think about any of that kind of stuff. I just wanted to be a cool ninja. What a fool I was. Mei smiled a bit, squeezing his hand. Many children dream of becoming shinobi, Naruto. Only those with the drive and strength to do so end up becoming part of the ninja corps. You were strong to continue fighting for what you wanted even through adversity. Myself. Mei released his hand and took a few steps forward, looking down at the ground to collect her thoughts. I at first didn't want to be a shinobi. When I heard of the Uzumaki history and just how bloody our clan was known for being, I was afraid to become what my ancestors had. My father, while much more compassionate than most pureblood fathers, subtly urged me to become a ninja and follow in the footsteps of our family. My mother said to do what I thought was right. She was always on my side when an argument came up. Mei smiled at the memories of her parents, the time for remembrance getting the better of her. Naruto walked to her and slung an arm around her shoulders, bringing her attention to the smiling blonde. Your parents sound like wonderful people, so why did you choose to become the future Mizukage? Naruto asked with a certain haughty undertone added to her esteemed position, earning a playful slap from Mei. The massacres. She finally whispered with a frown, her head bowed down in sorrow. Naruto immediately frowned after hearing her and tightened his grip around her waist, bringing her close to him. I'm sorry, you don't. He was cut off by a wave from Mei, who was dead set on telling him the story. No, there is nothing you should be sorry about. It is something dark that happened in Kiri's history that needs to be retold, and I could use someone to talk to about it.
It's been so long, but Mei's mental barriers began to fall, the horrid memories of what happened to her late family brought to the surface.
When Mei fell to her knees in pure anguish, it brought Naruto down as well. He could not bear to see his the love his life in so much pain and unable to do anything about it. Softly taking both her trembling hands into his own, he looked into her puffy and teary eyes intent on letting her know that he was here, that she no longer had to be alone. Mei, I cannot take back what has happened to your family, no matter how much I wish I could. But, I want you to know that you don't have to be alone with the memories. I can be there with you, to shoulder them and take the burden from your shoulders, if it would continue to make you smile. Please Mei, please stop crying. Naruto pleaded with her, trying his best to help her through the new influx of sheer angst and pain that it would make anyone feel. Stifling her quiet sobs, Mei had listened purely enraptured by Naruto's promise. The chance to share the painful memories and stop leaving herself so vulnerable was so appealing. She no longer wanted to feel empty as she walked the halls of her estate. She no longer wanted to feel alone. Maybe that's why I always wanted children. She idly mused. Seeing that her fiancé was waiting for an answer, she squeezed his hands and smiled. Thank you Naruto-koi, I no longer want to feel lonely like have for so long. To think of the massacre is painful, but, as long as you are here beside me, I am willing to tell the tale. Naruto smiled and pulled himself up and without a word, whisked Mei away to a nearby tree and sat down with his back against it. Leading her down, she now lay between his legs with her own arms entangled around Naruto's arms. All right Mei, whenever you are ready. Mei smiled and took a relaxing breath before talking again. Well, I suppose it began when I was 16. At that point, the Uzukiri conflict was a thing of the past and a new, peaceful Mizukage had been elected. His name was Yagura, and he was also the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Contrary to Konoha, Kiri had no qualms against the Three Tails, so Yagura was well received. His benevolence led our citizens to become very prosperous, and any remaining problems for the Uzumaki to fit in were taken care of. Yagura respected and sympathized with our clan as well. Naruto was glad to hear that not all villages were against Jinchuriki and happy his clan was well received. Madara had been overthrown from his position as third Mizukage a few years after the war ended. The people had gotten tired of his constant campaigns of war against Konoha and first Uzu then the world. The people were ready for peace. After that, everything was peaceful, but it could never stay that way for long. Bitter over his loss of power, Madara played one final trick on Kiri that would haunt the people for the rest of time. The massacres, Naruto said, confirmed by a nod. By using his Sharingan abilities, Madara somehow overcame the mental defenses Yagura had and controlled him as his own, or at least, this is what most conspiracy theorists believe. Sensing the people could be roused with a scapegoat of sorts, Madara began to wreak havoc on the everyday lives of Kiri citizens. Ninja patrols would disappear, boats would be sunk at sea or in harbor, buildings would be destroyed. These little things added up to create much apprehension in the civilians. Having his excuse, the controlled Yagura told everyone that the Uzumaki were the cause of the problems, still angry over the loss of their war against Kiri. Word spread around and eventually all bloodline clans were hated, the members verbally or sometimes physically assaulted whenever they walked the streets. It was madness. Naruto was shocked. How could something like that happen so quickly? But Mei, if Yagura was known to be benevolent and a supporter of the Uzumaki, wouldn't someone have gotten suspicious of his new behavior? Mei smiled a bit at Naruto's intuition but shook her head. The clans noticed. It was quite obvious something was off with the Mizukage, but the commoners would not listen to reason. The simpletons had seen all they needed to see so far in Yagura's golden age that they were willing to listen to anything he said when it came to conflict, and we became the victims of a cruel Uchiha exile. Eventually Yagura came out with the simple rules of engagement: you leave your compound, your safety isn't guaranteed. That's how. Naruto tightened his grip on Mei when she began to shake and sob uncontrollably, her tears strolling down her cheek in droves. That's how Mother died. All she did was go and get groceries, and they cut her down like she was an animal. The Kiri shinobi were monsters, laughing at her as she tried to crawl back towards the safety of the compound gates. Their kunai and fists were slick with Uzumaki blood and no one was going to do anything about it. My father told me to wait in my room while he went down and gathered my dying mother in his arms before forever closing the compound gate, not allowing anyone else to leave. She wasn't even able to say goodbye. I wasn't. Damn Madara. Damn him. Naruto just held on to her, whispering quiet encouragement into her ear, trying to calm the woman down. I am so sorry, Mayheim. He petted her hair, moving his hand through the long red locks. I'm sorry. I thought I had gotten over my anger, but I suppose there was still some there. He. She tried to joke but just sighed from the sad attempt. Well, after my mother passed away, my father became increasingly irritable towards outsiders and outright refused to meet with anyone to solve the massacre problem. He was afraid of losing someone again. No one could go through it a second time. He began to teach me self-defense and simple shinobi arts. He said it was so I could protect myself. At first, I had been so adamant against it that I threatened to run away, but then he slapped me. Told me that if I continued living in a dream, a pacifist's world in my situation, that I would not live very long. So that was how he convinced me to start on the path of reaching Mizukage. Naruto smiled a bit at that, glad that she had agreed to learn to be a shinobi. Actually, if he had not taught me how to fight, I would not be alive any longer. For when the massacres reached their zenith, Yagura implemented the most bloody and dangerous act of his entire reign, the bloodline purge. This was when the massacre truly became a massacre. The Mizukage organized the Kiri hunter groups and gave them a clan. They were to use any resources necessary to eliminate their particular clan target. At this point, people were finally starting to sympathize with us and many called for an end for the killings, but they went unheard of by Yagura, whose only focus was finishing off the clans. After the Kaguya clan decided to wage war on all of Kiri instead of just the ninja corps, we lost all support from normal citizenry.
When the hunter ninja finally arrived at our estate, my father turned into a machine.
I had never seen him so focused. He was yelling out orders and taking charge of the entire situation. He led the men against the hunters at the gates while the women and children fled to the lower levels of the estate, well hidden and built since the troubles had first began. Since I had ninja training, I was one of the group's escorts, protecting them from any hunter that might get past. And of course, it was my luck that one did get past. It was the first time I had fought someone else with the intention of killing me, and it was the first time I killed someone. Mei whispered the last sentence quietly, leaving an ominous setting to the conversation. What happened? Naruto was curious. He came out of a wall and elbowed me right in the face. I fell backwards and stumbled into a wall, leaving myself completely vulnerable. Some of the braver escorts came to my aid and battled the hunter, but in the confined space it was no use and they were quickly cut down. I ordered all the women and children to continue to run to the shelter and stood defiant in the hunter's path. I would die before he took a step in their direction. Forming the appropriate hand sign, I remembered my father's lesson on boil release, to which until that day I had too much trouble understanding it and had yet to complete the acidic mist technique. Praying to every god I knew, I launched the mist out of my mouth and in panic turned the acidity up as high as I could manage. At first, the man believed I had done nothing and continued to stalk towards me. Soon after the jutsu had been brought forth, however, was when he finally realized something was wrong. He was losing, dying. I watched with an odd sense of satisfaction as he melted right before my eyes. I will never get his screams nor the way his mask painfully melded with his face as he just turned into goo. Naruto was a bit unnerved by her way of describing his death, but just accepted the fact that he had done the same to others as well. Following that encounter, I continued on to try and catch up with the others when I felt the earth begin to shake. At first I believed it to be a symptom of the battle above me and continued on, but then I realized that the tremors were getting stronger and stronger the more I approached the underground shelter. Arriving at the door, I found it thrown off of its hinges and began to panic, fearing the worst. Entering the room was the last thing I should have done, but I had to know that there was nothing I could have done. They died? Naruto asked, completely surprised by the outcome. Mei didn't say anything, instead she shifted uncomfortably in his grasp. They had been slaughtered, every single one of them. Not even the children had been spared from that bastard. Madara Uchiha himself was the one who finished off the Terumi branch. I saw him with my own eyes. He stood in the middle of them all, their faces looking at him with surprise and fear, but he only looked at me with a smile. He said nothing, and the only thing I remembered past that was a flash of his Sharingan activating and nothing. When I awoke, I was in another clan's care, one that had been mysteriously spared, no doubt because of their non-existent bloodline. They told me my entire family had perished in the slaughter and that I was the only one left. From that day onward, I promised myself that I would not ever again show weakness on my part and dove into my personal training of becoming a kunoichi. Since that day, I've been alone. You aren't anymore, Mei, you have me, remember? Mei looked up into his blue eyes and smiled, nodding to herself. You're right, I do have you. And in the end, that's all I ever wanted. You were a gift from above. With you my life has been given new meaning and I now have a purpose. The two lovers kissed, sealing their trust in one another. Getting up, Mei stretched out her aching back and turned around to see Naruto doing the same. Feeling her stomach growl, Mei decided to ask Naruto about Konoha's restaurants. So Naruto, is there anything good to eat around here? Naruto looked at Mei curiously before tapping his chin and thought. Duh! How could I ever forget? Snapping his fingers, Naruto wickedly smiled and rubbed his hands together, already imagining his wonderful meal of hot, steaming ramen. I know just the place, Mayheim. Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen. Ayame Nichin. Fuchi-san. I need 10 bowls of pork ramen and a nice bowl of shrimp ramen for the lady. The couple walked into the stand hand in hand and Naruto was practically dying to have some good Ichiraku ramen. Suddenly a ladle hit him on the head and he fell to the ground with a big bruise on his head, courtesy of a pissed-off Ayame. Mei tended to her fiancé and openly glared at the young woman who looked down at them with little pity. Only Naruto-kun can call me that, so don't even bother, it's because of monsters like you that he left. Naruto slowly stood up with Mei's help, smiled at Ayame, who was finally taking in his appearance. You already forgot what I look like, Ayame Nichin? Her eyes widened when she realized that this was Naruto in the flesh, not some imposter trying to play a mean trick. Leaping over the counter, she brought Naruto into a loving hug and cried into his chest. The action surprised the blonde. Naruto. Where did you go? I thought we lost you forever. Don't do it again or else you'll get worse than the ladle, understand? Naruto just nodded and patted the crying girl on the back. Hey, just because I live in another village doesn't mean I can't come and visit, in fact. Naruto took off one of his gloves and pressed his hand on the stool he had sat in every time he had eaten there. Ayame was confused until she saw a seal slip off his hand and attach itself to the stool, disappearing soon after. Now I can come visit any time for a nice meal of ramen. How does that sound? It sounds great. Now then, time for that order. Ayame happily went back around the counter and began fixing his food while humming a happy tune. Mei sat down on the stool next to Naruto and smiled at him, making him look at her curiously. What is it, Mayheim? Ayame looked up from her work, curious as to the affectionate nickname. Oh, nothing, Naruto-kun, just wondering why you were so touchy and feely with Ayame-chan here. Naruto gulped as he noticed the ominous tone of Mei's voice and her widening smile. He was on the fence right now. I used to eat here all the time when I was young. Ayame and her old man became the only family I really had. I can only imagine how much it hurt when I just disappeared on them. You don't have to worry about me being with other girls, you are my only one Mei Heim, I promise. Mei just kept smiling and took his hand in her own, idly playing with his fingers while waiting for their meal. That's good because if you did bring another girl home, I would have to melt her and your balls. Understood, Naruto? Naruto nodded vigorously and Ayame ducked her head down further behind the counter, now trying to get the thought of dating Naruto out of her mind. Damn it, the good ones are always taken. He may have been a shorty when he was young but he was always cute, and now that he's back he has a damn girlfriend. TCH. Eat up, Naruto. Mei and Naruto received their meals and began to dig in while Ayame just watched them and joined in on their small talk. Hey Ayame, where's the old man? Ayame set her washcloth down and fixed her messy hair, trying to smooth it back down. He's out sick today, probably just felt lazy or something. I'm here alone for right now until we close up at around 4 o'clock. Naruto frowned a bit, he wanted to announce the marriage with him being here but now it wasn't going to happen. Well. Naruto reached into his bag and fished out a card, a wedding invitation. Mei Heim and I have been working on cards for our wedding, so can you give this to him when he gets back? I'd like both of you to attend, it would be a great honor. Ayame nodded and took the invitation, her brain not yet registering what had just been said. Naruto paid for the two of them and they both left for a little bit more exploring of Konoha before they decided to leave. Yeah, sure, I'll give this to him, Ayame mumbled to herself, placing the invitation on a clean spot on the counter. Getting ready to wash the dishes, her brain finally caught up with Naruto's last words and her mouth started stuttering silent syllables of surprise. Wedding? Konoha, abandoned residential district. Naruto and Mei walked up a series of staircases to get to Naruto's old apartment. He was amazed it still stood. Actually, he really didn't want to come back and reopen the old wounds, but Mei insisted that she see all his past, so here they were. Here we are. This is my old apartment building. I wonder if anything has changed, Naruto said quietly, enraptured by returning to his roots. Looking over to Mei, he saw her staring at the door with horrified eyes, her hands visibly shaking. Confused, Naruto looked back at the door they were in front of and examined it more closely and upon doing so found his mistake. After putting up with the abuse and hatred of the villagers for so long, he had gained the ability of tuning out their harsh actions and words against him. Mei had no such defense. His door was littered with graffiti writing and pocket marked with holes and burn marks. The hateful things said about him obviously roused Mei's sadness and anger. I'm sorry, I had hoped you wouldn't have to see something like this. Naruto sadly admitted, however he knew that this was something he had to revisit to finally move on. They really mean all these things? Dead demon, the Nine Tails is dead, they really believed you were the monster? Mei asked quietly, seeming to be in denial of Konoha's actions. Yes. Was all Naruto said, it was all he could say. If he were a few years younger and had never left Konoha, he would blatantly deny the villagers' involvement and just blame it on traveling vandals or something. But not anymore, he could not lie to himself or Mei about something like this, it was the sad truth. I can't believe it. How could they be so cruel? They were afraid. Few knew of what the Yondaime did to defeat Kyuubi and even fewer truly knew how the seal worked. They all believed I was the Kyuubi in human form and I was hated for it. Mei looked at him with such sadness, even pity. I don't want your pity, Mei, what happened has happened. It's best that we both just accept it and move on. Naruto announced rather harshly, pushing open what was left of the door and striding into his old apartment. Mei calmed herself and realized just what Naruto had said. It was true that she felt sorry for Naruto, who couldn't. He has grown so much since then, but inside, he still is the lonely little boy. I have to be there for him as he was for me. Walking into the apartment, both took notice that all the inside was marked with soot and charred remains of furniture still remained. They had burned the inside of his apartment as if it was tainted. Naruto once again thanked his younger self for taking all of his belongings with him as he sifted through what was left, trying to remember where everything once was. I never really had anything special, everything that was important to me I brought along. This was where the couch was, my bed was right in there, and it's also where I found most of my parents' inheritance. Wow, I really don't like being here, it just feels so awkward. I feel like I just got pulled back to a place that I tried so hard to escape from. I don't know, maybe I'm just going crazy or something. Mei walked up to him and held his face with both of her hands cupping his cheeks. She smiled softly at his sad attempt of denying his feelings. Naruto, you don't have to lie to me or yourself. Just like I did not want to talk of the massacres, you do not want to talk about your past, you don't want to relive it. I'm here for you, we trust one another with these things, you can cry with me and I can shoulder your burden just as you have done the same for me. What you said is right, I am no longer alone, and neither are you. Naruto just wanted to deny the ugly truth of her statement, say he was fine and that he thought it was time they left. But, he just couldn't, he didn't want to keep living with the feelings he had whenever he thought of his past in Konoha. Naruto couldn't think of how to start, he didn't know what to say. Is this how Mei felt? Start from the beginning, Naruto, I will listen to your story. And so Naruto did tell her his past, and she listened. She listened when no one else would. Konoha Forest. You all know the mission and details, right? Yamato asked his two subordinates, Sai and Sakura. Both nodded, their mission brief back in Konoha illuminated what the plan was. They were to head to river country through grass and inspect the suspected area of where Naruto first fought the Akatsuki and to try and recover any further evidence that could improve relations with Kiri and Konoha. Tsunade wished to form an alliance with Mei's country, but Kiri's hesitation was understandable. They needed something tangible to truly strike a deal with water country, and their mission was imperative to the nation of fire. Konoha, Village Gate. After a heartfelt day where both lovers entrusted not just their minds but emotions to one another, the two shinobi were ready to go back home and take a nice bath back at the estate. Tsunade stood alongside Kakashi to say goodbye to the two, wishing them well on their travels. See ya, Ba-chan. I'll be back next month for sure. Naruto called over his shoulder as he began to walk away, waiting for Mei to finish her goodbyes. Seeing she was being left behind, Mei sufficed with a simple wave and ran to catch up to Naruto. They began to jump through the trees intent on arriving in Kiri as quickly as possible. Their trip was silent and peaceful as the sun descended below the horizon, but things were becoming very loud in Kiri. Kirigakure, prison. Kyo sat in a room that he had been dragged off to by the burly guards. Apparently someone wanted to see him. He had thought they had forgotten about him after the Mizukage had him tried and arrested. She was a true tyrant. If only the people could see that Yagura was right in killing off the Uzumaki and the clans then. His thoughts were interrupted when the person that called the meeting entered. His eyes widened a bit in surprise when he saw it to be one of fellow councilmen. He sat on the other side of a table from Kyo, as directed by the guards. What do you want? Why have you come here? To laugh? To tell me that the Mizukage was right to imprison me and that you are working on having me executed just because I spoke the truth? He raised his voice slowly throughout his rant, finishing it by slamming his fists onto the table in anger. The guards moved to control him, but the other councilmen just waved them off. No, I came here to ask for your help. We are becoming what we no longer wish to be, and it is because of the people in charge that this has happened. All I ask is that when you are released, you promise to help us. Kyo was intrigued but suspicious of the vague offer. What exactly was the man trying to get at? Speak plain, what kind of help? Help rectifying the problem, of course. Ame country, outskirts. Danzo and his men had arrived at the designated meeting spot, sitting in the rain with no sight of their informant. They were to meet the leader of Akatsuki apparently and try to get into a contract or alliance as he had with Orochimaru before. Sir, are you sure he is coming? Danzo looked to the man who asked with veiled annoyance. Patience was lost on the younger generation. Even his root were not immune to it. Yes, have patience. He should be. Danzo was interrupted when a masked man in an Akatsuki robe arrived in front of them, causing the root to form a defensive formation around their leader. Danzo, you have a lot of nerve trying to contact me. If pain had come in my place, you would be dead. You are a lucky man. Now, what the hell do you want? The masked man asked, speaking very plainly with the Konoha runaway. I wished to strike an alliance with. He was once again interrupted by a fit of laughter from the man in front of him, causing his anger and his men's level of tolerance to rise. Show respect to Danzo, so a root operative was stopped from yelling when he was backhanded by an irate Toby. Maybe you should learn that there are others that need respect more than your Danzo-sama. He turned to face Danzo, completely unreadable behind the orange mask. Now what could you give me a reason to listen to you and your alliance talk? Danzo smiled a bit. I can help you get the Jinchuriki, the 9 tails. Konoha Forest. Naruto was jumping through the trees, followed closely by Mei. As soon as he hit the next branch with his feet, he gripped his head from a sudden feeling of a dual alertness. Someone threw one of my kunai, but who? Mei noticed Naruto was no longer moving and went to his side, moving her hand to his temple and gently rubbing it. What is it, Naruto? A bad headache? She teased, not knowing that something was very seriously wrong. Someone threw my kunai, someone is in trouble. I have to go Mayheim. Mei was unable to say anything more when he quickly made a shadow clone and disappeared in a yellow flash. Mei looked at the shadow clone, confusion evident in her gaze to it. The Naruto clone shrugged and scratched his head nervously, not sure of what to say. Boss gave me the order of getting you back to Kiri unharmed, and that's what I plan on doing. Let's go Mayheim. Mei hesitantly allowed herself to be led away by the clone, now having lost her Naruto so soon a second time. Please come back to me Naruto. Grass country, forest clearing. Naruto arrived in a bright yellow flash, his broadsword in his hands and ready to fight. He looked up and saw a tree, his kunai embedded deep within it, as if someone threw it from desperation. He looked around but saw no one. The battle had obviously been here however, the ground was marked with holes and craters while numerous trees were knocked down. Hearing the faint sounds of battle, Naruto began to run towards the sound of battle. Jumping through the trees, he felt the earth shake again and looked up to see a large explosion of smoke and ash push up into the sky. Forcing himself to move quicker, he decided that it must be Sakura who had called for him and not Gaara. Jumping past the last tree, Naruto came across the scene of battle and his focus was first brought to the pink head of Sakura. She was on the ground, beaten and bloodied by someone and her mouth and eyes were wide open in terror towards someone Naruto was not looking at. Yamato was panting heavily while holding his side, also looking in the same direction with anger. Finally swiveling his head towards the fight, Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the perpetrator of the damage. Sai was impaled on a long katana. The weapon was being wielded by none other than the missing member of Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha. His face was emotionless while Sai's was one of surprise. Orochimaru and Kabuto stood off to the side, both were full of glee and smirking at the carnage. Sasuke looked up to the tree where Naruto stood and his eyes widened ever so slightly at the sight of his Kiri Jounin attire, not exactly understanding what was going on. Naruto, he said without emotion. It made everyone look up to the tree. Sakura could not smile but her eyes told everyone of her joy to see Naruto, silently whispering his name. Sasuke. Naruto's body began to tremble with emotion, his muscles flexed in anticipation. Chapter 14. Arch-rivals collide, Four Tails to the rescue. Grass country, forest clearing. Naruto. The two rivals could see no one but each other, one was curious while the other was silently fuming. Sasuke. The blonde simply noted, not bothering to honor the traitor with conversation. Not being able to take it anymore, Sakura got to her feet and ran towards Naruto. Naruto-kun. Her tears were stinging reminders of just what Sasuke had put her through here. Naruto-kun? This is different. Sasuke thought to himself, curious as to what happened while he was away. Naruto caught Sakura and hugged her, bringing the medic close to him in an effort to comfort and protect her. It's alright Sakura, I'm going to get you out of here. Without another word, Naruto created two shadow clones and had both escort Yamato and Sakura away from the battlefield. But, wait Naruto. I thought that you were the pink-haired girl was cut off when Yamato knocked her out with a small hit to the back of her neck, silencing her pleas. Good luck Naruto, I believe this is your fight more than anyone else. The wood user said before he disappeared with the two shadow clones and an unconscious Sakura. Sai began to melt into an inky substance, leaving Sasuke to have a free sword to fight with. Naruto could only guess that Sai was able to get away and now it would be his fight alone with the three. Haha. This is quite an interesting turn of events, Kabuto? Would you be a dear and go stop the Leaf Shinobi from getting away? We can't let anyone find out of our activities here. Kabuto nodded and before Naruto could move to stop him, disappeared from sight. Damn. Naruto muttered, he would have to make this fight quick so he could go help the Leaf Shinobi. And now I think I will let you two fight it out. I will be back at our hideout Sasuke, return when you have defeated the annoyance. Sasuke just snorted before wiping his blade clean of the remaining ink that still contaminated the sword. Orochimaru then disappeared into the forest, something Naruto was silently thankful for. Before this one-sided battle starts, why don't you tell me why you wear a Kiri uniform? Did you start worshipping that weakling Zabuza after I left, because that sword looks like a complete rip-off? Sasuke taunted Naruto who was keeping his anger in check, barely. No, actually I left Konoha for Kiri. Sasuke's eyes widened a bit at that had been his first guess actually. What a hypocrite, you tell me that you would never betray Konoha like I did and now look at you, an enemy of our old comrades. I suppose you intend to bring me back, at least for Sakura's sake? Naruto began to smirk at that, his hands shifting the blade around in his palms. No, I've known for a long time that you were beyond saving. I intend to rid the world of the blight that is, the Uchiha. Naruto shunshined forward, closing their distance in less than a second. Sasuke brought up his katana to block the aggressive slice. Sparks flew as the two swords impacted. Naruto's mouth began to build up as if he was breathing in air, and Sasuke knew that he was about to try something. His Sharingan whirling as he tracked Naruto's chakra, the blue net avoided the would-be head shot from the blonde's lava bullet. Lava? What is this from? Where the hell did you learn something like that, Dobi? Sasuke ground out, lightly panting from his quick sidestep of the attack. Naruto dug his greatsword out of the ground where it had landed from Sasuke's sudden dislodge from their fight. He prepared himself in another aggressive sword stance and glared at his old teammate. Uzumaki bloodline, something you will never have or learn with those infernal eyes. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at the boy's insult of his clan's kage genkai, even insinuating that his own blood trait was better than his own. What are you trying to say, huh, Naruto? Are you telling me that your bloodline is better than mine? Naruto smirked, slamming his sword into the ground before going through a series of hand signs. That's exactly what I'm telling you, Uchiha. A spoiled brat like you could never fully realize the real potential of your bloodline and use it for a good cause, but not everyone's perfect, I suppose. What series of hand signs is this? I've never seen some of these hand seals in combination before. Can my Sharingan really not copy this? Let's see that wonderful Sharingan of yours track this. Lava release, crimson precipitation. Naruto slammed both his hands onto the ground, and Sasuke could feel a large tremor that threatened to break his bones if he stood on the ground any longer. From the ground shot geysers of hot magma, the spurts of molasses fire shot into the air and formed dangerous raindrops of flames that fell on the battlefield. Naruto stood amongst the worst of the red rain, the thick precipitation harmlessly touching his person and dripping down to the ground only to melt the dirt at the blonde's feet. Sasuke dropped from the tree he had jumped to as it burst into flames, moving through the cover of the tree line and doing his best to dodge the dangerous attack. Even with his great speed and Sharingan abilities, Sasuke could not deflect all of the droplets, and soon his entire outfit was littered with holes and burn marks. Naruto broke into a run to finish the troubled Uchiha and threw a three-pronged kunai at Sasuke, who was easily able to dodge the large object compared to Naruto's jutsu. However, before he knew what was happening, his arms had been pulled behind his back and his sword arm was forced to release his katana. Now unable to move, Sasuke was pelted with the lava, which began to agonizingly melt the young Avenger. Sensing no other way out of his predicament, Sasuke willed the curse mark to appear and allowed the new skin and appendages to form over his body. It gave him some relief and a shield from the rain. Naruto had not seen this before and immediately released Sasuke, but not before using the gathered chakra in his foot to take hold of Sasuke's katana and flinging it away from their fight. The sword was impaled into a tree, leaving Sasuke even further downhill in the admittedly one-sided battle. Damn you. It's time to really begin this fight, Naruto. Sasuke went through a few quick hand signs before grasping his wrist. A familiar sound of chirping birds was heard from the collection of white chakra. Naruto remembered the technique and gathered up his own for a Rasengan, charging towards the other teen who was apparently still building up his attack. Still fueled by emotions, Sasuke? I had hoped you would learn to not rely on the curse mark, but I suppose it was inevitable. Sasuke charged towards the blonde but did not reach out his hand to meet Naruto's attack, instead moving under Naruto's outstretched hand and making a dash for his katana. Naruto stumbled forward and turned his head to find Sasuke about to reach his sword, the rain no longer affecting his mobility. Looks like I'll have to try something else, Naruto said to himself as he went through a sequence of hand signs, his lungs taking in a deep breath. Fire release. Combustion ash cloud. A smog of ash came out of Naruto's open mouth and flooded the area in front of him, hiding Sasuke in the fog. Naruto clicked his teeth just as Sasuke grabbed his sword, freeing it from the tree as if it was a knife cutting through butter. The explosion enveloped the cloud in front of Naruto, who stood undaunted by the large heat release. Just as he had thought Sasuke was dead, a small log came flying out of the smoke, revealing to Naruto that he had not defeated the other teen yet. Damn, substitution. Feeling an incoming presence, Naruto twisted his sword arm and parried a lightning-quick strike from Sasuke, who appeared behind him. His katana had been aimed right at Naruto's kidney. Both were shaking from the sheer brunt of power they were deflecting from one another, and both were glaring at the other with thoughts on what it would take to kill the other. Sasuke's eyes widened when his sword at first failed to break through Naruto's own. He knew that even large swords were mere appetizers to lightning-enhanced weapons. He was tired and damaged from the fight, but it could not stop his fear when his Sharingan saw multiple glyphs and seals light up on Naruto's sword as his own chakra faded away. Containment seals? Where the hell did he learn these techniques? Jumping away from his enemy, Sasuke prepared one last attack for Naruto, as did he. Sasuke made the largest chidori he could muster, and Naruto created two, remembering his last encounter with Sasuke at the Valley of the End. Naruto. Sasuke. Building up an unnoticeable chakra cloak from Kyuubi's power, Naruto was confident in his attack and launched himself towards his rival. Sasuke also charged with chidori, confident that even with the previous actions of the fight that he could still beat Naruto. Naruto slammed his first Rasengan into Sasuke's chidori before launching the second quickly at Sasuke's stomach, successfully hitting the boy. Naruto's first Rasengan was blasted straight through by Sasuke's chidori, and the attack grazed the blonde's left shoulder. The shock wave of the blasts and attacks sent both combatants lurching backwards through the forest, landing very far from each other. Naruto impacted a tree, hard. His body almost went completely through it before he slowly slumped into unconsciousness from the sheer force of the move. Sasuke went through a tree and landed on the banks of a river, slowly sliding further into the murky water to where he would assuredly drown in his sleeping state. A red-haired elderly man came across the smoking body of Naruto and picked the boy up over his shoulder. He turned around to look in the direction of where the battle took place and where Sasuke had been shot towards. He then glanced up to see the seemingly endless red rain taper off. "Yinbi, are you sure this is the one?" "Yes, Roshi, this boy is the one that used the lava release. He also contains my brother, the Kyuubi. Looks like he might need a little help." "Ha ha ha." A loud, boisterous voice boomed in the older man's head, sounding mighty yet wizened. The Iwa Nin shrugged and began to walk off towards the nearby cave that had sheltered him the past few days, wondering if his life was about to get a little too exciting. Kirigakure, Uzumaki Terumi Estate. Mei awoke from her slumber that she had been in since she had arrived yesterday, feeling relieved but somewhat queasy. Rubbing her stomach in an effort to calm it down, she felt the sudden urge to puke and ran for the bathroom, where she released her non-existent breakfast. Wiping her mouth with a towel and placing it in the washer, Mei racked her brain as to why for the past few days she had been feeling so sick in the morning. "Well, I did visit another country. Maybe there was a disease there that I contracted, dirty fire civilians probably." Mei scoffed at the thought. Naruto would have gotten sick as well, or at least she hoped. She had little trouble once she had arrived back from Konoha after a week. The people had not noticed and the council was strangely quiet about her unexpected leave. She had justified it as looking out for a fellow Kiri shinobi, but even so, she had expected the council to put up some fuss. "Oh well, maybe they are finally realizing that I can be a leader and just giving me free rein to do my duty." Finishing with her wardrobe for today, Mei walked down the steps to the front door and passed by the guards at the gate. She decided that she would go to the doctor to make sure that there was nothing wrong and that she could continue her job without fail. Arriving at the tall, spiral-shaped building with a medical cross imprinted at the top of its white length, Mei walked in and found the place to be quiet. The receptionist immediately realized her rank and had her go to a room already prepared and alerted the Mizukage that a doctor was on her way. Sitting in the room was boring but gave Mei more time to ponder just what it could be that ailed her so much. The doctor, a red-haired woman with gray eyes, soon walked through the door and greeted the Mizukage with an informal bow. "Hello Mizukage-sama, what brings you to the clinic today?" Mei smiled and told the woman of her nauseous feelings and also how she commonly had felt more fatigued than usual. "I'm not sure what it could be, although I do have a guess." She didn't even want to say what she thought, the idea was too absurd. The doctor smiled and went through a few hand signs. Her hands began to glow a faint green and they glided over Mei's skin with practiced precision. Mei absently noted that the hands lingered a few more seconds than usual over her stomach, something that brought her closer to the impossible alternative. The doctor was barely able to keep back a smirk as she pulled away. Her face was unreadable, which only unnerved Mei even more. "Well, doctor? Did you find what was wrong?" "From what I can tell, you are physically healthy. Everything checks out as normal and in theory there is nothing that should make you feel this way except..." The doctor paused for a teasing dramatic effect. "Except?" Mei repeated, getting tired of the game. "Mizukage-sama, I am happy to tell you that you are pregnant." "Congratulations." Mei's eyes widened and her mouth gaped open. She was pregnant? "Pregnant, do you mean that?" she asked quietly. The doctor stopped smiling as if she said something wrong. Yes, I can sense another being's chakra signature growing within you. There was a small anomaly with the chakra but nothing serious. You do have a child, ma'am. Is that all right?" Mei moved her shaking hands to her belly, slowly rubbing the place where her and Naruto's child was growing. Mei looked up at the nervous doctor and smiled brightly, her eyes closed from the sheer intensity of happiness she was feeling. Yes, I think that's just wonderful. Grass country, cave. Naruto awoke with a start, rising up out of the makeshift bed he had been laid on and already searching for his weapons. He sprung out of the bed covers and took in his surroundings. He immediately noticed that he was in a dark room with a small fire in the middle of it. There was a figure near the fire that appeared to be staring at him with curiosity and amusement in the gaze. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded. The last thing he remembered was slamming into a tree after his fight with Sasuke. The unknown person slowly stood up and began to chuckle, holding up his hands in a mock defense of the crazed blonde. Now youngster, the old man started. His gravely voice filled the room with a booming effect. "There is no need to overreact. I found you hurt in the forest and decided to help you out. Why would you do that? Better yet, how could you have survived my jutsu?" Only in Uzumaki could the man's eyes widened a bit at the sound of Uzumaki, but otherwise his smile led Naruto to believe nothing had happened. Jinchuriki have to stick together, right? Naruto's eyes widened. This man was a Jinchuriki? What's your name? What bijou do you contain? Naruto's mind was working a mile a minute, trying to process the new information. Roshi decided that it was time for introductions and slowly approached the blonde before holding out his hand for a shake. The fire suddenly intensified its ministrations and the entire cave was now illuminated so Naruto could see his face. "My name is Roshi and I contain the four-tailed monkey. And you are?" Naruto blushed out of embarrassment. He had been so caught up in surprise he had forgotten his manners. "I'm sorry." Naruto shook the older man's hand. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I contain the 9 tails, but I suppose you already knew that, didn't you?" Roshi nodded, pointing to his stomach. "Old Inbi here told me where you were and we followed that lava rain you created. Nice move, by the way. Don't know what happened to the other kid, but your shoulder was a bit beaten up after the last attack, so I brought you here. You have been out for the past few hours. It's pretty late in the afternoon now." "Damn it, Roshi, stop calling me old. I may be stuck inside your old hide, but that doesn't mean that you can just loop us together like that. Besides, I haven't encountered an Uzumaki for some time. The branch of monkeys that originate from me would rejoice to know there still are some left in the world." Yeah, you're still much older than me anyways. I have the feeling there is more to this meeting you set up between us. What exactly are you getting at?" "I want to speak with this boy, to discuss with him an ancient contract that has lain untouched for over 30 years. "Ah, you mean the summoning contract? Thought you'd never break the damn thing out. About time is all I have to say. Naruto, my tailed beast would like to speak with you. Come over by the fire and sit down. I'll see if I can bring you into my mindscape." Naruto moved over to the fire and sat down, curious as to how Roshi was going to get him inside of his mind. Roshi sat down across from him and went into deep concentration, his eyes closed and his hands clasped together. After a few moments, Roshi moved his hand and placed a finger over Naruto's forehead and established the link between the two. "Now, relax your mind, Naruto, and follow the pull," he said quietly, instructing Naruto on the way to continue. Naruto closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm himself and slowly began to feel a slight tug on his mind and allowed it to take him to its destination. Roshi's mindscape. Naruto appeared in a similar setting to his own mindscape, a sewer room with 4 large red pipes heading through the wall over the door in front of him. Waiting a moment to see if Roshi would join him, Naruto shrugged and walked up to the door and opened it, but was amazed at what was behind it. A large rainforest panned out in front of him. Banana trees, ferns and other vegetation littered the landscape as far as the eye could see. Naruto looked up to see an actual sky and sun instead of the dark and dull sewer setting his own mind had. There were no other inhabitants or animal life as far as he could tell, but there was a clear-cut dirt path that he decided to follow to find the Inbi. Walking through the misty and humid greenery, Naruto could hear faint screeches and howls that almost sounded like calls of a monkey. He figured it was just some effect that Inbi or Roshi added in to add to the atmosphere. He had really done a great job. Man, if Kyuubi saw this he would practically have a temper tantrum. I wonder what his homeland looks like. Maybe he is a native of fire? Nearing the end of the path, Naruto came across a large dirt clearing in what he guessed to be the middle of the forest and saw a red giant before him. The Inbi sat with an enlarged banana that he was chomping on, his attention on it instead of the newly arrived Naruto. A representative image of Roshi was off to the side, waving slightly at Naruto to let him know that he was in the right spot. "Ah, Naruto, you have arrived. Did you enjoy the scenery?" Inbi described it very vividly and said it would be his cage or he would refuse to help me. So easy to please this one is. The Inbi threw what was left of the banana skin away and inclined his head to look at Naruto. Something that could be considered a grin reached the large monkey's lips. He should recognize it. This is what much of his home island's landscape looks like after all. Well, all the parts that don't have human cities over them anyways. Even then the Uzumaki respected and coexisted with the flora and fauna, and the Inbi continued to prattle on and on, losing track of the original thought. Roshi just hiked a thumb over his shoulder towards the big beast and mocked him. You'll have to forgive the big guy, he is getting to that age. The Inbi awoke from his rant and snorted, having heard his container's jibe. You reached that age long ago, Roshi, so don't speak so high and mighty. I mean really, monkeys and humans have totally different age spans, Bijou and humans have different age spans. Who are you? Roshi kicked the large primate's leg, which was able to get his attention. The older man glared at the beast. Hey, you are losing track of the entire point of the mind meld. Get on with talking to him about the summoning contract already. The Inbi scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Right, I was getting to it, damn it. Naruto. The gorilla yelled at the blonde, who had somewhat lost most of his attention to the conversation. I would like to know how much you know of your ancestors and of your land. You appear to be a proud Uzumaki bloodline user at least, am I correct? Yes, Inbi-san. Naruto was interrupted when Inbi burst out laughing. He held his gut in an attempt to stop laughing so hard. There is no need to call me that, you have earned the right to simply call me Inbi. Roshi smirked, not wanting to miss the chance to poke fun. Or just Big Red, or maybe even Monkey, they're great nicknames. Inbi glared at his container. Although Roshi still should refer to me as Inbi-sama. Naruto wanted to laugh at the two's interaction. Kyubi was not as light-hearted as his brother. Go on, Naruto, just ignore Roshi. Well, I know little of my ancestors or the history of my clan, unfortunately, for I was not born on the home island or lived a life with my Uzumaki parent. I also have never visited the home island, however my fiancé and I plan on getting married there, so I suppose I will get to see it soon. Inbi appeared to ponder this, stroking the tuft of hair that covered his chin. Roshi stayed quiet as he leaned up against a tree. You know little of your history and grew up without a mother? Only a true Uzumaki could continue from such adverse beginnings. Good job, lad. Now then, tell me what an infant's intentions like yours are? Naruto was confused. Inbi? What do you mean, intentions? Inbi growled a bit in frustration, beating a fist against his chest lightly to get his point across. What you plan to do as an Uzumaki, I mean. I haven't heard of any Uzumaki clan for quite some time, or else I would have had my container march me there immediately, Roshi sighed. He would try to make me go there, probably wouldn't happen though. The Inbi scoffed and mumbled something about lazy old humans. Well, actually my fiancé, who also happens to be an Uzumaki, has agreed to the idea of trying to bring back the Uzumaki. I haven't really made a concrete plan yet on how to do so, but I hope one day to unite the clan and move back to Uzu Island. I'm curious though, what is your link to the Uzumaki, Inbi? Inbi chuckled at this. I'm glad you asked, boy, I was just getting around to it. Now, as I'm sure you know, there are many species of monkeys and primates in the world. Some are normal fauna that are unable to interact with humans or their own chakra, while others actively fight alongside humans as summons or sentient beings. The subspecies of monkey that inhabit your island of Uzu are indirect descendants of myself, making them sentient and with the ability to manipulate chakra. Before I was sealed away, the Uzumaki had made a pact with me that was a mutual agreement between our two species. We would fight alongside your clan, and in turn your people would not destroy our land or kill any of us. Do you know what this pact is called? Naruto's eyes widened. Could he mean a summoning contract? He all but whispered, too much in doubt to really believe it. Inbi smiled, the boy was catching on. Yes, a summoning contract. I have it right here. It has not been signed in over 30 years. Now that is a long time, and it has been very disconcerting for me. I always liked your clan, strong and respectful if not a bit old-fashioned, Roshi chuckled. Look who's talking. Shut it, Roshi. Wait, you mean that there really is a subspecies of yourself? Inbi nodded, seemingly unfazed at how rare it could be. Have you not heard of a monkey summon? Naruto nodded his head. The third Hokage had signed a contract with the Monkey King Enma. Naruto was interrupted by a bellowing howl by the Inbi, followed by Roshi shaking his head. Just had to say it, didn't you, Naruto? Naruto just looked at him confusedly and shrugged. So that youngster is still ruling the other primates? Ha! I am the true and rightful king of all monkeys, as I'm sure you can figure out quite easily. However, I chose to continue as a roaming bijou instead of rule over the primates. Enma was selected as the primary king, but my offspring never bowed to him. They could be considered excommunicated, I suppose. No need to worry, my children are much stronger than anything Enma could offer you, that much is for sure. Sir, if I may ask, since I'm not sure on your specific powers, What are your offspring's special abilities they gained from you? Yunbi smirked, as did Roshi. Naruto, aren't you curious as to how I survived your lava rain? Naruto scratched his head, he didn't really think about that part. I guess so, how? Isn't it obvious, boy? My subspecies of monkey descendants can myself use lava release. Who else taught your great ancestors? Naruto's eyes widened. The monkeys were the ones who first introduced lava release to the Uzumaki? That's amazing, was all he could say. Yunbi smirked. Yes, it is, thank you very much. Sometimes I think Roshi takes his Jinchuriki abilities for granted. It was Roshi's turn to snort at the comment. Getting back on topic, the summoning contract. Roshi got the big ape back on topic. Oh right, Naruto, would you like to continue the tradition all Uzumaki youth go through to sign the summoning contract? Naruto thought for a moment and then shrugged, why not? Yes, I would like to earn my right to summon your kind Yunbi. He then bowed his head in respect to the towering beast who was looking at the blonde human in amusement and wonder. Now that's the spirit. I like this boy, I'm glad I told you to meet him, Roshi. Yeah, the challenge? Roshi urged, seemingly used to the old monkey's off-topic trends. Yes, well, Naruto, you must travel deep into the forest and climb up the highest tree you can and find the akamuzu fruit. It is a native fruit to Uzu country and a delicacy for both our species. The fruit itself is a reddish-orange color and shaped vaguely like an apple, you will know when you find it. Now, the challenge should not be very difficult for you considering you are a trained shinobi and a wizened teenager. The test was mainly given to children when they were of age 12 and still academy students, it was much more of a challenge. Good luck, Naruto, we will be right here waiting for you. Naruto played over the description of the fruit and nodded to himself in recognition. He waved off to the two and pushed through the tree-lined foliage in search for the rare fruit. How long do you think it will take him to find it? Roshi and Yunbi watched as he left. Less than 5 minutes, that boy is a natural Uzumaki. This stuff is child's play because of the blood running through his veins. Roshi looked up into the gargantuan eyes of the primate and garnered a cocky smirk. I say over an hour, you ate so many of the damn things before he arrived it will take him forever to find it. Humph. We shall see, Roshi, and they were good. Very good. 1 hour later. Naruto collapsed onto the muddy ground in sheer exhaustion. The trek through the mined forest wasn't as productive as he had thought. The search for the akamuzu fruit was a difficult one indeed because all Naruto saw was brown or green, and then more green. He had tried climbing up the trees but soon realized that it was impossible to use chakra and was forced to climb up the smooth trees with his bare hands, which ultimately failed. Sighing, Naruto looked up into the sky, which was perpetually sunny, and tried to think of a way to find the damn fruit. Feeling a bit of glare from the imaginary sun, Naruto shaded his eyes with his hand and looked to see a branch above him with a single fruit, and it was red. Grinning with anticipation, Naruto sat up and jumped for the branch, only to realize that it was way too far out of his reach. Frustrated, Naruto began to run up the tree and found a handhold, slowly making his way up to the branch. Wow, being a civilian must suck. Climbing trees without chakra, how primitive. Finally reaching the branch, Naruto began to reach for the tantalizing prize. Halfway there, the branch began to wobble from the increased weight being placed on it and forcing Naruto to tighten his grip. 3/4 of the way on the branch was too much and it caused the entire thing to come crashing down to the ground, Naruto included. Hitting the ground with a large thud, the last thing Naruto remembered was a red comet coming straight for his face and a lot of pain. 1 hour later. So, does that count? Naruto asked, nursing his broken nose and holding the bruised fruit with his hand. Roshi and Yunbi looked at one another and nodded, agreeing that it did in fact count. Nice job, Naruto, I knew you could do it. Yes, now I believe it's time for you to sign the contract. Have you signed one before? Naruto nodded, he had signed the Toad contract although he didn't know if it was still valid. Which one, if I may ask? The Toad contract. The Toads? An interesting choice. Yunbi seemed a bit amused by the strange choice, but Naruto explained. My first mentor made me sign it when he trained me, about the only real technique he taught me. Yunbi nodded a bit. Alright, just sign in blood right, here. Yes, perfect. That is some nice handwriting. He uttered. Well, that does it for the mind meld. Anything else you would like to say, oh great Monkey King? Yunbi growled again, not amused by the joke. Humph. Good luck, Naruto, I hope to see you again soon. It was pleasure meeting the Uzumaki heir and I hope you bring both our people's glory back to greatness once again. I will, Yunbi, I promise. Grass country, cave. Naruto awoke with a start. The fire had gone out and he could no longer see his surroundings. Getting up, Naruto started to make his way towards a dim light that shone through the cave and saw it to be the cave's mouth where Roshi stood. Naruto noted that the man's eyes were suspiciously shifting back and forth, as if he were watching for something or someone. Noticing Naruto walk up, Roshi greeted the boy with an uneasy wave and a half-hearted smile. "Well, Naruto, I think you are all better. From what I remember, you said that you have a fiancé and I don't think she will like you waiting around forever now, do you?" Naruto nodded, agreeing with that decision. The last time he had run off from Mei, she had beaten him to a pulp in the hospital. "Yeah, I suppose you're right, I'll go get my gear and then I can leave." Naruto ran back into the cave and using a simple fire jutsu was able to illuminate the area and find his vest and pouches and his greatsword. "Alright, I'm ready to head on back to Kiri. Oh, before I forget." Naruto dug into his kunai pouch and handed a 3-pronged kunai to Roshi, who took it confusedly. "The Yondaime Hokage's kunai? You must be his son, you look very much like him." Naruto nodded and smiled, scratching the back of his head. "In case you are in trouble or Akatsuki comes your way, just throw the kunai into the ground or a tree and I'll come back." Roshi stiffened at the sound of Akatsuki but otherwise just nodded and smiled. "Alright Naruto, you better get going, I hope we get to meet again someday." Naruto was a bit curious as to why the old man was trying to get rid of him but played it off as him wanting to leave as well. "See you Roshi," Naruto said with a wave before he disappeared in a yellow flash, leaving Roshi to deal with the new arrivals. Konoha. "Hokage-sama, Team Kakashi has arrived at the gates. It looks like they came back empty-handed," Shizune reported to an irate Tsunade. "Damn, this complicates things." She quietly brooded until Yamato's group arrived in front of her for debriefing. "Report," she ordered tersely. "Ma'am, we have some news for you. Grass country. Ah, look here Itachi. The 4 tails is here and the 9 tails just left, 2 beasts in the bag for us today," Kisame yelled out. The 2 had arrived in the clearing in front of the cave just after Naruto had left in a yellow flash. Roshi glared at the 2 and took a few steps forward, holding both hands in front of him in a defensive measure. "You'll have to go through me before you get to Naruto." Itachi looked at Kisame and then back to Roshi. "Now Kisame, we should take our time. I don't believe we will be able to catch up to Naruto so quickly, the jutsu he used is a very advanced one indeed." Kisame scoffed and took off Seimata from his back, preparing for battle. "I call dibs on this one Itachi, just stand back and watch." Itachi just took a few steps back to allow the 2 fighters their dueling arena. Roshi looked at the kunai in his hands, having an internal struggle with himself. "If I throw it, Naruto and I could try to defeat both of them together. If I don't, Naruto will live to fight another day and I will be taken and killed for my bijou. I'm not sure if Naruto can handle these 2, even with my and our bijou's help, it might be best to just not call for help. We must keep that boy alive. He has a destiny to fulfill, I could sense it." "You are pretty loyal to the Uzumaki, aren't you, Inbi?" "It's not just that, I think Naruto has a future worth seeing. One you are willing to sacrifice yourself for?" "Damn right I am willing. If we can break a few limbs on our way to hell. Then we are in agreement." Taking one last look at the wonderful craftsmanship of the blade, Roshi threw it up into the air in front of his face and shot a single lava bullet at it, effectively destroying his distress beacon. "By destroying it, I can stop Akatsuki from using it against Naruto." "Ha, I wonder why he did that," Kisame mumbled, not understanding the weapon or the jutsu behind it. "Well, are you ready then?" Roshi called out, pulling out his custom-made curved kunai that he used. Kisame smirked and started running towards the bearded man, intent on taking the delicious 4 tails chakra. Roshi smiled, even he knew he could not win this battle against the 2 opponents. He was buying time that gave Naruto a chance to escape. "Good luck Naruto, I know that you have a great future coming. I only wish I could live to see it." Kirigakure, Uzumaki Terumi Estate. Naruto arrived at the gate and had suddenly had an ominous feeling in his chest, as if something horrible just happened. Patting himself lightly, Naruto tried to get past the sinking feeling and open the doors to his estate, the time being late evening in Kiri and his Mei should be home. Looking in on the living room first, he saw Mei just sitting there and staring at her stomach. Confused as to why she was paying so much attention to it, Naruto knocked on the wall and got her attention towards him. She began to smile but she looked very hesitant. "Hello Mayheim, I'm home," he said simply, waiting to get chewed out by his fiancée. "Hello Naruto-kun, welcome back," she replied, patting the couch next to her. Naruto gulped and went to sit down next to her, moving his arm over her shoulders and bringing her close for a kiss. Naruto, I have some news. Naruto was intrigued, he looked into her eyes and saw them trembling. What's the news? Did something happen while I was away? She nodded, taking his hand and moved it over her stomach. Confused by the action, Naruto tried tickling her and got a giggle before she slapped his hand playfully to stop. Naruto, I'm pregnant. His eyes widened, pregnant?
Pregnant?
Chapter 15. New parents, new plan, old enemies. Grass country, river, aftermath of battle. As Sasuke began to slip into the water, a trio of figures came out of the trees and jumped down. The apparent leader walked up to the ailing Uchiha and roughly pulled him up by the arm, eliciting a groan from the boy. Placing a glowing hand over his head, the man nodded to his two subordinates, to which one of them moved a hand over their ear. Sir, the package has been taken. I repeat, the bargaining chip is ours. Orders? The crackle of the radio quieted as the three waited for their superior to come back. Return to base immediately, Leader Sama is pleased. The one carrying Sasuke slung the teen over his shoulder and started off in a run towards their destination. Why does Leader want this Uchiha? What is so special about the traitor? One of the men asked, to which he was replied with a grunt. Humph. The leader is an expert at diplomacy and is very clever, he obviously has a plan for this one and that strange masked man. Kirigakure, Uzumaki Terumi Estate.
Pregnant?
Naruto exclaimed, not believing what he was hearing. Mei giggled a bit and nodded, pointing at her stomach where his hand still laid. Our baby is growing right inside of me, isn't it wonderful? Naruto just went from looking at her to her stomach before putting his hand onto his forehead. Oh boy. And with that, our brave hero fainted, something which many young dads can attest to. Mei just watched as her fiancé slumped into the couch and wanted to break out laughing, not at all feeling worried. She knew that Naruto was happy, overjoyed even that they were having a baby, it was just a very big shock. Settling for laying the big blonde down on the couch in a more comfortable position with his head on her lap, Mei was content with just waiting for him to wake up before they talked about the great news. After some time, her Naruto began to awaken and she gave him some space as he collected himself. Looking over at the red head, Naruto tried to remember why he fainted in the first place, and then he looked at her stomach and remembered. Mei was afraid he was going to faint again but started to smile when he hesitantly placed a hand over her stomach and began to rub it, tickling her a bit. Right, here? Naruto asked. He received a nod. What do you think, Naruto-kun? Are you happy? Naruto looked into her worried eyes and just smiled, placing his other hand on her cheek. Of course I am Meiheim. I was just so surprised at the suddenness that it overloaded my brain. Do we know if it will be a boy or girl? Mei shook her head. Too early to find out, darling, we will just have to wait. Naruto didn't look disappointed as he just looked at her stomach. It doesn't matter. Boy or girl, both will be perfect with their mother's genes. Mei smiled and moved a hand to Naruto's face, rubbing his whiskers. Can't forget the father's cuteness factor, if they have these whiskers I might just die. They both laughed at that, happy that they were getting another family member. Kirigakure, Uzumaki Terumi Training Grounds. Naruto stood in the middle of the field preparing for his first summoning attempt of a lava monkey. All in all, he was pretty excited. Going through the universal hand signs of summoning, Naruto slammed his bloodied hand onto the ground and watched with satisfaction as a sizable puff of smoke appeared. Summoning technique. From the smoke came two creatures, not one as Naruto was expecting. There stood a moderately sized lava monkey somewhat taller than Naruto himself. He stood with all four palms on the ground. Next to him appeared none other than Gamakichi, who looked confused until he set his eyes on Naruto. Yo! Hey Naruto, it's been forever since I saw you. Naruto scratched the back of his head, confused. Hi Gamakichi, what are you doing here? Gamakichi looked at him as if he were an idiot. Because you summoned me, why else? Naruto pointed to the irate lava monkey next to him, to which Gamakichi gulped and took a few steps away from. Uzumaki-sama, may I ask why there is a toad here? Naruto looked at the primate and found it in an interesting outfit. It had plate armor on its arms and legs, and the most important part was that an Uzu headband was around its neck, showing its only loyalty. Its appearance was that of a tiny bee without the four tails, only a single one was behind it. Toads were my first summon, although I'm just as confused as how I was able to summon both of you at the same time. The monkey seemed to ponder this while Gamakichi was beyond confused. Naruto, how did you get another summons? Naruto pointed at the lava monkey. This is a lava monkey, The loyal Uzumaki clan summons and I came across their boss who gave me the contract. The lava monkey stopped thinking and looked at Naruto, practically going crazy with anxiousness. You met our leader, Inbi-sama? Naruto nodded. How is he? Is he okay? Yeah? The lava monkey seemed to calm down and wiped some sweat off his brow. That's good, we haven't had any contact with him for so long. I think it's been over 50 years since we last had fought alongside him. Well, I need to work this out, so how are we going to prevent a double summoning from happening again? Gamakichi looked at the monkey and they both nodded to one another before looking back at Naruto. Choose, they said simultaneously, not giving Naruto much of a choice. Choose? You mean choose one of you? They both nodded, neither happy with the outcome.
But I like both of you.
I'm sorry Uzumaki-sama, but to prevent double summoning you must pick one of us so the other may remove you from the contract. It's the only way. Is there a way that I would still be able to visit the one that I don't choose? Gamakichi nodded. We could always put a little seal on you that allows us to summon you to Myobakuzen if we ever need you. The monkey nodded as well. We have a similar use for transporting you to our homes on Uzu Island if that is your choice. Gamakichi, I'm sorry but I made a promise to Inbi, I have to choose the lava monkeys. Gamakichi nodded and smiled a bit, he had figured Naruto would pick them anyways. Alright Naruto, you don't have to worry about it with me but I'm sure Dad is gonna be mighty pissed off. Here, this, is the seal that will allow us to summon you. Don't worry, it won't happen very often, only if something important is happening that concerns you. Right, thanks for understanding Gamakichi. See ya. And with that, the toad was gone leaving the monkey and Naruto to discuss what's next. Good choice if I may so Uzumaki-sama, your ancestors would be pleased. Naruto just nodded, not sure if Gamakichi was genuine in his goodbye. So, what is your name? The monkey slapped himself on the forehead, how could he forget his manners? Sorry Uzumaki-sama, my name is Yomara, it is a pleasure to meet you. The monkey held out its large paw for a shake and Naruto awkwardly gripped it. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the pleasure is mine Yomara. Now tell me, what has happened with the lava monkeys while the Uzumaki have been away? The monkeys have survived sir, but we do miss our old friends. Without Inbi-sama to guide us or the Uzumaki to follow, we have sat idle for the past 30 years. I was excited when I received the call of a summon and now here I stand before another Uzumaki, praise Inbi. Naruto scratched the back of his head, not sure of what to make of it. Well, I have an Uzumaki wife as well and a child on the way. Is there any way we could get her to sign the contract as well? The monkey was surprised at first to hear of more Uzumaki but quickly regained his composure. Of course Naruto-sama, I have a copy of the contract here with me. There is this little tradition back on Uzu Island but it really isn't necessary. All she has to do is sign it and when your infant is at the right age, it can sign as well. Perfect. Would you like to come with me to get her? Naruto-sama, are you inviting me into your home? Naruto nodded, not getting what is the big deal. I have never been inside a human house before, you are most generous. Naruto patted the large monkey on his shoulder and led him inside. Oh Mayheim. I have a visitor here that has some words he would like to speak to you. Yomara sat on his two bottom legs and nervously twiddled his fingers with much anxiousness. Naruto noticed his trepidation and sought to quell it. Don't worry, she is very sweet. The monkey looked convinced until it looked up the stairs and seemed to shrink. Naruto looked up there to see Mei with a familiar too happy smile on her face, pointing at the monkey. Oh Naruto, what is a monkey doing in our house? Naruto gulped, motioning to the large monkey. This is Yomara and he has come from Uzu Island through a summoning to ask that as an Uzumaki if you would sign the summoning contract? Mei's eyes softened when she heard that and slowly moved down the stairs to stand before the two. Immediately, Yomara moved to bow low but was stopped by Mei herself. Uzumaki-sama, please forgive me for my rude. Mei held up a hand for quiet, silencing the monkey. There is no need for apologies, it was my own overreaction that led to this. I'm sorry to worry you Yomara, I will gladly sign the lava monkey contract. The monkey smiled and brought out a scroll with the names of a few dozen remaining Uzumaki on it, giving Naruto an interesting idea for later. Just sign right here in blood, there. Beautiful handwriting by the way, Matriarch-sama. Mei and Naruto's eyes widened at the sound of that. What do you mean by matriarch, Yomara? Naruto asked, receiving a bit of a flustered look from the primate. Oh, I'm sorry if that was not the proper title for your female Naruto-sama. I just assumed that because you are the first to summon us in the last 30 years that you were the heads of the current Uzumaki family. Please forgive my wrongful assumptions. Naruto and Mei looked at each other in surprise. So, we are the first to contact you in the past 30 years? Mei asked incredulously, not believing that such a famous summon would go unused. The monkey merely nodded and took on a sullen form. Yes, Uzumaki-sama, my people have felt as though we have been shunned or failed the Uzumaki somehow and that this is our punishment. From your confusion, I suspect you know little of other Uzumaki's statuses? They both nodded their heads. No other Uzumaki were known to the two of them. Well, that is a shame. Perhaps in time, we can work together to unite the Uzumaki with the help of my summoning contract here. Now then, I believe this summoning has been completed and I shall return home until I am summoned again. Naruto-sama, we may summon you soon so you may see our crimson backs or our leaders to discuss with them your further training as the Uzumaki Patriarch. Naruto was confused. Training, Patriarch? Wait, what do you mean by training? The monkey looked at him for a moment as if he were stupid before he changed to a more friendly face. Your lava training, the crimson backs will teach you our way of converting geothermal energy into strength and power, a secret power known only to the Nbe's descendants. You will come to learn more in time. The monkey disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving a confused couple of Uzumaki. Okay. Kirigakure, Mizukage Suite, one day later. Mei sat at her desk in her normal attire, going through a few documents while she waited for Naruto to arrive. She had received a priority message from the Raikage that his brother, Killer Bee, had requested Naruto's presence for a training exercise. Seeing nothing wrong with it, Mei allowed it to go through and now she just had to see him off. Mizukage-sama, you requested my presence? She looked up to see her fiancé. He had dressed in his normal Kiri-jounin attire for the trip. Yes, I have a mission that will send you to Kumo for some training alongside Killer Bee. Naruto was intrigued by this. The last time he saw Killer Bee was when he first visited Kumo with Yugito. They had met briefly during his week of training there. Did it say what kind of training? Mei nodded her head, handing the message over to Naruto. Reading it, his eyes widened when he saw the word underlined at least a dozen times by someone who had to be Killer Bee. Rap training? Mei held back her laugh as she watched Naruto panic at the idea of rapping with Killer Bee. Now, calm down, Naruto. I'm sure that you can talk him into some real training after he is done, whatever he is going to do with you and rapping. Naruto wasn't feeling any better. Yugito had many horror stories she told of him and he didn't like remaining in the same room for too long. Look on the bright side, it pays A rank because Killer Bee insisted that it was a very important mission. You can use it to go buy us some baby clothes, and a crib, and Naruto interrupted her with his hands held up in defense. Okay, I get it. I'm going, but I won't like it. Naruto began to walk towards the door but stopped when he remembered something. Oh, before I forget, here, this is the list I made that you asked for. I'll oversee the preparations after my mission is complete. Naruto left off as he disappeared behind the office's door. Mei smiled at his memory and looked at the list. Naruto had compiled all the names of the remaining Uzumaki and now it was Mei's job to find them. Pulling out the large scroll with the census, Mei started looking, already knowing this was going to be a long day. Konoha, Hokage Office. Tsunade, along with the information supplied by Yamato's team, I have confirmed the fact that Danzo has entered a megacore for his future base of operations. Please allow me to go and find out exactly what he is planning. It could be vital for the Kiri-Konoha alliance. Jiraiya stood in front of Tsunade, hoping to get permission to infiltrate the rainy country for intel. Tsunade's eyes widened as she knew he was determined. Why the hell would he want to go there himself? Jiraiya, the situation in that country is too risky. Why can't you just use your spy network to gather information? I already tried that, Tsunade. My spies either have trouble smuggling the information to me from inside the country, or they are caught in the process of gathering it. I no longer have a viable network in the country and now it's up to me to find what we need. Will you allow me to do it? You understand the risks, don't you? Jiraiya scoffed. Of course he did. I am one of the Sannin, remember? I can take anything the old coot can throw at me. We will have what we need when I get back. See ya, Tsunade-chan. Jiraiya was gone in a puff of smoke, not even waiting for her final approval. Damn idiot, be safe, she said as she looked out the window in the direction he disappeared to. Kumagakure outskirts, Killer Bee's training grounds. Okay Bee, what is this rap training that you want me to help you with? Naruto and Bee were standing on a large circular platform with Bee's hideaway a little higher up the mountain they were on. Bee scratched the back of his head, a bit nervous. He pulled out his rhyme book and got out a pencil but didn't write anything. I'm having some trouble, thinking of my rhymes. Yeah. I need your help to find something that rhymes with double. Naruto racked his brain for the answer to the simple request. Trouble? That seemed to spark something in the older man's eyes, and he furiously began to write in his rhyme book. Get this. Gotta go on the double, before I get in trouble, float away in a bubble, 'cause I float like butterfly and sting like a bee 'cause I'm Kirabai. Naruto just sweat dropped, propping up a thumbs up for the man's mediocrity. Nice one? Killer Bee noticed Naruto still standing there and ran up to him and gave him a giant bear hug as thanks. Thanks to you, my little blonde friend, I have new rhymes. Now I'm in a good mood, so how about we train for real and I can help you with the training that I promised to give you when you were first here. Yeah. Naruto was confused. What training was that? What do you mean, training? I don't remember. The training with multiple swords, Naruto, remember? You were so hyped up on my super awesome style that you wanted to learn too. First we gotta get my man here some swords and something to put him in. He ran up into his home away from home and disappeared for over 5 minutes, leaving Naruto just sit there astounded at the man's memory. Just when he thought the man passed out or got lost, he came back out with 9 swords and a back holder for all of them that allowed Naruto to reach them easily. My students on Team Samui could never learn how to use multiple swords, or at least not very well. I think you're going to be my first student to actually pass the class. Oh yeah. He helped Naruto fasten the holder onto his back and instructed him on how to remove all the swords at the same time. Like this? Instead of removing the swords completely, Naruto just loosened them in their slots, seeing as he did not yet know how to hold them all. Yeah, like that. I used 7 swords, but I thought since you got the 9 tails that you should get 9 swords, yeah. Let's see. He had Naruto stand in a very awkward position and just started placing swords between his joints. He even stuck one in his mouth. After the 7th one was placed, he took a few steps back to admire his handiwork. That's my exact stance, now where to place the other ones? Naruto was sweating bullets, hoping that B would find a decent spot for them. After much indecision, B chose to place the last 2 in Naruto's open hands, effectively having him hold all 9 blades. Naruto was unable to hold the stance, however, and fell over to the ground, making B face palm. Naruto, you're supposed to be able to stand when you fight. Yeah. How the hell am I supposed to balance that? Well, I suppose I could teach you that part. Yeah, probably be better if we started with that. Kumagakure outskirts, 5 days later. Okay, you know the stance, but can you dig it? Naruto's sweat dropped for the 1000th time being in Kumo. You mean can I use it? Killer Bee scratched the back of his head. Yeah, that. Well, let's get started. I have some stuff I have to do in Kiri and it has a timetable. Killer Bee seemed pleased enough and pulled out his own swords quickly. Naruto did the same. Both opponents stared at each other before Killer Bee started the battle by jumping towards Naruto. Meeting the charge with one of his own, Naruto launched into the air and twisted his left arm towards B's form. The two clashed their blades, the battle becoming a game of who could push the other back until Naruto became a little too unpredictable. Contrary to the style B had taught him, Naruto maneuvered his right leg and kicked the other man away from him. Charging forward, Naruto dodged 3 swords thrown by B and flipped upside down to confuse B while he switched the positioning of his swords, but the other blonde was not fooled. Charging forward quickly, B took the blades from Naruto mid-stride and held his mouth blade right up to Naruto's neck while the rest threatened to penetrate his center mass. While Naruto lost the sword battle, by releasing his swords it gave him the chance to form a perfect Rasengan that threatened to tear right through B's defenses. Looking down, B noticed this as well and smirked, releasing his weapons and handing back Naruto's. That was sweet. Your swordsmanship will need a lot of work to keep up with the master, but you got style, kid. Placing his weapons back in their correct holsters, Naruto bowed to his sensei. Thanks B, I think. Yeah. Whenever I need you for more of those sick rhymes, I'll call you. I'm alright. Don't push yourself. Naruto left in a flash of yellow to go visit a place that he should have gone to a long time ago. Man, I gotta learn how to do that. Uzu shores. Naruto walked up along the shoreline towards the mainland, cutting through the dense foliage. He was looking for Uzumaki, the hidden village where he expected his clan's living quarters were. Realizing that this was going to get him nowhere, Naruto went through a few hand signs and slammed his hand down onto the ground to make a puff of smoke appear. The familiar face of Yomara appeared and it gave Naruto more confidence that his mission would be a success. Ah, Naruto-sama, good to see you. Why have you summoned me though? I need your help finding the ruins of Uzumaki. I need to start fixing it up. Yomara heard that and smiled. While I admire your mission, sir, I'm afraid that you can't fix it up. Why is that? Naruto inclined his head towards Yomara in a suspicious gaze. It's because the monkeys have already fixed the cities for you, in hopes that you would return. I can show you Uzumaki if you wish though, it is a beautiful city for humans anyway. Alright, why not? Naruto followed the monkeys' lead as they explored the jungles and slowly started to reach the city. Naruto was amazed by the amount of animal life though, it seemed every few steps you took there were lava monkeys in sight or even other animals. When the foliage began to thin out, Naruto knew that they had almost arrived, but he was not expecting the sight before him. Uzumaki Gates. What is this? Yomara had led him to what appeared to be the eastern whirlpool fields of Uzu country. Yomara spread his arms wide in front of him, amplifying the sheer grandeur of the moment. This is Uzumaki. Naruto looked around confusedly, all he could see were multiple whirlpools that were huge, ship-eaters in size. They currently stood on the shore but Yomara began to walk across the water without fail or worry. Naruto soon followed and the two were soon standing in the middle of the dangerous fields. That was the first defense, if we had not been who we were, the whirlpools would have sucked us in. Now for the entrance. Suddenly Yomara jumped into the nearest and largest whirlpool before allowing himself to be sucked away. At first Naruto thought he had fallen in on accident but soon realized that this was the so-called gate of Uzumaki. Naruto felt himself being tugged by the strong currents and could tell he was moving towards the island. Naruto tried to open his eyes to see where he was going and found the currents were leading through tunnels that had been dug out under the island. Entering through one of them, Naruto could feel the heat rise and could only guess that there was volcanic activity on the island. Feeling the current change, Naruto was now being pulled upwards towards the surface, a bright light was above him. Uzumaki. Coming out of the giant geyser, Naruto felt himself launch into the air a few moments before landing sorely on his bottom. Yomara stood off to the side, patiently waiting for the Uzumaki to gather himself. Ah! You have arrived, how did you like the ride? Naruto slowly stood up while nursing his hurt backside. Is that the only entrance to Uzumaki? Yomara looked at him curiously before shaking his head. No, if you know the right direction, you can walk here from the shores. There is an elaborate genjutsu that will only fall if you are an Uzumaki or monkey, otherwise it seems like you're just walking through more forest. Good, because I don't want to do that again. The red primate shrugged. I suppose it's more popular with the children then, the whirlpool fields are popular spots. I'll bet, wow. Naruto finally took notice of the city before him and was amazed at its style and somewhat familiarity. We are here, the home of your ancestors, Uzumaki. Naruto took notice that most of the buildings were painted red or orange, bright vibrant colors littered the view. The city building structure was similar to Kiri's because the buildings were in cylindrical shapes for the most part, except for a few that seemed to be very important. Naruto looked closely at the Japanese-style castle that had Uzu swirls adorned on it and figured it to be the head clan's building. Naruto looked behind himself to find a large wall that prevented access to would-be travelers. The Uzumaki really didn't like outsiders apparently. I hope the monkeys did a good job with your city, Naruto-sama. We have had over 50 years of solitude so this was one of the few things we could do. How does it look? Naruto walked along the main street a bit followed closely by his guide. Well, I don't know what it looked like before but, I like it. It feels very familiar while at the same time very new. Your people did a wonderful job. I can't wait to move in. Yomara's eyes widened, he was coming to live here? Naruto-sama, do you mean that you will come back here to live? Naruto turned to the monkey and nodded. Praising be. Hopefully more Uzumaki will follow, we can be a true family again. Naruto looked up into the sky, wondering how Mei was doing. Hopefully. Amiga-kur. A toad came up for a peek at land, looking around to see if it could find anyone. It was currently in a large body of water that surrounded the city, keeping most travelers well away from it. Opening its mouth, the toad allowed the man that had been tagging along to come out of hiding. Jiraiya slowly pulled himself out from inside the small amphibian and took a look at his surroundings. It was raining, so he pulled on a cloak that would allow him to move throughout the city without being recognized. Just as he was beginning to walk off towards the lights of the festival, the toad had a final question. Jiraiya-sama, are you sure this is a good idea? Surely we could find the information you need another way? Jiraiya looked back at the small animal and smiled, hiking a thumb at himself. Aw, come on, have a little more faith in me will ya? I am the Toad Sage and Sanin Jiraiya, I think I can handle it. Don't worry, I'll be back out soon with all the information we need. Jiraiya quickly turned around and began to walk, his smile had left him and a frown had settled on his face. I'm not sure what it is, but now I'm starting to get the feeling this mission is different than the others. Oh, look at me, I'm letting the others' doubts get to me. I'll be back drinking sake with Tsunade Heim in no time, just watch. Chapter 16. The fragile allies meet while the enemies plot. Amigakur, Festival. Jiraiya stalked through the crowd of Ame citizens, silently observing the holiday arrangements. He would go to the occasional shop and sample their wares, ask simple questions and try and get what he needed out of them. As he walked amongst them, Jiraiya felt just how alien he was standing with them. This isn't working, these people are too suspicious of foreigners. I'm like an outsider. The old pervert moved off to the side and found a bench, deciding to take a break from his investigations. His eyes wandered from suspicious persons to beautiful ladies, slowly beginning to drool over the forbidden fruit. I wonder if there are any pleasure places here? Such a gold mine in a country locked in civil war, and I am the first man to find it from the outside. I stake my claim. Just as Jiraiya was about to chase a particular piece of fine ass, he noticed a peculiar figure walk past him. This particular person stood out because his mask wasn't a civilian design, it was a Konoha design. Furthermore, with his experience, Jiraiya could tell the bulges under the man's cloak were his weaponry. This led him to one conclusion: this was a root operative that was operating inside an enemy city. Standing up, Jiraiya began to trail the man who was sticking mainly to populated areas. After a few more minutes of aimless wandering, Jiraiya noticed another similar figure begin to walk alongside the man. A few minutes later another joined. The trend continued until there was at least half a dozen of them walking loosely with one another. What are they up to? The 6 identified Onbu were now going down an alleyway, void of anyone else other than themselves and a white-haired spy. Concealing himself with a simple chameleon technique, Jiraiya watched as one went up to a wall and pressed inward. The assortment of pipes shook and rose, revealing a passage. All 6 quickly went inside, with a close-by Jiraiya following on their toes. They led him through multiple passages, all kept professionally quiet as they approached their command center. Entering through the last passage, all 7 walked into a large room with a conference table in the center of it, some sort of meeting room. Jiraiya moved off to a wall, to be the fly on the wall during the inevitable meeting. His eyes widened as the 6 root operatives threw off their trademark white cloaks for a sinister revelation to show: they were wearing Akatsuki cloaks underneath them. My god, that old bastard really did it. He joined Akatsuki and brought his men with him. His thoughts were interrupted when previously unseen doors opened and it revealed Danzo walking with 3 figures into the room. The root soldiers had taken up security places around the room, watching all 4 carefully. Danzo, I see your men have taken up their new colors well, said the man with the orange mask. He seemed suspicious to Jiraiya. Danzo himself ran his available hand over his new cloak, particularly tracing the red clouds. Yes, well, I must admit they are wonderful colors. Besides, I told you we joined forces, correct? That was all the proof Jiraiya needed. Danzo was now a criminal among the Akatsuki. You are sure about this, sir? Allowing an ex-Konoha shinobi to just waltz in here and join us? A strangely shaped man with what looked to be a Venus flytrap. Seems to be second in command, and for a while now. No one would have the balls to interrupt a leader of a criminal organization just like that. Well, Danzo does know how to make quite a bargain. He gave me an army, and an apprentice. The 2 figures opposite Danzo and Toby shifted uncomfortably. Who is this apprentice? Sir, can we trust the Uchiha to come with us willingly? After all, he was under the command of Orochimaru when we picked him up, said the man with a large sword on his back. His face was very similar to that of a shark. That must be Kisame Hoshigaki, the demon of the mist. And what was that about Uchiha? They couldn't mean Sasuke, could they? How the hell did they manage to take him from Orochimaru so easily, and why? Oh, once I reveal a few things to the boy, I'm sure he will come along to our side. Besides, we always have Itachi with us to serve as a contingency plan. The other 3 grunted in agreement to Toby. On to the next order of business. Kisame, you and Itachi recently arrived with the 4 tails and it was successfully extracted. How many does that make under our control? The plant man spoke up to answer the leader. That makes 3, sir. We are currently tracking the 3 and 6 tails. I am also monitoring the 9 tails as you requested. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Naruto. Good, I will begin to order pain into position soon. Kisame, I trust that you will be able to handle your duty when the time comes to capture the 8 tails? Kisame smirked, nodding his head confidently. Yes, I believe I will be up to the task. Toby nodded and stood up, casting a suspicious eye at the direction Jiraiya was in. Now that the meeting is over. Madara Sharingan, I swirled angrily. It's time we take care of the spy. It all seemed to happen in slow motion to Jiraiya. One moment all four were sitting at the table and the next they had sprung up and started charging towards him. Quickly ducking back into the passage, Jiraiya ran for his life, knowing that even he could not outfight the men that were chasing him. Were there really this many turns when we were coming this way? Damn it, I may have to summon the Toad Sage to get out of this. Rounding another corner, Jiraiya sighed in relief when he saw rain pelting the ground and looked up to see the sky. Having his escape route, Jiraiya began his run up the pipes when the water turned into a waterfall and pushed him down the pipes to land back on the ground. Water release, great waterfall. Kisame announced triumphantly, stopping the would-be escape in its tracks. Jiraiya quickly recovered and glared at the man. He was the only one present. Knowing the other three en route cronies were not far behind, Jiraiya knew he could not stay. Gathering a large Rasengan in his palm, Jiraiya charged Kisame, who only brought his greatsword in front of him and held it to the approaching Rasengan. Jiraiya quickly noticed the jutsu losing strength and switched tactics, going through hand signs for his ultimate speed attack. Hair Needle Barrage. Kisame's eyes changed to a playful look as he lazily brought his sword up to deflect the attack, destroying most of the attack while a few needles penetrated his flesh. Ouch, was this supposed to give me a reason to get out my tweezers? Jiraiya gritted his teeth and slammed a smoke bomb onto the ground, quickly running towards the top but was stopped by a flash of orange in front of him. Where do you think you are going? Konoha Hokage office 1 week later. Tsunade-sama. Shizune came running through the office door to alert Tsunade of the Toad presence in Konoha. Tsunade and her visitor turned to look at Shizune, who had made an unnecessary uproar in the middle of their meeting. Shizune saw Fukasaku had already shown himself and quietly dismissed herself, thoroughly embarrassed. As you were saying, Fukasaku-sama? Tsunade requested, intent on hearing any news on the missing Jiraiya. The Toad Sage sighed and looked at Tsunade with remorse in his eyes. We have yet to contact Jiraiya since he went into Ame, however, he has sent us a message that contains info on Akatsuki. We received it soon after he arrived in Ame, but no Jiraiya-chan. I'm not sure what has happened to him. Tsunade quickly swallowed her fears and took the scroll from the toad and began to read. Her eyes widened when she saw the many revelations written on the parchment. Sasuke had been abducted from Orochimaru, Kisame Hoshigaki was after the 8 tails, Naruto was being watched and that they captured the 4th tails? This was too much information for her to process, but she knew that this information had to be spread. I wonder why Iwa hasn't announced their Jinchuriki missing. Do they really care? This is quite a treasure trove of information. Fukasaku nodded, in thought. What will you do with it? If they really did kill Jiraiya-chan, we can't just let that go. Something must be done about this Akatsuki organization. Tsunade looked at the old toad and nodded, rereading the part where it said Naruto was being observed. We will send a general call to all major nations to meet us on neutral ground, possibly the Land of Iron if they will have us. Fukasaku looked at her incredulously before smirking, slowly making his way towards the door. Shinobi coming together against a common threat, I never thought I would live to see the day. Tsunade watched as he left and looked out the window. As per her nightly ritual and rainy day contingency, Tsunade pulled out a bottle of sake and poured herself a glass. The warming liquids rushed down her throat and uncomfortably settled at the bottom of her stomach. Why won't this let me forget? A lone tear fell from Tsunade's eye, a silent call of sorrow from the once strong Godime Hokage. Another one of her loved ones was gone. Kirigakure, 1 week later. Mei currently sat in her office, rereading a report that had been sent by the leader of Konohagakure, the Godime Hokage Tsunade. Her entire body shook with anxiety to what the letter contents read. The sheer ramifications and the effect on the ninja world was too great to be real. 4 tails captured, Jiraiya of the Sannin dead, and Naruto is next apparently. This is not good at all. What could Tsunade hope to accomplish with a meeting of the cage though? Is she in her right mind? As she pondered this, the door slowly opened, allowing a single ninja inside. He had just arrived from the old Uzu ruins. Naruto Uzumaki walked up to his wife-to-be and kissed her in surprise. She welcomed the kiss immediately and allowed her tongue to tangle with his. Switching their spots so he was now the one in the chair, Mei now sat in his lap staring at him with pure joy. Naruto Koi, you are back. How was your trip to Kumo and the ruins? Naruto detailed his training in Kumo, accentuated by his swords that still were strapped to his back. Going to see Killer Bee wasn't so bad now, was it? Naruto sighed, not wishing to think of the encounter. It was only good after we got the wrapping out of the way. Besides, I could have learned how to wield 9 swords on my own. Mei giggled but then remembered the saddening message received and became gravely serious. Naruto, you need to look at this, it was received from Konoha a few days ago. It has some disturbing information. Naruto took the paper and began to read, his eyes slowly growing in size until they were saucers. Apparently finished, Naruto threw the parchment away like it was poison, his hands tightening into fists. Mei observed his face change from calm to pure anguish and hatred, something she did not wish to see. Pervy Sage, and Roshi too, those bastards. Naruto threatened to get up and hunt them down himself before Mei placed both hands on his cheeks to try and calm him. Naruto, please calm down. You going out there and trying to find the men who did this will get us nowhere, you need to save your strength for when the real battle comes. Besides, I don't like to see you angry, especially around me. Naruto looked at her and saw the hurt in her eyes, making him feel ashamed. The small influence of Kyuubi Naruto allowed to slip through now disappeared, his eyes returning to ocean blue from the fiery red. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have overreacted like that, it's just that. You don't have to say it, Naruto, you already told me about your past with both of them, I would be just as angry if I was in your position. However, they both gave their lives to give you a chance to prepare and stop Akatsuki. And to cement that chance, Tsunade has called all 5 of the shinobi nations to a summit to be held in the Land of Iron. Naruto was shocked. Tsunade was trying to assemble all the villages? There is no way that could work, right? I mean, we are talking about stubborn nations like Iwa and Kumo, how will we get them to agree? Mei seemed to ponder this for a moment. Iwa has obviously been keeping their Jinchuriki's disappearances secret, because otherwise they would have been calling for blood by now. If they are given a chance to rid a potential threat like Akatsuki, they can't refuse. Kumo is easy, you yourself had a hand in that. With you tagging along with me, it will surely ease relations during the meeting. Naruto's eyes widened, he was going? You, want me to go? Mei looked at him as if it was obvious, to which he responded with a confused facial expression. Obviously, it says here I need 2 bodyguards to come with me. You are one of the strongest ninja in this village, if not the strongest, why wouldn't I want you to come? And besides, it says in the fine print here that you have to come along, Hokage's orders. Naruto suspiciously picked up the crumpled paper and looked to see in small print that Tsunade really was ordering him to attend. So when do we leave? Tomorrow, Naruto-kun, be ready. Is there anyone else you want me to assemble? Mei poked her chin, trying to think. Suddenly she snapped her fingers, knowing just the man. Naruto, bring your old sensei here first thing tomorrow. Kumagakure, Raikage's office. What the hell is this? A notice from Konoha, why the hell are they having a meeting? The Raikage bellowed, obviously not amused by this. His secretary quietly sighed from the side as he accidentally broke his desk again. This man was just too much. Raikage-sama, this is a legitimate meeting to be held. From the notes there, it shows that Akatsuki has turned from a rogue group of criminals to a powerful terrorist organization with possible ex-Konoha shinobi backing. We cannot turn away from this call of nations so easily, it could bring peace to the land. Besides, these are the people who have actively tried to capture not only your brother but Yugito as well. The Raikage seemed to ponder this, tapping his meaty fingers on his hat. I suppose that sounds about right, get me Daru and she immediately. And when the lazy bastard asks why when he could just take a walk instead, tell him that I'll challenge him to a wrestle match again. The secretary's sweat dropped and set off to find the 2 ninja. After the last time Raikage-sama attempted a fair wrestle match, half of the Kuroku Mountains were destroyed and Daru didn't dare set foot in the man's office again. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage's office. An old man sat in his chair in a large stone room, his mottled brown hat sat unused on his desk as he massaged his back. Just finishing another pile of useless paperwork, Aniki seriously wondered for the 1000th time if he should retire. It might not be such a bad idea, I mean then I could just retire and have someone massage my back without any shame coming from it. But who from the young generation could I? Aniki was cut off from his musings when the large door was crashed into and broken in half by a dazed but smiling Akatsuki who was holding a scroll. Aniki deadpanned and with a sweat drop and quickly rethought his retirement. Who in the young generation can truly be trusted with such a position of power? This is a prime example of young whippersnappers that just can't do anything but fumble the ball in times of stress. I will just have to stay as the Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage-sama, a message from Konoha has arrived for you. The older man's eyes widened and he got up from his chair and set off in a steady stride to Akatsuki. Taking it from him, Aniki wondered what his old nemesis of a country Konoha could possibly want. His eyes widened when he saw Roshi's name attached, wondering if it was some trick or trap. So, Those bastards got Roshi too, huh? We thought that allowing Han to be taken would keep them away from the country. I suppose I was wrong to ignore them for so long. This looks suspicious, Akatsuki. Bring Kurotsuchi here immediately. It seems we have a meeting to go to. Akatsuki looked shocked that Tsukikage was really thinking of going along with something that was proposed by Konoha. Are you sure, sir? I thought that we couldn't trust the Konoha dogs and that we would never come into talks with them again. Anaki looked into the younger boy's eyes, slowly shaking his head in a condescending manner. There are times when one must take contradictory actions to his previous words and promises for the greater good. Sometimes. Anaki looked out the window to his village. One must remember what it means to truly be a shinobi. Sunagakur, Kazekage office. Tamari, Kankuro, prepare for a journey. Tsunade has called for a summit meeting of the cage and I need 2 bodyguards. You are my first choices. Kankuro and Tamari stood in front of their younger brother's desk talking about a priority message sent by Konoha. What's all this about, Gaara? Kankuro asked, curious as to what Konoha wanted. It seems that Akatsuki has struck again and has become more than just a minor pest. Tsunade seems to have had enough of this and has called a meeting to discuss ways to defeat Akatsuki. I foresee this as being a way to promote unity amongst the divided nations of the shinobi world. Will Naruto and the Mizukage go as well? Tamari wondered, knowing Gaara would like his friend to attend. Most likely Naruto will go along with the Mizukage as a bodyguard. I doubt he would entrust her with anyone else. I suppose you are right. We leave tomorrow, prepare yourselves. Amiga-kur. Zetsu stood before his leader, Madara Uchiha, in a small meeting room reserved for privacy. Zetsu had been recently summoned for a private discussion concerning a message they had intercepted on its way to Takigakur, sent by Konoha. Zetsu, tell me what you think of this alliance talk that Konoha is proposing. Madara used his fingers to indicate air quotes around alliance as he thought it more of a joke than anything. Zetsu gulped, allowing his serious personality to answer. My lord, I believe that the talks can either be our savior or our destruction. Madara looked somewhat intrigued, waving his hand gesturing to continue. Please go on. From what the past has told us, the major nations have always been at odds since their birth, whether it be because of territorial disputes, clan rivalries. Zetsu noticed Madara's eye narrow and continued quickly, or for personal glory. Who is to say that this meeting of cage could not turn out to be a bloodbath, a perfect place for them to ambush and attempt to kill one another? Madara thought this over in his mind. It sounded quite plausible. If we look at the past to solve the answer, but we both know that that tactic doesn't always work. I have felt something strange about this attempt to unite the 5 nations, and while it does not worry me, I am somewhat concerned on how it will affect our abilities to kidnap the Jinchuriki. Now, I have a mission for you that concerns this summit. Zetsu nodded, glad that his lord recognized his abilities. I need you to go to the Land of Iron and spy on the cage during the conference. We must find out any plans they create there and find out their strengths and weaknesses. I will make a later appearance to discuss with them my Moon Eye plan, and then we will retreat into hiding. With Danzo's forces now under our command, we have a small strike force, but... Madara got up and looked out the one opening to exit the room. The rain poured outside as he observed the peaceful nature scene. What we need is an army. Kirigakure, village gate. Naruto stood alongside Mei and Chojuro as they waited to leave the village to go to the cage meeting. At the moment, a large amount of ninja and civilians were gathering to see them off. The meeting had been purposely leaked to the public for morale purposes. Naruto had wondered if Mei was still in a physical condition worthy to still be a ninja with the baby. Mei insisted that until the symptoms became more prevalent and her bump was obvious, she would stay in office. Wow, I didn't even know we had this many ninja, Naruto mumbled. The sheer amount of their forces was quite staggering to the blonde. Yes, and they have all come to see us off. Isn't it nice? She asked, turning to her fiancé. Naruto looked back at her and smiled. Chojuro, do you have everything you need? Mei asked. The boy had been quiet for some time now. He shuffled his feet on the ground and readjusted the sword on his back, barely glancing at the Mizukage's eyes. Yes ma'am, I think I'll be just fine, I think. Naruto looked at him with a barely hidden smirk. His sensei had always been so timid. You have to have more confidence, Chojuro. Mei wouldn't have picked you had she not figured in your strength. If you have faith in yourself, you can be so much stronger. Chojuro looked up to his old student's eyes and smiled, standing a little bit straighter. You are right, Naruto. I just have to remember that I have the ability to make a difference, then I can. The older boy went off into a stuttering mumble and Naruto's sweat dropped. It was still a work in progress. Mei elbowed him and stood a little straighter. making Naruto do the same when he saw an elderly man carrying her kage hat. She had said that it was a monumental occasion when a kage had to leave the village, especially for something so important as a meeting with the nations. An elderly person, generally a veteran of the council, would hand her the hat as a symbolic way of saying that the strength of Kiri's people would go with her. He paced towards her with a ceremonial staff in one hand and the hat in the other. The shape was of a serpent from Kiri's myths of the past. Mei took a small step forward so the man would not have to take as many steps to reach her. Naruto stood with his arms crossed confidently and with a smirk on his face. Chojuro had a small smile and had both hands in his pants pockets. Naruto's chosen attire to attend the meeting was somewhat of his old original clothing from when he first arrived in Kiri 3 years ago. He had on his black ninja sandals, black leather leggings to cover the skin between his pants and his sandals, and his old camo pants that were a black and white color. His shirt was mostly covered by his gray Kiri Jounin vest, but the black sleeves were visible, as was the camo part around his neck and at the bottom of the vest where the shirt poked out. He wore his Kiri headband right on his forehead and had on his 2 gloves with metal protectors with Kiri's symbol on them. Be sure to take care of the Mizukage, make sure there are no problems. Naruto spied his fellow hunter Muraku in the front of the crowd, giving them their parting orders. I know that, Naruto said back simply, noting Mei's small smirk that formed as he said that. Finally, the elderly man outstretched his hand and Mei reached for it and gently took it from him. She did not put it on, however, choosing to hold it as she spoke reassuring words to the populace. Thank you, sir. I promise I will fulfill my duty as the Mizukage of Kirigakure. The man silently chuckled and nodded. A ninja that stood next to him spoke to the 2 bodyguards. As 2 of the 7 great ninja, you must protect the Mizukage with your lives. Naruto punched Chojuro in the shoulder and smiled, as did the smaller man. Of course we will, I wouldn't let anything happen to her on my watch. Naruto announced with a thumbs up. Everyone silently shrugged their shoulders in relief, knowing that the Mizukage's fiancée would keep her safe. Yeah, back in my day we would just leave and not give these going away parties. Get a move on, you 3. Naruto and Mei's eyes widened when they looked into the crowd and found a crippled Ao with crutches. His smile was a reassurance to both of them. Ao senpai. You shouldn't be out of the hospital, you need rest. Ao just shook his head and hobbled over to Naruto, holding out his hand. It's customary for men to shake hands for goodbyes. I hope to see you soon, Naruto. I know you will keep her safe, that goes for Chojuro too. Naruto looked down at his hand and smiled, grabbing it and shaking with him confidently. Come on, Naruto, Chojuro, it's time to head out. Naruto turned around to see Mei slowly walking off with the blue hat over her head, obscuring her features. Giving one last confident nod towards the parting crowd, Naruto ran to catch up and stood alongside Mei as they began their trek to the Land of Iron. Kirigakure, prison. Upon leaving the festivity of seeing the cage off, Councilman Akoro headed straight for the prison that was the place he had visited only a month ago to see Kyo. Now that the Mizukage was gone, they could now begin work on overthrowing her and bringing about a new era, one without bloodlines like the Uzumaki. Yagura almost did it, now it's our turn to finish them off. According to official documents taken before and after the massacres, there still remained over 40 branch families of the Uzumaki, all had a mix of pure bloods and branch members. Killing them all would be difficult, so that was why Akoro had suggested that the conspiracy and revolution be led by a veteran that led one of the hunter teams of the massacres himself, Kyo. Entering the room, Akoro sat down as instructed by the guards and waited to see Kyo. The man slowly walked in with his white prisoner robe, a frown dead set on his features. His brown hair was now graying from stress of being a prisoner, also no doubt from the message Akoro had left the last time. What do you want, Akoro? They tell me nothing of what happens outside. I wish to know how much longer it will be before I am released. Akoro hid his smirk as he relayed the details of the current events. The Mizukage has left for a meeting between the other great nations. Now it is time for change here in Kiri. Would you lead us to a greater tomorrow, one that Yagura could only dream of? Kyo watched as 2 shadowy figures appeared and snapped the guards' necks, effectively allowing Kyo to walk free. The man smirked as they removed his bindings. He rubbed his sore wrists as he walked out of the prison along with Akoro. I think, that sounds like a wonderful idea. Chapter 17. The Meeting, an Unlikely Alliance. Shinobi Nations, Mainland. Forest, close to Iron Border. Naruto and Mei walked side by side on the dirt road with Chojuro somewhat lagging behind. The 3 were nearing the Land of Iron for a meeting between nations. They soon noticed that the landscape was becoming much more white with snow and the temperature dropped very suddenly as they neared the mountainous country. We should stop somewhere for tonight, the meeting doesn't start until tomorrow. Mayheim, I think that there is an inn coming up according to this map. How about we stop and rest, maybe get some warmer clothes? Mei turned to Naruto and glanced at the map before looking around again. I suppose you are right, Naruto Koi, it is getting a bit late and a little too cold for my taste. Chojuro, are you fine with stopping for the night? Chojuro looked up at the smiling Mizukage and smiled himself, nodding his head in agreement. Then it's decided, let's pick up the pace a bit. The three jumped into the trees and made the trip last only a few more minutes. Arriving at the old Japanese-style building, the three ninja entered and were welcomed by the woman at the desk. Welcome travelers to the Iron Fang Inn, how may I help you? Naruto walked up and decided to do the talking for the group. Hello, we are three shinobi from Kirigakure and we need a room for tonight. Preferably a private area because we have an important person with us, Naruto whispered the last part, referring to Mei who was just watching the two interact. The woman behind the desk looked at the two behind him and silently noticed the air of authority that Mei radiated and nodded, quietly slipping Naruto a room number for them to go to. We have a wonderful dining area if you would like to head there before you turn in for the night. It's just right through the doors to your left. Please be aware that we have other guests and while we welcome all to our inn, we would like to keep the peace here so please no jutsu of any kind. Naruto nodded and all three entered the dining hall. It looked very homey and nothing like what Naruto would have believed the inside to look like. It looked more like a tavern with a welcoming fireplace, multiple oak tables filled with adventurers and travelers of all kind drinking sake and laughing their troubles away. The room became oddly quiet when the three walked in. All eyes went to the two male ninjas' weapons and Mei's breasts much to her own and Naruto's anger. Continue about your business. Mei announced and slowly everyone turned around but not without one last peek at the red-haired vixen. Damn perverts, she whispered, finding an empty table in a dark corner for them to sit away from them all. Naruto turned to Chojuro and the boy wasn't looking too good, slightly huffing from the exertion of carrying the large sword without any rest. Oi Chojuro, go find our room and put your sword away. You shouldn't have to carry it everywhere. Chojuro took the slip of paper Naruto handed him with a smile and nodded, running to their room so he could get back quickly. Naruto moved to Mei's table and sat right next to her, scooting his chair over further so he could loop an arm over her shoulder. Mei smiled as she turned to look at him, sighing lightly in happiness to be in his arms even outside the village. Her hand moved to his thigh and she leaned into his shoulder, whispering to him. It's been so long since I've left the village because of my responsibilities, I'm glad we get to go together Naruto. Naruto smiled, using his hand to pet her ankle-length hair in an affectionate fashion. I'm glad too, it's like a little adventure. Mei looked up into his eyes. With a very big reward. Naruto nodded and took a sip of the newly arrived drinks, a glass of milk for himself and a glass of water for Mei. Yes, I really hope the alliance will pass, I'm not so worried about the daimyo but the kage can be difficult to persuade. What do you think, Mei? Mei sat up a bit and took a sip of the drink, allowing the cold liquid to go down her throat. I'm on board for the alliance but it's true, Iwa and Kumo will be skeptical of it. But, with some talk I'm sure we can resolve it. The blonde was just about to continue the discussion when a group of travelers arrived at their table, all had weapons of some type concealed amongst their clothing. Naruto made eye contact with them while Mei tried to ignore them by looking away, their leader didn't like that so he moved into her new line of sight. Mei sighed in annoyance, some men had no limit to their pursuit of women even when they weren't interested. Can I help you? Naruto asked with much venom laced in his voice, the leader turned to him with a scowl. Can't you see I'm trying to talk to the lady here, Mist Boy? Why don't you head back up to your island while I have nice little date with this lady here? Naruto glared at the man and Mei let out a low growl for this bastard to disrespect her fiancé and herself. If that's the way you Naruto began to stand up while revealing one of his new katana but was stopped when Mei placed one of her slender hands on his chest, slightly rubbing it to calm him. Mayheim? Mei smiled and slowly stood up from her chair to stand at a height equal to the idiots in front of her. Naruto Koi, allow me to show you why men should know not to go anywhere near a committed Uzumaki woman, especially me. Naruto gulped at her icy tone, slightly wishing he had some popcorn for what was coming up. The tavern had grown quiet again as Mei smiled brightly towards the five men in front of her. The leader took this as a sign of affection and made a move to grope her breasts. Her next move made everyone's eyes widen in shock. Moving with lightning quick speed, Mei moved forward and shot a fist right into the man's gut, causing him to go flying back into the wall with a thud. Whipping a strand of hair away that had gotten in front of her revealed eye, Mei looked at the four terrified men in front of her but widened her eyes in shock when all of them collapsed by unseen causes. Seeing a yellow flash, Mei turned back towards the table and found Naruto sitting at the table, watching her with a smile. She shook her head and walked back over to her seat, allowing Naruto's possessive arm to circle around her again. That was a wonderful show, Mei, your strength rivals that of Tsunade for sure. Must be in the blood. Mei giggled a bit at that, playfully flexing her slender arms for Naruto. You know, I could have handled those four myself. Naruto nodded in agreement but tightened his hold a bit more. I do know that, however, I got in the mood for something to punch when you hit that guy, so then I hit them. Besides, I wanted to do something. They were ogling you even while you punched their boss. It was disgusting. Mei smirked, groping Naruto's junk under the table, making him squeak in surprise. Mei took notice that it was already getting hard and looked at him with devilishly alluring eyes. And you are saying you didn't ogle me when I got up or when I punched him then? Naruto gulped, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Mei had hit the mark. Well, maybe a little. Mei smiled as she leaned up and kissed Naruto on the cheek, leaving a blue imprint of her lips on it. If you are a good boy for the rest of tonight, we might just be able to do something for little Junior here. She accentuated just who she was talking about by slowly moving her hand up and down his shaft, giving Naruto the chills at the thought of sex. Define good exactly? Mei smirked before bringing him into another kiss. Chojuro walked into the dining hall and looked over at the table with the two engaged shinobi, noticing the men on the floor. What did I miss? Iron Forest Inn. Second floor. Mizukage Chambers. Naruto and Mei lay in their futon together. Chojuro was just outside, allowing the two to have their privacy. Mei had stripped down to only her fishnets while Naruto had taken everything off except for his boxers. The two had planned to have a very fun evening. So Mei, are you ready for tomorrow? Naruto asked her. He figured that it would be a bit stressful to meet with all the other leaders of the elemental nations. Mei looked at him with a smile, petting his whiskered cheek. If you are asking if I'm nervous, then there is no need to worry. I'm quite prepared. I just hope they don't tear each other apart. It would be a bit difficult to get anything done if old rivalries arise. How secure is the Land of Iron? Mei had to think about this one for a little bit. Well, it has no shinobi village, instead preferring to maintain a large army of samurai. They have a very unique culture and inhabit a snow-covered land amongst the mountains here. I would say it is very secure. Why do you ask? Naruto turned away from her and looked out the window. The crescent moon lit up the night sky. Just had a bad feeling, that's all. Mei frowned, pressing his face back to her so he could see her smile. Don't worry, Naruto, before you know it we will be back in Kiri and we can continue our wedding plans. He smiled at that. I can't believe you are going to invite all the Uzumaki to Uzu just to attend our wedding. Isn't that a little bold? Mei took up a look of fake innocence. What? Just because we are practically announcing ourselves as the future of the clan doesn't mean that much, does it? She fell into a fit of giggles at Naruto's astounded face, much to his ire. I wonder how Ao is doing watching over Kiri for us. Mei noticed his sudden change and propped herself up with her arm so she could look down into his ocean blue eyes. I'm sure he is fine. Ao is very capable. Besides, the village has been at peace for many years now. We should have no problems while we are away. Now. Mei brought her head down and kissed Naruto's lips with her own, quieting any more of his bad omen talk. I think it's about time this Uzumaki man took his Uzumaki woman to bed. Naruto let out an aroused growl and rolled over on top of Mei. She was already working on his boxers. Anything to please my wife. Kirigakure. The streets were quiet today, barren of life as if everyone just up and left. Playgrounds went unused, shops were locked and their wares put away, even the academy was void of life. The only thing that stood out were flyers placed strategically around the city for an important rally in the village square. Kyo walked along with his loyal followers, some ninja and others high-ranking citizenry, to the stage where he would talk to the majority of Kiri. All ages had been allowed and even encouraged to attend. If he could strike at the young ones' hearts, surely the old would fall into his hands. Today is the day we set Kiri on the right track that vile woman placed us on after the massacres. If it were not for her and the rebellion, we would have no more clans. Now it falls on me to lead them. It is like a dream come true. All that is missing is our great leaders Yagura and Madara. Kyo had a big smirk on his face as he moved through the parted crowd, looking into each of their eyes with his hazel ones. All the shinobi under his secret command wore masks to hide their identities so that when the revolution came, the loyalists would not know who their enemies were. As he took his spot on the podium, he overheard further talking amongst the populace gathered before him. Whispers of doubts and allegations levied against him could be heard, some asking for his arrest while others seemed truly curious as to what he had to say. Wasn't he arrested? What, the prisons aren't that secure anymore, I guess. They need to keep loonies like this locked up. Looking amongst the crowd, He was glad to see that the man left in charge of Kiri had been successfully held up by Akoro in an emergency council meeting. This gave Kyo ample time for his speech, to which he hoped would inspire the people so much he would not need to make another until the time was right. People of Kiri. The crowd grew silent as the man's booming voice enveloped the square, leaving them all to look at the rebel. Kyo smiled at their attention. He had thought it would be more difficult for the people to listen, but he was glad they gave him a chance. I have come out of hiding from the tyranny set upon me by the 5th Mizukage to tell you of her actions and what she is doing for the good of the village. The people looked amongst one another, not understanding what Kyo meant. As far as they had seen, Mei had done nothing but good for the village, and she was actually a favorite amongst the people of Kiri. Kyo had been expecting this doubt in his words, however he resolved to remind them of the past atrocities of the Uzumaki and bloodlines. I would like to take you all back to a time before the Uzumaki like our Mizukage lived here, when the bloodlines were kept in check. What were we? He allowed a moment of silence to let the people mull this over. Some of the older ones nodded in recognition. We were at peace. We are at peace now. What's this got to do with the Mizukage's bloodline? Get off the stage. Please, just a few more moments of time to allow me to show my point. The people quieted, albeit reluctantly, allowing the man to continue. Before the Uzumaki came to us with their bloodthirsty empire, we lived in peace and prosperity as an isolated island nation. Now, with Mei Uzumaki in command of our forces and being guided by her treacherous ex-Konoha fiancé Naruto Uzumaki, they plan to lead us into a war that is not ours to fight. The people's eyes widened at the man's audacity to insult both the Mizukage and her fiancé with such slander. She wouldn't do that. Naruto isn't influencing her at all, he is a proud Kiri ninja. What is this war? Kyo smiled at the question, raising his voice over the rioting mass. We have sent our glorious leader off so that she may ally us with the dogs of Konoha, the muscle-bound idiots of Kumo, the backward tyrants of Iwa, and the lazy nomads of Suna. Yes, this sounds like a wonderful idea on paper, but allow me to show you all its flaws. The man's slurs against the other countries gave a few chuckles amongst the old and the young. Many began to question just what the treaty entailed. With this treaty, we will be allying against a terrorist organization that goes by the name of Akatsuki, known to be the kidnappers of numerous jinchuriki and murderers of innocents. How much of this is true? Is this really the true enemy they are sending our children to fight, a measly 5 shinobi? I think not. Everyone's eyes widened at that. They wanted to waste lives just to kill 5 shinobi? Why would we waste our time with this organization? The jinchuriki aren't worth protecting over something like this, they are monsters. Let me remind you all that your beloved Naruto Uzumaki is also a jinchuriki, one that has been hiding himself away inside our walls. He has been using you all as meat shields to shy away this organization so that he may live longer. By whispering into our cage's welcoming ear, he has persuaded the nations to protect him like the coward he is. Cries of outrage could be heard. The people were torn on who to believe in, Naruto or Kyo. The present shinobi spread amongst the crowd were horrified by Kyo's words. They could not believe how much one person could twist their words so much. The general population of shinobi were still on Naruto's side, however, the civilians were another story. While the Mizukage often made public speeches to the people, Naruto had no such bond to the citizens, and many felt like they really didn't know the real Naruto. They began to get twisted thoughts of a devilish Naruto plotting behind their backs, corrupting their beloved Mizukage. That is not all. You cannot just place the blame of danger on Naruto alone. The Mizukage is also responsible for this. It was she who allowed him to enter this village, she who made the decision to privately train him, she allowed him into her home and later her heart, and she has chosen to side herself with the monster himself. Surely it is not a coincidence? Kyo watched as they looked to one another for answers that only he could give them. They were in his hands now. Now to bring in the bloodlines. It wasn't a coincidence at all. It was in their blood to plot against us. They inherited their ancestors' power trip and wished to create another Uzumaki empire. All Uzumaki are a danger to our security here, sleeper agents just waiting for your beloved leader's call before they act upon us with that infernal bloodline. How can we trust them? Better yet, how can you trust any bloodline to not backstab you? The answer is simple, you can't. Small circles were now forming, people were edging away from one another in suspicion of who had a bloodline. The easiest to find in the forming circles were Uzumaki. Their uncommon traits and appearance allowed the trained eye to pick them out. Many veterans of the war began to push the bloodline users into the circles. Many Uzumaki children were openly insulted by their younger friends. The redheads knew not what to do. Most had given up any idea of reforming a clan, wishing only to live a peaceful life. They were not prepared to defend themselves against this angry crowd. The men began to hug their wives close, glaring right back at the citizens of Kiri they had once called friends just a moment ago. The violet, gray, and green-eyed Uzumaki weren't the only ones to be segregated. Many of the Hyo and Ranmaru clans were pushed amongst them as well. Their bloodlines had been common knowledge amongst friends for some time. "Why are you all acting like this? We have been free," a soft-spoken Uzumaki woman tried to soothe the crowd but only got slapped for her outburst by a Kiri man. "Shut the hell up, you whore. It's because of you that my boy is going to have to go and fight, and when he comes back we will all be your slaves. Damn you and your bloodline." Kyo allowed himself to finish his speech with a question and a great hint at what he was preparing to accomplish. "I leave you all now hoping that I have revealed what your leader has tried so hard to keep from you. Maybe your outlooks have even been changed. I am but an old man with little ambition. I only wish for us all to continue living in the Kiri I fought many wars for and love with my heart. Now you must all choose, what must we do to stop bloodlines from gaining any more power?" Yagura, our late Mizukage, seemed to have quite a good idea. Kyo excused himself with a bow, slowly being led away by his bodyguards while the people stayed in the streets for a few moments longer. "The Mizukage is a tyrant waiting to take over, we must act. Death to the Mizukage. Kyo would make a great leader, he warned us before they could act. Death to Uzumaki. Kyo for Rakudaime Mizukage. Death to Uzumaki. Kyo for Rakudaime Mizukage. Death to Uzumaki. Kyo for Rakudaime Mizukage." Their chants spread throughout the city, sending chills down the spines of the bloodline users and a happy tingle in Kyo's chest. Let the revolution begin. Land of Iron. Castle of Iron. Cage Summit. Naruto, Mei, and Chojuro walked into the large castle freezing cold, having to walk through no less than half a dozen gate checkpoints and guard posts. The three were thoroughly exhausted but felt energy rush through them as they entered the large castle. A warm gush of air immediately warmed their chilled bodies. "Well, this is much better," Naruto announced, allowing his hands to fall to his sides instead of having them cross over his chest in an effort to keep warm. Mei had to agree, she was not in the right clothing for an extended stay in cold, snowy weather. She observed a samurai captain, evident by the wolf pelt hanging off of his back, walk up to their party. "We have been waiting for you. The Hokage is yet to arrive, but my patrols outside say they have seen them coming, so you shouldn't have to wait too long. Please follow me to the meeting room." Naruto and Mei looked at one another and shrugged before following the man up a winding amount of stairs, coming to a stop before a heavily guarded hallway and large oak doors. "This is the room." The captain nodded to either guard on each side and they pulled the handles with all their might, leaving the doors to slowly open. "You may rest assured, you are in good hands here. I wish you luck during your meeting, Kiri-san." Silently thanking the man, the trio walked inside to be greeted by the people inside already. "Welcome to the summit, Mizukage-sama, please have a seat in front of your country's banner," the apparent moderator announced, motioning for her place to sit. "Your bodyguards may walk up the stairs there to the higher platform, there are seats for them right behind the flag." Naruto didn't like the idea of the bodyguards being that far from the leader but said nothing. His eyes widened when he felt something wet hit his lips and turned to see Mei kissing his cheek, smiling as she pulled away. Smiling towards her, he gave her a quick peck before looking towards the cage already present. Naruto immediately spied Gaara first. The redhead was easy to spot, they both simply waved at one another with smiles. Naruto then turned to look at the rakeage but was stopped when he was given a bone-crushing hug by the man, courtesy of his amazing strength. The man was crying tears of joy for seeing the boy again, the one who had saved Yugito and allowed his brother to rap in someone else here all day. "Naruto. I have missed you. I was wondering if you would be able to attend, we still have that wrestling match that we must attend to. Kiri is going down." He accentuated the challenge by giving Naruto a double thumbs down. Naruto just laughed at him. "I don't think so, if I can wrestle a giant crocodile, I think I can wrestle you." Naruto was referring to the time where he was training out amongst the island chains of Kiri when a huge crocodile attempted to eat him. His only real way to beat it was to use a Rasengan, which barely scratched it but satisfied it nonetheless. Naruto figured it had an itch that the technique was able to scratch. "We will see, my young friend, we will see." A patted Naruto's shoulder before walking back over to his seat, allowing Naruto to make his way up to the platform. Naruto looked to his left and found Kankuro and Temari looking at him with pure amazement, the second time they had seen him since 3 years ago. Naruto faintly noticed that Temari was uncharacteristically blushing and Kankuro was smirking like a madman. "Hey Naruto, didn't think I would see you here." Naruto turned the black-clad shinobi. "Yeah, well, I wasn't about to let my fiancé go somewhere without my supervision." Tamari lost her blush after that, unfortunately remembering he was taken. Yeah, Kankuro stopped talking when the doors opened and Tsunade Senju, the god I'm Hokage of Konohagakure, walked into the room with Sakura Haruno and Kakashi Hatake. The Iron Moderator welcomed them and sent the two bodyguards up to their place while Tsunade made her way to the head of the oddly shaped table. Kakashi walked past Naruto with a mere nod and Sakura gently laid her hand on his shoulder as he walked by, sending him a reassuring wink. Naruto smiled back at her and observed the start of the meeting between the 5 shinobi nations. Now that all of the participants have arrived, please place your hats on the table. All the Kage did as asked, allowing the man to continue. You are here today because the Hokage has called this meeting. The Kage glanced at one another before staring at Tsunade, who did not even flinch at their suspicious attention towards her. My name is Mifune of the Land of Iron, and I will be your moderator. The meeting will now begin. The Kage glanced at one another, wondering who would start the so far awkward meeting between them. Gaara quietly sighed in his head. This would get them nowhere if they could not speak, so he cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. I'll go first, so listen up. Aniki scoffed. The boy had a lot of nerve to take the lead when he had so little experience in not just being a village leader but being in the ninja world. The roster of Kage sure has changed since I last saw all of you. You in particular Kage must be very unique if they gave you that position at such a young age. Your father must have had a hand in that, however, it appears he forgot to teach you manners when amongst your elders. Aniki rebuked the boy, noticing with a grimace he didn't seem to change much from the rebuttal. Gaara mulled this over, not really seeing a way to please the older man other than agree. I suppose so. I would expect that my people judged me well enough before they elected me to be a Kage. Aniki broke out into a fit of laughter, much to everyone's annoyance. Ha ha ha. Very cheeky of you, brat. Mei butted into the old man's fun. She was tired of them not getting anything done. Tsuchikage, please stop interrupting in the middle of another person's speech. Mei turned her head towards Gaara, waving a hand towards him. She could see what looked to be hidden gratefulness and smiled. Kage, please continue. I am a current host, but I have come close to be killed by Akatsuki because of what I hold inside of me. Naruto, the Mizukage's blonde bodyguard in the stand, is also a Jinchuriki. He can also attest to the level of danger Akatsuki represents. A few glances were sent towards Naruto and a few mumbles between one another about the argument. After my capture by Akatsuki and rescue at the hands of Naruto, I quickly requested support from other countries as Tsunade has done. I however was met with no aid. With a great number of hosts remaining at our last estimates, we may still be able to contain Akatsuki before they get any more power. Aniki scoffed once again at the boy's comment. Containment? A country should be able to look after its own hosts if it wants to keep them. If it can't, then it is obviously not deserving of being called one of the 5 great shinobi nations. It is an embarrassment if you would ask for aid after their capture. It shows weakness and a sense of little honor. Gaara was angered after that, as was Mei. How old was this man really? Says the man that had both his Jinchuriki hosts captured without doing a damn thing about it, Naruto whispered in the stands, his hands clenching in anger. Kurotsuchi watched him from the other side of the platform carefully, sizing him up as a possible opponent to attempt to kill the Tsuchikage. My appearance, my honor, I believe that we all have no time for such old-fashioned thinking, not anymore. Aniki gritted his teeth at the boy's insult. Little brat. Mei decided to join in again, using her knowledge of the previous Mizukage to base her assumptions. Surely we must not need to act with such haste? It must take time to tame such beasts of pure chakra. Who in the world could possibly have that ability anymore? Aniki looked up towards Naruto and then back to Gaara. Both looked at him curious as to what he was thinking. A host must be in sync with the beast to subdue and ultimately control it. Even then, it is still difficult to control the chakra that flows through you, right Kage? Gaara was silent, not from embarrassment but from his general lack of knowledge on the subject. Naruto knew it would be frowned on, but he felt like he should say something. I mean no disrespect everyone. Naruto felt his face become a bit red when everyone turned toward him, obviously wondering what he wanted to add. Naruto swallowed. But my friend Gaara has always had difficulty controlling his beast, or at least that is what he has told me. Aniki looked back to Gaara, who was silent for a moment before nodding his head in agreement to Naruto's explanation. What have you to add, Naruto? Tsunade asked her grandson. Naruto smiled while scratching the back of his head. Well, since Killer Bee isn't here, I felt that I should just clarify that Tsuchikage's statement, since I too can control my beast to such a level of full 9 tails. There were gasps all around. It was amazing to think that the 9 tails had finally been subdued, no less by a mere teenager. Are you serious? Asked after shooting up from his chair, his hands clenching in excitement. Yes sir, and it is true that it is difficult to control the beast. A level of bonding and trust is needed with your tailed beast in order to truly reach that level. I can only guess that it is very difficult for Gaara to get along with his beast, let alone contact it. Kyuubi can be a little bloodthirsty, but Aniki interrupted him, in shock that the beast could talk. You mean that you can talk to it? It speaks human? Naruto nodded, not seeing what the big deal was. My god. Tsunade muttered. This certainly reveals much and also raises many new questions to be asked at a later time. For now, we must refocus our attention on Akatsuki. Mifune ordered, bringing everyone back to the original point of the meeting. Mei winked towards Naruto before turning back around. We must use this to our advantage. If we can talk to the damn things, it means we might be able to persuade them to our side as well. Our armies would be unstoppable. Aniki stopped himself from his ramble by a sense of danger coming from his left. Naruto sensed it as well, looking towards Chojuro to give him the order. Everyone else was already moving to protect their cage from one another. Chojuro, let's go. Right. The Raikage slammed his fist onto the table in anger, prompting the bodyguards to form up in front of their cage in a protective fashion against the lightning ninja. Naruto had his hands in the dog hand sign, his mouth slightly bulging with the lava building up for an attack. Chojuro had his sword out and pointed towards the Raikage, an uncharacteristic scowl set on his features. Sakura had her fists raised in an ex-brawling style to defend both herself and her master. Kakashi was charging up at Chidori with his Sharingan already revealed and glaring dangerously at the cage. Kurotsuchi had a kunai prepared and stood beside her large partner Akatsuki. Both were in front of the two Kumo bodyguards, challenging them to move an inch towards the Tsuchikage. Tamari and Kankuro stood the farthest away. Kankuro had his main puppet revealed while Tamari shielded Gaara with her war fan. Both were glaring at the man's supposed attempt to hurt their little brother. C and Daru stood their ground, kunai and butcher's sword in their hands respectively. A had not been expecting such a quick move and stood there, huffing from both annoyance and shock. This is neutral ground, please refrain from such emotional outbursts here. Mifune warned the Raikage, who just sat back down in his seat after waving his bodyguards away. Naruto koi, Chojuro, it's fine now. Mei told them. She had a small smirk and was quite amused by the exchange. She also had a tint of pink on her cheeks from the thought of Naruto coming to her rescue so quickly, her knight in shining armor so to speak. I am hopeless, and I love it. Sakura, Kakashi, that was a wonderful reaction, but please sit back down. Kakashi nodded and headed back up, but Sakura was hesitant to leave. Only a serious gaze from her master made her go back up without further argument. Tamari, Kankuro, it's over. The siblings reluctantly parted from the floor, none too pleased the cage were so forgiving. Aniki merely motioned for his two guards to head back up, neither wishing to disrespect him. Yes sir. Akatsuki seemed a bit disappointed there would be no fight, but heeded his order. Soon all the bodyguards were settled in the stands, albeit it was much more tense between them. I hate to admit this, but it is necessary so we all know where we stand. Iwa, Kiri, Suna, and even my Konoha have or had members in the Akatsuki, something that shouldn't be overlooked. Tsunade ground out, she was not pleased by the piece of information. The mentioned cage merely looked down a bit in shame but said nothing. A was silently smirking at how his village was the only pure one. Further, there are those among you who have used Akatsuki to further your country's selfish gains. Announced after Tsunade's revelation, his temper getting the better of him. Aniki made a sideways glare towards the blonde, one of which was readily returned by the younger man. Used Akatsuki, what do you mean? Gaara asked incredulously, how does one use Akatsuki? Weren't they a group that kidnapped Jinchuriki, plain and simple? I have thought about the real reason of why the Hokage has called us all here, and I have come to the conclusion that while I don't trust any of you personally, I do trust one person here. Naruto. Naruto was shocked that he was once again being pulled into the conversation. Everyone's eyes were back on him. I trust Naruto. If it wasn't for his help, Yugito would not be among the living and Akatsuki would be one-tailed beast stronger. As for my brother Killer Bee, from what I hear they have become great friends with one another, if the 9 swords on his back are any proof. Even my hunters have enjoyed his company and support, so I pledge that I will help the Jinchuriki, not the country. Everyone took a moment to soak his proclamation in, Naruto included. He was truly honored to be recognized like that, by the Raikage no less. That is acceptable, but what do you mean by using Akatsuki? Gaara cut back in, he was still in shock over the idea. A turned to look towards him and pointed an accusing finger to the kage. A glare marred his features. You're in this high of a position of power and yet you don't know? Speak to your village elders for the truth. You used Akatsuki in the invasion of Konoha. Everyone's eyes widened in recognition. Orochimaru. The nations of the world are moving towards peace. Through pressure of the lords of our countries, disarmament is beginning to take its toll. Such a thing as a ninja village is a strain on any economy, no matter how powerful the nation. The more ninja you have, the less money you make, and our lords care about money. To this end, we have less and less ninja recruitment and no one to replace the veterans going into retirement. Anaki explained to the audience, reflecting his own village's problems as he spoke. You can't send a battalion of green ninja right out of the academy to go to war, you would lose. So what do? You find an alternative, and that alternative happened to be Akatsuki? Gaara seethed, his anger rising at the proposal of using that organization for such selfish means. Anaki merely shrugged, remembering his dealings with the young woman named Konan if he was remembering correctly. It was simple, pay the fee and the job would get done. They were accessible to us, relatively cheap compared to the job's difficulty, and the job always got done with good results. I turned towards him, intent on having his opinion known. That was what I meant, you shouldn't be bragging about using that damned organization, Tsuchikage. Anaki merely huffed in his chair, leading A to become more pissed. Akatsuki was used in Suna's war with Konoha, Orochimaru. Finished his original thought, Tsunade decided to butt in with her own intel from Jiraiya. It is unclear whether he was still in Akatsuki at that time. Raikage merely glanced in her direction with crossed arms, stating his defiance. Both the Kazekage and Hokage died during that conflict, Mei whispered, although it was picked up by everyone in the room, they bowed their heads in respect to the lost. Yes, and I can't help but feel that something about it isn't right, I mumbled, stroking his beard in thought. While I hate to do this, mostly for Naruto's sake, it is true that Kirigakure has been rumored to be the so-called seat of Akatsuki. You are by far the most suspicious amongst the gathered nations here. Your hasty treaty with Suna and talks with Konoha mean nothing to serve your strange isolation from the world. Accused, silently apologizing to Naruto, who was seething in the stands, feeling horrible he could do nothing to take the guilt from Mei's shoulders. Mei glanced up at Naruto, sending him a smile before turning back to the accusation. I'm sorry, Naruto, but for once I must shoulder this responsibility on my own. You will understand once you become the leader of the clan, sometimes you must take the burden for yourself. Actually, there is a popular belief that my predecessor, Yagura, was controlled by someone. It could have been Akatsuki, but I didn't want to start a panic with an investigation. However, Mei was interrupted by an irate A. You mean to tell me that you knew and willingly? The angered man was then interrupted by Anaki, who was determined to set the youngster straight. You leave her alone about this, Raikage. It is because of you and your country that some of us have had to resort to using Akatsuki to keep ourselves afloat. Your country did not disarm after the last major war, forcing us to compensate with the impossible. Mei took that as a sign to continue before A interrupted again. I was about to say that I believe that Akatsuki's leader and the manipulator behind Yagura's manipulation was none other than Madara Uchiha. Everyone was shocked at this. Madara Uchiha? How was he still alive after all this time? I thought he was dead. Anaki muttered. Mei also noticed Tsunade nodding her head a bit in recognition. I am not sure I understand the possibility either, but our source has been confirmed. As they were deciding what next to speak about, Mifune decided to step in and give his opinion. As the neutral country here, I must say that this Madara knew right when to strike at our weakness. The cage turned their attention to the center table where Mifune sat. He used the knowledge of the disarmament and decreasing escalations to reveal himself so that we couldn't refuse. Not even the Land of Iron has been immune. To have all 5 of the cage here though, it provides us with a golden opportunity that has never been proposed before. The cage looked at one another, already guessing at what was going on. What do you think of a 5-nation shinobi alliance? An alliance? That's a bit of a quick jump from talking, don't you think? You can't be serious, work with one another? It's not such a bad idea actually. Everyone's eyes turned to Tsunade for her differing opinion. With Akatsuki becoming more of a threat and possibly a true doomsday scheme on their agenda, we must consider working together to quickly end the threat. The cage glanced between each other again, wary eyes cast back and forth. We need a command structure, so we can be clear on who is in charge. That's the question though, who would be in charge? Anaki muttered, not exactly liking the idea of taking orders from someone. We must allow the neutral party to choose, lest we fight with one another. Mei added, she wasn't in the mood for more arguing. All nations other than Iwa and Konoha still have a tailed beast, leaving those 2 countries at a slight disadvantage in strength. Tsunade and Aniki clenched their teeth, hating to sound weak in front of the other kage. Kiri is too dangerous to trust fully with the possible origins of Akatsuki stemming from their nation. Information leaks could become rampant and communication would be sporadic at best. Mei looked down in shame. Naruto's features became more pronounced and his eyes flashed red. Not to mention she is a woman. Mifune added as an afterthought in his mind. Suna's leader is too young to be taken seriously in a commanding position. Many find it hard to address him by his current title. Gaara merely nodded, he understood and would prefer not to have the position anyway. Kumo would be a fine choice if not for their leader's unpredictable attitude with his emotions. Mifune pointed out the busted table for an example. Spurring men into battle with a fine speech and emotion in your tone is one thing, but if you can't keep calm in a simple talk such as this, how can you expect to be taken seriously? Merely growled, Mifune decided to restate his position as moderator. This is only my opinion, of course. Konoha and Iwa both have had or used Akatsuki members with their villages. Also, as I said before, both are at significant disadvantages without Jinchuriki on their side. So what exactly are you get? A was interrupted when someone or something burst through the floor in the middle of their meeting table. A loud hello echoed throughout the room. The bodyguards quickly took up spots in front of their cage. Naruto opted to take his swords out this time instead to defend Mei. What the hell? A proclaimed, quite angered by the interruption. Akatsuki? Gaara asked to no one in particular, not familiar with this particular member. It appears so. Aniki muttered again, glaring at the new arrival. Ooh, look at the two Jinchuriki here, boss will sure be pleased. Naruto and Gaara received concerned glances from the party around them, both shifted into more defensible positions in case he was here to take them. The plant man seemed to just remember something, slapping his head in punishment. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to announce my boss's arrival. He is here along with his apprentice and he has something he wishes to say.